Testing, testing. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. I see Dr. Strangle, how about no and sorry in the chat. I love the ritual that you've got going on, getting in the box, washing your hands or sanitizing your hands, and hydrating too. That's important to remember. Um, just pulled up here into my garage. Just bought this new Lamborghini here. It's fun to drive up here in the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like a lot more than this new Lamborghini? Knowledge. Hope you guys are ready for some knowledge this evening. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate you all. I'm opening tonight with this lovely, wonderful sketch that I just got, or this work of art, rather, that I just got back in September, I think. I reached out to this artist to see if I could commission a piece of artwork for the channel. And we went back and forth for a long time. He was very patient with me, very gracious, and did some amazing work. And here it is. This is going to be, I have to format it correctly and then put it up as a channel banner once I figure out how to wrestle with YouTube's system. But I fucking love this. Basically, my direction for him was I would like the moon that in the sky that we see when Gaara kind of first comes out and demonstrates Shukaku from part 1. I would like some sort of like an avian humanoid character to kind of represent myself. And then I would like the ruins, like some ruins and some mountains and stuff from Elden Ring. And I think he pulled it off perfectly. Super, super happy with it. So I just wanted to celebrate that finally, after several months of him being patient with my schedule and my feedback and all that, finally have it. I think by the end of this month, we should also have the animated intro for the stream, which I'm super stoked about. Been working with another artist who's done a beautiful animated pixelated background. And at first, it's just going to be kind of like a scene with one character in it. But then eventually, I'm hoping to add more characters over time and have like a little animated scene where like I'll bring in different characters that we've talked about. I'll have a little Esquier fly in maybe, and I'll have Kakazu's obviously going to make an appearance, etc., etc. So, just super fucking happy about it, and I wanted to share it with y'all. That being said, hope you guys are all ready for some knowledge. Dr. Strangle says, I'm currently trying to find a software that will pull all the text from the raw Japanese PDF files. That would honestly be super, super helpful, because, you know, as I'm sure you know, the process of scanning them from the books themselves can be a bit cumbersome. I had actually done that. Well, for the English, I'd actually scanned the entirety of the third data book, or most of it anyway, back when I was making my Itachi versus Pain video, but then I lost all the scans when my computer exploded. So, yeah, and that, I think I only did maybe like 100 pages out of the 300 or 400 pages in there, and it still took me like a whole weekend to get them like to a quality that I wanted them. And even then there was like blurring and smudging. It's a real pain to scan them all in manually. The best way to do it, I guess, would be to like detach the pages, but then it feels like you're desecrating this work of art. So I don't know, I hope you're able to find something. How about No says you can just copy the image and paste it into Google Image Search, but it has built-in character recognition, or it has built-in character recognition. That could be a good idea as well. I wonder if the issue, if like the challenge of it is mostly just getting the shit like into the software in the first place, as opposed to doing the translation. Because Dr. Strangle, I forget if you're fluent or not, but you've done translations before, right? Like you've provided me feedback on translations and stuff in the past. So I'm guessing that you're looking to do some of your own translation at some point based on that source. Sorry, I'm just kind of getting myself organized here. I wanted to get the Boruto manga up in the background as well. Bear with me one second. Yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. As I'm sure you will hear, I am still dealing with this shitty cough, so I apologize in advance if it's a little annoying to listen to. It is getting better, though. For the first time in a long time, I was able to let's just put this here without comment. Promise this will become relevant later. But yeah, so for the first time in a long time, I was able to actually go out with my dog and walk. For the past month or so, it's been very difficult to walk for more than 5 minutes because the cold that kept triggering like horrible, stupid fucking coughing fits. But it's getting a little better now. Get my voice back. So thanks for in advance for being patient with all that. It's much appreciated. Also, sorry. Remind me to show you later. I'm super stoked because I got from what the fuck is it site called? Etsy. I got an SK, like a brass medallion pin that I've been wearing around my neck, and I'm in love with it as well. So I want to show it off to you at some point. But yeah, Sorry says sounds like what you're after is knowledge. God, I missed that. I hope that guy's doing okay. Strangle found a software to do it, but it just converted all to dots. It pixelated my L. Have you messed around at all with the photo mode that they added, Saria? I know that they have a pixelated mode and they have like a glitch and a distorted mode and stuff like that. It could be fun to mess with. Okay, well that being said, so uh, I've been stepping back a little bit from the hyper edited, hyper researched, I guess you could call it, videos that I've been doing on stream for Naruto. As you guys will know, if you were here for the multiversal stuff, the universal stuff, even for some of the lightspeed stuff I've done in the past, it took a lot of work to gather the evidence for that and to prepare it. And I am trying to put some of my effort into making an edited video, which hopefully I'll be able to do in the next couple of months. I've already done some research for it. Specifically, what that video is going to be is a breakdown of Naruto's databooks. And what I found is that when people talk about the databooks online and when they use them in debates and in power scaling videos, the discourse around them tends to get pretty polarized pretty quickly, with people on one side sometimes saying like, well, the databooks are inherently reliable because they're written by Kishimoto, they're official publications, and so we can just take statements in them at face value and use them for power scaling until basically somebody proves that a given statement is unreasonable. So, for example, somebody might say, like, well, the third data book says that Itachi can cut down any enemy with his Totsuka blade and he can block any attack with his Yaramir, therefore he's invincible. Like, I've heard people say this literally, like, Itachi, if he's, like, taking shit seriously, he cannot be beaten by anyone because it says in the canon source that his Yaramir blocks any attack and his Totsuka blade cuts down any enemy. That means anyone. So even if like Jura and Kaguya and everybody, like, think of the strongest characters like Ascended Momoshiki, they were all teaming up on him, he could just cut them all down with his sword and block all their attacks. Now, obviously, like, I'm pretty sure that most people who've done any amount of power scaling in Naruto would be pretty skeptical of that and would be pretty readily able to identify that that's a little bit silly, right? But unfortunately, these are some of the arguments that do come up because I think that because the data books are regarded as an official publication, a canon publication, validated or even written directly by the author, then that gives us free reign to just take statements out of context and use them for our own power scaling purposes without elaboration or without, actually checking them against the manga, so to speak. I will acknowledge, though, that on the other hand, there are people who are like, well, the data books are pure dog do, and you should not ever use them under any circumstances. They're just pure fluff, and that's not the case either. I have been guilty of oversimplifying things, especially when, like, if I'm in a bad mood and I'm just, being snide in the comment section, which I've been trying not to do as much these days. I might say something like, data books are unreliable, so your argument is invalid, blah, 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 right? And that, honestly, just being, like, honest about my own approach in the past, that isn't super helpful either. Because I'm just discouraging people categorically from looking into this source of information, which is a nuanced source of information that has good and bad, that has stuff that you can use for power scaling directly, some things that you can't, some things that's just information that's fun, others that is more serious, etc., etc. A reality about the data books, which, by the way, if you're curious about the data books and you want to learn about them yourself, don't take my word for them, don't take anybody else's word for them, just read them yourself. At the end of the day, all you're ever going to get from a content creator like myself is our perspective based on our bias and our agenda and stuff like that. I will do my best to be accurate and honest. I don't want to mislead anybody, so I'm going to try to be clear about what I'm saying. But I do have my own biases. I have my own perspective, and really the best thing you can do for yourself is just to read the data books. If you don't know where to get them, they are all available, 1, 2, 3, and 4, from narutoversity.wordpress.com. Just go to this website, go to Databooks and Fanbooks, and you can find all the scans here. Used to be the case that the third data book could only be purchased, and in case this goes down, in other words, there weren't like free scans available. But for one, if you ask around on Discord communities, I'm sure somebody could hook you up. If you hit me up on Discord, I can help you find a copy. But you can get a copy of the official publication, the official English translation and everything, from Crunchyroll for like $10. And I would recommend it. Like, anybody who's a Naruto fan, regardless of whether you do power scaling or not, regardless of if you have any vested interest in the online community and the drama and all that shit, pick up the data books and read them if you like Naruto, because I guarantee you're going to have fun with them. I guarantee that you are going to learn something. I've read them. I'm almost through my third read of them at this point, and I've learned something new every single time. There's probably more stuff that I've missed. So get your information directly from the source. But what I want to establish in this video that I'm working on is I want to provide like a one-stop shop that actually, that's a weird way to put it, but I want to provide like a resource that people can look at if for whatever reason you don't have time to read all the data books, if you just want to see data about them without scouring them yourselves. The purpose of that video will be to be a breakdown of like, with math, how many statements in the data books are accurate versus inaccurate, how many of them use colorful, flowery, hyperbolic, abstract language, how many use concrete language, to try and represent my hypothesis, which is that the data books are nuanced. They are not to be inherently discarded or inherently accepted. They are to be used as a tool. And to use an analogy we used previously, you want to use a hammer to nail in nails. You don't want to use it to try and wash your windows, right? You want to try to use the right tool for the right job. And that's what I'm going to be advocating in that video. Just so happens to be the case that friend of the channel, Sage's Thick Calves over here, made a video a little while ago discussing Naruto's data books. And I wanted to do a reaction to this today because, for one, it dovetails nicely in with the stuff that I'm working on anyway for the video that I'm going to hopefully be releasing in a month or two. And then more so than that, or in addition to that, we've also been talking for the past little while, when talking about the universal stuff especially, about how information can get misrepresented and how content creators can sometimes, unintentionally, I would hope, act in ways that discourage other people from pursuing information on their own and getting a genuine, nuanced understanding of things by essentially cherry picking, curating, etc., however you want to phrase it, their data. So this stream tonight is not going to be the ultimate debunking of the data books or anything like that. That's not my intention. It's not even going to be the authoritative list of all the data book statements that are true or false. That is coming. It's not ready yet. But what it is going to be is a discussion of how people discuss the data books. A little meta, I suppose. We're going to be using Sage's video as an example, more so of how not to talk about them than a critique of the data books themselves. So, that being said, let me catch up on chat real quick. I'm going to have a little bite of my snack here, and then we can get started. Of course, this is the main topic tonight, but if y'all want to jump around a little bit, you have any other questions, it's an open discussion, as always, so feel free to let me, I see what you're getting at there, sorry. Feel free to let me know if there's anything else on your mind you want to talk about, let me know. Also, if you've been enjoying the Fallout TV show, if you're checking that out and you haven't played the games, I played, like, I think over the past 2 weeks, I played 5 or 10 hours of Fallout New Vegas using the Viva New Vegas patch collection, whatever you call it. Super, super fun. I'm super absorbed in it. I'm absolutely loving it. And then I played like 2 hours of Fallout 4 and I was like, get me the fuck back to New Vegas. So yeah, I just, it's nice to play an RPG-ass RPG, if that makes sense. I'm glad to be kind of back into that world. But yeah, let me catch up on chat, sorry. Dr. Strangle, sorry I first said, I've used the photo mode for a lot of my blue sky stuff. Oh, awesome, okay, cool. Yeah, I started using the photo mode as soon as it came out for making my thumbnails, and it's been a huge help. It's super fun to mess with too. Um, but I've been keeping them relatively conservative. Like I haven't done a lot of the filters or whatever they're called. Excuse me. Um, Dr. Strangle, I think I did read your blog post. I think I enjoyed it as well, but I'm going to write a note to myself to um, check it out. One second. I'm going to write this down. Epilogue Databooks. Because I think I wound up getting cursed. I don't know how to phrase it, but like I've tried to leave comments and hearts on your post, and then they don't show up, and then you're like, "Hey, did you ever read this?" And then I'm like, "Yeah, I did. I even left you a comment," and then you go and it's not there. So I don't know if I have to like make an account or something if it doesn't accept it, but I'll click on the little heart icon, and it'll show, it'll like fill up, and turn dark, and then I guess it like won't show up later. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. But yeah, I will make sure to go give that another read as well. You and I have kind of seen eye to eye about the data books in the past, right? I think you were actually there when I wound up having a discussion with Sage in his server last year. God, it's been a long time. And you kind of helped like clarify the presuppositions that were being made, I think is one way to put it. So I do appreciate your perspective on that issue for sure. How about No says, fun fact with the Totsuka blade and Yaramir, in the original Japanese, the actual wording is it can cut/block any kind of enemy/attack, followed by listing physical bodies, spiritual bodies, ninjutsu, etc. In other words, it's just saying it can like cut ghosts and block all ninjutsu elements. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? Because the Totsuka blade is a spiritual weapon, and if I remember correctly, the Yaramir changes its properties based on like the incoming attacks to nullify them. So that actually makes a lot more sense. We're not, as far as I know, we're never given like a concrete definition in the series of what a spiritual weapon is. We kind of have to infer the definition based on other information about how the term spiritual is used. But it makes sense that if it's like an ethereal weapon, like I wonder if the soul stealing dragon jutsu, whatever it's called, that comes out of the Geto Mazo's mouth that Nagato can use, if that were to get hit by the Totsuka blade, if they would clash, because the Totsuka blade can interact with spiritual things or ethereal things. Or like if Don Kato uses his fucking ghost jutsu, normally he can pass through solid objects, right? But if he rams into the Totsuka blade, does he just get sealed? That would actually provide some useful context for that. So I appreciate that. And look, at the end of the day, that's kind of what I'm advocating for, right? Is that if you are a fan of Naruto and you happen to believe that Itachi can kick the dicks right off of every other fighter in the series, that's up to you. Like, you're allowed to believe that. You're allowed to like worship your glorious king if you like. It's not up to me to tell you that you can't. I personally disagree that that's an accurate assessment, but ultimately we're all interpreting art. We're celebrating art. That's what the manga is. It's art, right? So you're allowed to do that. Like, everybody's allowed to have their own headcanon. What I despair over, what I'm like, how can I say, disappointed by, and I think that we do ourselves a disservice by, is that when we force a power scaling perspective onto things that weren't necessarily designed for power scaling, and specifically when we take a non-nuanced, like very narrow view of certain things, when we take this approach of like, as long as I can find a nugget of information that supports my case, that lets me clear my point, that satisfies my burden of proof enough to move on in the argument, I think that winds up cheating us the opportunity of really understanding the story in a nuanced and accurate way. So I actually am much less irritated with a random Naruto fan who I might happen to bump into, who says, hey, you know what, Itachi dicks of anybody. I should probably stop saying that. Itachi is cooler and better and more awesomer than anybody else, and he wins. I'll be like, okay, that's fine. That's cute. I don't agree, but whatever, dude. I'm glad you love this character. But that annoys me less than a official power scaler and Naruto educator who takes commission videos saying, no, you don't understand. Because the databooks are official and canon, and because they're expository writing, we can conclude that Kaguya literally pushes the entire physical Naruto universe out of the way, so she's universal, and anybody that scales to her is universal, and that's objectively true. And also, by the way, Kirin is light speed. because I don't see why it can't be. I mean, you would have to prove that it's not. I mean, it says so in the data book. Okay. Then we're starting to get a little off course and maybe excluding some information that could add more context and more detail that could help us understand things better. As an aside, there, the whole Kyrian being light speed thing is like so goofy. Um, we could talk about that more later, but it's so like I mean, we're here. We might as well like take a quick look at it. But like we've talked about this on stream before when we did the light speed discussion. It's like so thoroughly, obviously, in such great painstaking detail, explain that it's natural lightning. And yeah, fucking Sasuke like modifies the shape of it a little bit and he guides it down, but everything else, all the context, all the like explanations about using atmospheric pressure and stuff like that, even like this tamed lightning statement, it all points to it being a lightning strike, a lightning bolt. But then people are like, well, it says in the third data book, excuse me, that it says fast as light, and we've already presupposed that the data books are authoritative in canon. Shit, I guess it must be true. So now we have to work at like, how do we go back and look at the manga and how the manga conform to what the data book says? I guess Sasuke must have increased the speed of the lightning by like a factor of 1,000, even though he has like no chakra left. And then you'll point out that inconsistency, and they'll be like, well, there's no proof that he can't do that. It's like we're doing all this fucking gymnastics and all this extra work to take the manga and make it fit the data book because we already decided that the data books are the authority, instead of being like, well, let's look at the context of the data books and see if maybe there's a little wiggle room there. Like maybe there's a little nuance. Maybe this particular statement is not one that we have to die on the hill for, right? And if we look at the manga, which is always going to be our primary source, everything here points to it being lightning. And we don't have to do any work or any additional homework to get it any faster, because that's just what it is, right? So that's just an example. That's something that sticks in my craw a little bit, but it's not really the main point of the stream tonight. Dr. Strango says I got a link to a Google Drive with all the raw PDFs. Oh, that's awesome. That'd be super helpful for sure. Oh, I see. And then I saw sorry being like a link to the Google. That's great. Dr. Strangle says I put your translation of the Yadamir scan in your scan channel. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, let's take a look right now. Scans. Spirit weapon with that's the raw. Okay, so Dr. Strang's translation is substances holding spirit vessel shield. Processes all nature transformations. When receiving an attack's nature type, it changes its own nature type to perform the technique nullification. Yes, that makes perfect sense, and that actually gives it a lot more context into how it works, which I really like. So yeah, I think that's great. I appreciate you sending that along. Yeah, how about no says specifically the wording is, I can't read that. Oh, ikanaru. Yeah, I should have just read that and pretended that I could actually read the, is it the kana or the kanji? What's the right term? What sort / kind, arayuru, barrier jutsu does block Dan's ghost form, so it's not that out there the Susanoo can't cut it. Oh, cool. Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate that context as well. Hey, would you prefer that I call you Jeff Man, or would you still prefer Mr. Narrative? I want to make sure that I get your name right, based on your current name that's showing up. But hello, either way. Thank you so much for stopping by. I am doing pretty good. I've been sick for a little while, but my fuck, and it's like a psychosomatic thing. Anytime I mention it, I start coughing. But I'm doing better. This weekend has given me some useful rest, helped me get back on my feet. It's good. So yeah, I'm doing better. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? What's new in your life? How about no says, mind you, not even that big a difference regardless. Cloud is 3 kilometers up, both measured, and the usual for lightning storms. And Zetsu says 1/1000th of a second, so that's 1% light speed. Like, you can just bite the bullet and say, hey, Amaterasu is also called undodgeable in the same sentence, and the Raikage dodges it, so that doesn't cap his speed. Like, it's such a weird hill to die on. Yeah, that's a good point, too. I mean, like, that's the thing with, what's his name? With Zetsu saying 1/1000th of a second, right? He says, like, it's 1/1000th of a second. That's faster than sound. It cannot be evaded. And, like, yeah, in and of itself, right? 1/1000th of a second isn't So what he says is actually like not technically true. The speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second. That's not speed. That is time. Like speed is distance over time. For him to be giving us speed, we would need to know the distance, and so like we have to calc it or estimate it or something like that. And kind of like you're saying, one way to do it is to measure the height. So like if this is Sasuke's like body, and we can say like however, what is it, like 1.5 meters tall, whatever it is, then we can try to get the height of like the base of the cloud. We can also combine it with imagery that we see over here, like okay, here's the top of the cloud. We can compare the size of these characters to the size of these whatever these like dome spiral thingies are, and get an estimate of it. Or we can just take like a real world estimate and say like how high are what is it, cumulonimbus clouds. The thing is, like, I actually tried to do this as an exercise once before, and I think technically speaking, yeah, cumulonimbus, some of the highest thunder clouds, like the tops of them can extend to like 2 miles up, if I remember correctly. That might not be right, but I think that's about right. But even if you take like 2 miles and you assume that like it travels 2 miles in 1/1000th of a second, that's still not as fast as the speed of light. Now I have to go check the math on that because I don't remember if I said the right figures, but I remember doing that. I remember looking it up and being like, hey, like what is the most extreme real world version that we could take of this? And it was like 2 miles in that amount of time. It's still not the speed of light. So even if fucking Zetsu is like, even if like we throw this away entirely, or even if we use the most extreme version of a calc based on this, it still doesn't get us anywhere near the actual speed of light, right? But if we walk into the conversation assuming that the fourth data book, or third, I'm sorry, is authoritative, then we have to find a way to reconcile it. We have to be like, well, it's true. Like we've already agreed that it's true, so I guess that means that Sasuke must have been doing something to speed it up so that it was the speed of light. Because why would the databooks be false? It's an expository text. Why would Kishimoto deceive us? Why would he lie to us? And it's like, because fucking it's fun. Not fun to lie to people, but the databook is written in a fun way. It's not necessarily written in a way that's going to be literal all the time. And I don't think that's super controversial either if you just read the databooks. Like I genuinely, I'll leave it up to you guys to tell me what you think. It's up to you, but I don't think I'm being unfair. My approach to understanding this was I used to use the data books verbatim right when I was getting started and this community started making content. If you go back to my first video on Kakuzu versus Pain, the parrot webcam parrot debate, I just assumed that anytime they brought up a databook statement, it was true. Because, again, like, why wouldn't it be? It's the official data book. And all it took for me to start questioning that was to read it. I guarantee you, if you spend 1-2 hours reading any of them, you'll see what I mean. Like, it's not... I don't think it's that controversial, but whatever. Starting to ramble already. Gotta keep my cool. Mr. Narrative says, you can call me either Jeff or Narrative, doesn't matter. Okay, cool. I like Mr. Narrative. Not that I don't like Jeff, but Mr. Narrative's kind of a cool name, so I might just use that by default. Yeah, well, seems like you're doing okay, hopefully. Everything's going okay over here for the most part. Just my usual rambles and hyperfixation on certain things. Dr. Strangle says, check scans chat again. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Nice. Lightning strike is in 1/1000th of a second quicker than even sound. Oh, cool. Yeah, let me, see, can I actually just, like, bring this over from Discord? Is this your calc, or just out of curiosity? Can I do that? Please? Bring it. There we go. Okay. One of the most important speed feats is dodging or reacting to lightning. The following is supposed to provide some short explanations on how fast a character should be ranked through these feats. The speed of lightning can vary mostly in the range of... Oh yeah, that's a good point too, right? Like there's the downstroke of lightning versus the upstroke of lightning are also different speeds. So this is getting... I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on this topic in particular because I know I've subjected you guys to it in the past. But like, technically speaking, when we see a lightning flash, I'm not even 100% sure that I understand this because it's kind of counterintuitive. But what actually happens is that there are all these like little forking channels of electric current called stepped leaders that that descend down from the cloud to the ground. We can't see those initially, and then there are leaders also that extend up from the ground towards the cloud, and then at some point those two things will connect, like two of those forking, almost like dendrites and axons or whatever, like they will well, actually that's a bad example because that's a bad example for other reasons. But anyway, these forking things connect and eventually they will touch. And once they touch, it forms a like a circuit. Essentially, it forms a channel that the electric charge can travel through. And so from the cloud, the first thing that happens is that there's a discharge of electricity from the cloud down to the ground. And we don't actually see that. That's not visible to us. The second thing that happens is that there is a reverse stroke that goes back down from the ground up to the cloud. So in media, like lightning is depicted pretty consistently, especially in like fantasy stuff, as there being a bolt that gets cast down from the cloud. You know, like Zeus throwing a thunderbolt, lightning bolt from the cloud down to the ground. That's not really how it happens in the real world. It's like this channel forms, and then there's this initial like burst of electricity, but then the big flash that we see is actually going the opposite way that we think it is, and that's the big one that generates the light and the sound that we hear. I say all that. Don't take my word. Don't take me at face value for that, because I've looked this up like 10 times and every time I feel like I get something wrong. I'm pretty self-conscious about it because lightning is like super counterintuitive, at least to me, because the way it's depicted in media a lot of times is contrary to how it actually works. And there's other stuff I'm not talking about, like how the positive and negative charges separate in the cloud and how Graupel gets formed and how that contributes to it. And like there's different kinds of lightning, like cloud to cloud lightning, cloud to ground lightning. But I'm bringing all this up because the downstroke, that initial stroke, is usually, I think, a third slower than the return stroke. So even in this case, like, what are we talking about exactly, right? Is this because it's visible, because it's like it has shape and it seems like it's actively discharging, it would seem like this would obey the speed of the return stroke. Is that fair to assume? But I mean, like, I don't know, if you wanted to downplay it, you could go with downstroke. I don't fucking know, because it's weird. It's going down, right? So should we use downstroke? I don't fucking know. It's weird. It's a fantasy. So, how about No says, I think Zetsu's dialogue makes more sense if you assume Kishi doesn't like to give exact numbers. Don't think that there's any in his writing, so he's kind of stuck with the sound comparison sense. Yeah, I mean, like, oh, yeah, this is fast lightning, his lightning speed would just sound goofy. Yeah, that makes sense, right? And, like, I guess it's kind of like in Superman, it comes to mind, somebody saying, Superman is faster than a speeding bullet. Well, I'm sorry, what caliber of bullet? What was the length of the barrel that it was fired through? Was it was it like a 22? Was it a 45? Like, was it over pressurized? Like, you know, like, if you want to actually power scale what it means to be faster than a speeding bullet, you're not necessarily going to get anywhere, because the definition of bullet is pretty fucking broad, and the speed of bullets is going to be affected by a lot of different things, including like the material, like how much powder's in the casing, the quality of the casing, the aerodynamics of the bullet itself, the material, etc. We can go on and on, right? So I don't know. I'm sure somebody has like had a raging debate about this that's gone on for decades or whatever, if you actually want to try and calc Superman's speed based off of that. But, you know, if you're like a normal, well-adjusted person, you'll just read that and be like, oh, motherfucker's pretty fast, huh? Maybe you can just assume that like a general depiction of a bullet is like most ammunition probably that you're going to fire with like a handheld weaponry is probably going to be sonic, right? Like usually when ammunition is subsonic, that's called out as being like an exception. So you can assume he can fly at the speed of sound. I'm getting way the fuck off topic, but like the point is like that's sometimes you don't have to be like super serious about it. And I think that's kind of what you're saying about this lightning thing, right? It's like you don't have to be hyper literal about 1/1000th of a second and like try to fit that into the into a precise equation. It could just be him. Like, what the fuck does Zetsu know about lightning? Is he a meteorologist? Like, whatever. Anyway, so to go back to this scan, this calc rather, speed of lightning can vary mostly in the range of 1.0 to the negative 14, minus 14 times 10 to the fifth power meters per second. For the purpose of calculating speed feeds, we use the average lightning speed, Mach 1282 point, etc., suggested by this study. Similar studies have found. I like that they're actually linking to some studies. Look at that. Look at that. This is going to become very important later. Look at how there are 3 whole links, 3 whole references, and another one over here. Just keep that in mind. It's good practice for no particular reason. Similar studies have found average speeds within the same order of magnitude, albeit lower. The clouds that usually cause thunderstorms build around 200 meters to 4,000 meters above the ground. In this wiki, 2,000 meters. Yeah, that's fair. I don't even know where I got that other number from. I feel like, how high can cumulonimbus clouds be? It was something like this, right? Yeah, okay. So tops often, it was literally this. It was literally just like some quick Google search, right? The tops can be 12 to 15 kilometers. And even if we assume that the lightning traveled from the top of the cloud and the top of the cloud was 15 kilometers above, it's still not the speed of light, is what I found at the time. I think I might have even tried to go up to 20, which is like 18 or 20, which is where I got that number from. But I mean, fact check me. You know, if you're curious about this, always feel free to do your research on your own. Like, don't take anybody's word for it. Just like, I guarantee you'll learn something, you'll have fun. You know, it's better to check things yourself. Dr. Strangle says, if the meaning of a sentence is this thing is fast, then fast as a notably fast thing, then hyperbole isn't a lie. It's true. It's just like they're using whatever language they have accessible to them. Like when people say Amaterasu burns as hot as the sun, which one of them actually like flew over to the sun with a fucking thermometer and like stuck it in and was like, oh, okay, I have an exact Kelvin rating for how fucking, you know, like, maybe it's just figurative language. Maybe we can leave a little bit of room for that. That being said, there are scientists in the Naruto universe. I mean, like Shio, if you don't know Shio, she's the lady with the glasses who helps decode the fucking like Pain's Jiraiya's message about pain and stuff like that. She has her lab. She has you know, a microscope, and she's an A also. You know, she's doing scientific analysis on Pain's chakra rods. So it's not like Naruto characters don't have access to some kinds of scientific investigation tools. I mean, scientific ninja tools, it's a huge fucking thing in Boruto, right? So they might know, they might have figured it out, but I don't know if fucking Zetsu necessarily has. It's just worth thinking about. Let's say, oh yeah, happy early birthday, Mr. Narrative. I hope that you'll do something to celebrate. Do you have anything fun planned? Take some time to celebrate yourself, man. If the meaning of a sentence... Also glad that you're alive. I don't want to skim over that. It's good to know that you're alive. Dr. Strangle says, the Ra's don't say speed of lightning. It is actually referring to lightning strike itself, and the time is referring to the time it takes for it to arrive. 200 meters to 4,000 meters over 1/1000th of a second, 343 meters per second, Mach 11,000 is 1% the speed of light. I'm oversimplifying it. And is exactly VSBW lightning speed of 440 meters in altitude. Cool. Yeah, thank you very much for that calculation. I appreciate that. I'm very self-conscious about actually doing math because my brain, like on stream especially, because my brain tends to freeze up. I remember I pulled out a calculator one time on stream and like I had to do literally like 19 minus 6, and I didn't want to do it because I was like terrified, like if I fuck this up, I'm never going to live this down. So I appreciate you being willing to do that. I don't know why. I used to be pretty good at math. I used to do like, I think I mentioned this on the previous stream. Like I took calculus classes in high school earlier than some other people did, not to be a douchebag about it or anything. It just happened to be the case. Had a lot of fun with it, but for some reason I hit this like anxiety brain wall thing where if I have to perform with math, I just like can't. I like math ED basically. It's really weird. But yeah, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Mr. Narrative says, no, sir, you don't know if anyone's going to remember besides your mom. That sucks, dude. Yeah, I've, like, to be honest, like, a lot of my friend circle has scattered to the winds over the years, and, like, my partner will remember, and that's pretty much it. I think, like, my best friend will remember as well, but, like, it's definitely changed over the year, which is why I think it's important to celebrate yourself. No pressure or anything, but if you can think of something that you haven't done in a while, that you would like to kind of treat yourself with food or an activity or something, doesn't have to be a big deal, but I think it's worth taking a moment to celebrate yourself, especially if other people aren't going to do it for you, right? You gotta carve out some time for yourself for some self care. Okay, so I think that's basically the preamble done. Um, Good that we're talking about Kieran because it's going to come up in a little bit. I probably should just actually try to say Kirin, but I can never quite get it right. So, talking about Karen no Jutsu. Fucking Sasuke demanding to see Itachi's manager. 1 second. Mm-hmm. 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 So many ads, goddamn. Okay, so I think we're just gonna pull up this video. As always, I'm going to be interrupting and jumping around a lot in this video. Go to Sage's video on your own. Please watch it on your own and come to your own conclusions. And if you like his work, consider throwing him a subscribe and an upvote and whatever. I'm not currently subscribed. I used to be a paid subscriber. For reasons I've discussed before, I don't subscribe any longer, but I won't tell anybody else not to. Come to your own conclusions and, be respectful of the work that other people put in. I have very strong disagreements with a lot of the content here. I am pretty disappointed, I'm not going to lie, especially as somebody who, like I said, was like a paid customer. My customer review here is pretty negative. But at the end of the day, I want you to get the shit from the horse's mouth. So we can't, after that geography video, we can't go a single stream without talking about horses, by the way. That's a contractual obligation now. But anyway, get it from the fucking ninja horse's mouth. Come to your own conclusions. But I do want to go through this and talk about how we talk about the data books. And I might need to ask for your help with a couple of things if you are interested in contributing, so let me know. Open discussion, happy to hear your guys' thoughts as we go. Saria says, also, I'm sorry you're so quiet. I'm playing Palia and I'm locked in because I'm doing so well. Oh, that's great. Yeah, no problem at all. Please, as always, feel free to chime in when you want to. No obligation at all. Torches Triangle with the 4-horse caravan. One thing I will ask you while you're here is no pressure. Like, I don't expect you to do my homework for me, but something that Sage brings up at one point in this video is the Marvel character encyclopedia over here at 814, 815. Unfortunately, he doesn't link to what this book is over here. I haven't had a chance to track it down. I would love to, because I'd like to read it myself and have the context for it, but I haven't been able to find it. Looks like there might actually be two, because one is in color and one isn't. So if you happen to know where I can find a copy of this, even on stream, if there's like a PDF, I don't mind buying it. Like I'll just flip through it a little bit. If not, I can try to find it on my own afterwards. I'm just kind of curious if you recognize this, because you know a lot about Marvel stuff, right? Or about superheroes. I assume that applies to Marvel and DC, but oh, that's DC. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, it shows you how much I know about fucking superhero stuff. I thought he said Marvel, but I guess I was confused. Yeah, no, you're right. It was DC. So yeah, even even better. Like, you were able to identify that right away. So if you happen to know what this is from, great. If not, no worries. Yeah, I hope Palio's going well. Sounds like you're having fun with it. That's good. Dr. Strangle says Sasuke was trying to send Itachi to see the big manager in the sky, literally and figuratively. Mr. Narrative says, yeah, my parents and best friend will probably remember. Also, your siblings, you have to work on that day. So yeah, that kind of sucks. But yeah, I know, like, sometimes it can be rough, right? When it's like, damn, people did not even remember, huh? Man, I'm glad you at least have some family that you can spend the time with. That I kind of assumed that my family would kind of always be around, and without getting too dire about it, why not being the case? Oh, hold on to the people you got, Which your narrative says, I guess I'll be glad that you made it in another year. Yeah, fuck yeah. A lot of people who didn't make it to my age, so I'm grateful for that. Absolutely, that's a great way to look at it, man. there's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of turmoil in the world today. So if you can find moments of peace and if you can celebrate that positivity, that's really, really good to hear. How about No says, fun fact of the day, I guess. First estimate of sun temperature that was accurate was Stefan Boltzmann in a self-named law in 1879. Given Naruto world has pump actions and TVs and such, not that out there. That makes sense, yeah. I think they have their own kind of like weird hybrid magic technology. We talked about this on stream a while ago. There's that scene where like the Kage are communicating to each other across different nations. I think it's right after the Five Kage summit where they're like preparing for war or whatever. And they're talking to the daimyo and they're getting like approval to go to war, I think. And or maybe they're like swearing in the next Hokage, I forget what it is. But there are these like television sets that are connected to these tubes that go into these like vats of like roiling liquid or something. It's really cool that they kind of fuse together. It's kind of implied, I think, that there's a mix between technology, ninjutsu, and all that, which is really cool to see. But yeah, like clearly, especially by the time we get to Boruto, like they, if you consider the story of Naruto Connections, the video game, Boruto X Naruto Connections to be canon, I mean, like, Boruto is literally playing a fucking VR video game in that, you know, and I think he has basically like a Nintendo Switch that he carries around in Boruto, right? Like playing little video games on it. So, I mean, they do have access to modern technology. You would assume that they have, if they can develop like microprocessors, that they can probably tell how hot the sun is. I don't know if that really applies to Part 1 Naruto or like pre-Boruto era, but I mean, it's not that crazy to think that they had some kind of an estimate, right? It's the ultimate, it's the ultimate character guide. Okay, cool. So DC Ultimate Character Guide. I'm going to look that up right now. DC Ultimate Character Guide. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's one, like these used ones are like $10. Okay, cool. See if I can get a PDF of it. If not, I'll get it on, yeah, on Amazon for like $10. Okay. Yeah, this looks legit. I don't think I can find a PDF in the next like 2 minutes, but oh, maybe. Oh, unscribed. Ugh, this looks sketchy. Yeah, I don't trust this site. I'll just pick up a copy of this and then we can talk about it on Discord later, because I want to go through it and see. Oh, yeah. So this is the one, right? I think that one. This looks correct. Basically, I just wanted to go through and like read some of the entries to see how they match up to the Naruto ones. My man archaeologist Adam Strange is suddenly transported to the planet ran by Zeta Beam technology. Here he falls in love with Alana, daughter of top scientist Sardath, and becomes a superhero using Rand's amazing technology. The Zeta Beams move Strange between Earth and Ran against his will, meaning that his time with Alana is always limited. Yeah, so this is good context to have, actually. Hawkman discovers. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. I will keep this in my pocket because it will be useful when it comes to talking about the nature of the Naruto databooks versus the DC databooks. Cool. Alright, yeah. Yeah, cool. I'll be sure to read through this. I think I'll just pick up a hard copy of it as well after the stream. So yeah, thanks for helping me locate that. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, you kind of beat me to the punch there. How about no? By Boruto, they just have wind turbines, personal computers, email robots, advanced genetics. Yeah, basically sci-fi. Yeah, and they're fighting aliens too. So, Saria says it would make sense if he has a Nintendo Switch, considering there's a Pikachu named Boruto. Oh, I didn't even know that. That's cool. He does play the portable gaming console in the anime and manga. They even have local multiplayer Wi-Fi. Okay, well there you go. Yeah, but by that time they should have figured out how fucking hot the sun is. You would think, right? Well, that makes sense. Okay, so we'll get back to this later. Close this for now. I just want to make sure that I have. Okay, yeah, that's up there. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's get started. I'm just gonna start playing the video. Like I said before, please check out Sage's video and come to your own conclusions based on your own observations. Obviously, I have my analysis, and I hope that you will give me the benefit of the doubt. I hope you wind up agreeing with me, but I would much rather that you not hear it filtered and not get a chance to hear it directly, if that makes sense. Anyway, yeah, let's just pick it up from the beginning. Let me know if I'm gonna check the volume levels real quick. I think I probably have to bring this down a little.
Databooks. Some have adamantly defended them, while others...
Sorry, let me just start over.
Over the years, there's been a lot of discussion surrounding the canonicity, legitimacy, and reliability of Naruto's databooks. Some have adamantly defended them, while
I want to just pause because oh, shit, 1 second. Where'd it go?
Others have relentlessly...
Sorry, I gotta pop up. Fucking news app. 1 second. Okay, there we go. So I want to just pause for a second.
Reliability of Naruto's databooks. Some have...
I think it's important to try to read things that kind of come up on screen. Oh, how about No says Marvel also has a bunch of these databooks and such, fairly similar conceptually as well, although if I'm critiquing the video, something like the other shonen databooks would be a better comparison. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about why we jumped from Naruto to Marvel. I think I know why, but we'll talk about that soon. I want to read a couple more entries too, so maybe we go for another hour and maybe we'll take a little break and read a couple entries and then we'll kind of go from there. But that's a good point, yeah. So something, I'll just be straight, something that really annoys me, and I know I have done this too and I need to be better about it, so let me own my half of this, but it really annoys me when we aren't given sources for things that are shown in videos, especially when you're using other people's work. Now, I know that some people who do translations for folks like Sage and TG Thunder God don't always ask or even don't even want to be credited for the work that they do. They offer their work freely and don't ask for recompense or for citation or whatever, and that's awesome of them. But when you're linking to like somebody else's post or somebody else's translation or definition, it's really, or even something like the Marvel data book, just showing the name of the thing. Like, you don't have to do an MLA style or whatever it's called, like citation, but show where you got the shit from, just to make sure that that people who want to verify the facts and educate themselves can locate them readily, and B, that if somebody else would like to be credited, give them credit for the work, especially if you have, not just, but especially if you have a monetized channel, you're using other people's work to make your points, it's only fair to list the references. This is pretty easy to find. It looks like a Reddit post. I can just Google this specific phrase, and it's not like he's using this as a huge cornerstone of his argument or anything like that, but still, it's the principle of the thing, it really irritates me. How about No says, or the movie pamphlets they have with like every movie that releases there, the last and Boruto movies. Oh yeah, that makes no sense. I think I have a couple of those in Japanese that I picked up that were like given out at trade shows or whatever, because they came up in like one of Noodles' videos, if I remember correctly, so I have one lying around somewhere. And that makes sense. I think what I'm going to wind up advocating is that we just like pay close attention to the language that's being used, regardless of the source, if that makes sense. Dr. Strangle says, or sorry, to kind of clarify there, Sage is going to talk a lot about the canonicity, like whether or not these data books are canon, and I'm actually not really going to dispute whether or not they're canon. I basically accept that. I accept that they are written by Kishimoto, they're official publications, etc. My contention is with the specific language that's being used and how that's being interpreted. Hey, Walkie Talkie, how's it going, guys? Hope you've been doing well. Yeah, appreciated the shout out on that video. It was a lot of fun getting a chance to talk to you guys. It was a great conversation. Thanks for the upload there and the mention. I appreciate it. Yep, you have stumbled into yet another one of my special interests. So hopefully this will be a productive discussion. Let me know what you think. Dr. Strangle says, what do you think about my argument that the makers of the Naruto databooks have demonstrable track record of making an average of 3 mistakes per page? That makes sense. So I guess because we're on stream, we can do a little behind the scenes here. So I'll just give you a preview of what my notes look like. Like, obviously these are super messy, right? And not for syndication or whatever the term is, but these are the notes that I've been taking so far on the data books. I guess you can feel to Feel free to pause if you want to read them yourself. Some of the information is interesting and fun, right? Like, here's an entry in one of the data books about Agara's profile. It says that his least favorite food is marron glacé. Sorry, if that's a personal attack. But then there's other statements like the unparalleled power of the sand. That power is unleashed and fells enemies. Not necessarily a problem, right? But it does start to lean towards this category statement of the power fells enemies. And I could see somebody like trying to use that for power scaling and being like, it does categorically fell enemies. So if he's fighting an enemy, that enemy will be felled, right? Like it opens up these potential crappy power scaling arguments unless you consider them in context, right? So not everything that I have should be kamatari. I think this might be kama itachi. I shouldn't edit this live, but kama itachi. Anyway, yeah, so like some of the statements will be straightforward, some of them will be literal, some of them will be a little loosey-goosey, but it's not the end of the world. But then like kamatari or kamitachi, whatever it is, seeing him mow down everything in an instant with a huge side taller than himself and countless other sides is the best part. Okay, so I'm a power scaler. This is an official canon statement from an official publication written by Kishimoto. So Kamatari or Kamitachi, whoever it is, can mow down everything in an instant. An instant is the most infinitesimally small fraction of time, and we can look up that definition and prove it. So basically this person is like massively faster than light, and also countless means so many that you can't count, therefore he can use like so many sides in an instant is basically like, you know, overwhelms you with galaxies full of sides. That sounds stupid, right? That sounds goofy, right? You can clearly see the problem with that. I've literally heard people do this in arguments. I've literally heard people take shit from the data books like this and say, because this is what it says in this official canon source, therefore this is right. And honestly, the shit about like Kaguya pushing the whole like universe out of the way, therefore she can physically scale to having universal physical push strength or whatever the fuck that means, you know, with her Ameno Minaka. Like, it's not that far off in my opinion. But to your point about the number of statements, I mean, like, again, I'm just scrolling through. I have to edit these. Some of these are a little too much. Some of these are too nitpicky, so I might wind up cutting these down. But this is just data book 1, 2, and 4, okay? I get 73 motherfucking pages of shit from data books 1, 2, and 4. I haven't even done 3 yet. These are all of the potential issues that I found. Now, some of this is not issues. These are actually entries in the mini character profiles that have no issues. There's plenty of stuff that has no issues. But then all of this stuff, you know, like there's things that we got to talk about. It's not all wrong. It's not all cap. But there is some stuff that needs to be addressed. Even something like this, right? Hashirama's will melted Madara's cold heart. That is a description of what happens that is pretty accurate, right? It's fair. But we wouldn't look at this and be like, oh, okay, so Madara's heart in his chest was literally cold, like it was his heart literally physically is like colder than a regular human heart, and then Hashirama used his brain to heat up his heart because it was frozen, because it literally says it must have been frozen if it melted. Like, obviously not, right? It's obviously descriptive poetic language, and that's the point. That's why I'm making this, right? Kisame only trusted sharks. That's a statement from the data book. Really, he didn't trust anybody else. He never trusted anyone ever, only a shark. Maybe it's true, maybe, but like, let's have a fucking conversation about it, right? Anyway, out of the, I think, 2,000-ish statements, that was also funny, throughout the entirety of the data books, I have managed to compile from 1, 2, and 4, 73 pages worth of things to at least talk about. Not all objectively wrong things. Some of them is just like description. Some of them is contentious. But I have at least 73 pages of things to talk about. So yeah, I think your figure is probably relatively accurate. And I look forward to compiling this shit and seeing what the actual numbers are. Saria says, I only read the Marvel encyclopedias because of cosmology, but after they cancel the Gods comic, we aren't going to get information on the new cosmology, and that's super annoying. Yeah, I feel your thunder there. I feel your rage. I love getting to see how the universe is made and stuff, and the higher beings, especially the newer stuff. But so many Marvel writers live in the past, and it's so lame. They don't want to move on, and it's why Spider-Man fucking sucks because they pander to Raimi fans who think Spidey needs to be fucking miserable. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's totally fine to do a version of the story that incorporates some gritty elements. You know, I don't mind like the darker like Nolan verse style of movie, but also it doesn't have to just be that one way. You know, like um, in the same way that like I don't know where it's from, but I'm picturing in my head an image of Batman who looks like a vampire all roided out, and he's like biting somebody's neck or something, and like blood is coming out of his mouth. It's like vampire Batman. But then you also have like Spider-Man driving his silly fucking car all over the wall of the Daily Bugle. Like the universe is broad enough to incorporate all kinds of tones, and if they're just shoehorning things into one particular type of imagery or whatever, that kind of sucks. Grice's razor would simplify a lot of these discussions. How big of a nerd am I that uh the only Grice I can think of, I think, is like a Attack on Titan character. Would you be able to please define Grice's razor? I'm curious about that. Um, I would put money on Kishimoto, says Dr. Strangle. Besides the actual panels of the manga, not writing a single word in the data books. I mean, like that. It could be the case. I'm personally like I don't feel motivated to fight about that. Not that you were picking a fight or anything, but like I'm not really going, like if I get into a debate about this with anybody, I'm not really going to waste or like spend my time, not that it would be a waste necessarily. I'm not going to spend my time trying to argue whether or not Kishimoto did write them. For me, it's enough that his name is on it and it's official publication. Like that's enough for me to take it seriously and not just dismiss it as like a fan. Like they hired some fucking contractor to just like who just like went through and quickly threw something together and put it out there. Like I regard it with a little bit more respect than that, because you know this is maybe like cynical and maybe just too, what would you call it, anecdotal of me. But working in the games industry and seeing like a little bit of marketing and publishing and stuff, and how people how protective people are of their brand, I don't think that I would be skeptical about the idea that Shueisha would publish something that's official and has Kishimoto's name on it, like that prominently featured, like as the author, and have it just be ghost written by some fuck. Uh, but I don't know. It could be. It could be. But I'm willing to just concede that. Like, if it were in a debate, I'd be like, sure. Like, I don't need you to prove that it's written by Kishimoto. Like that fucking Noodles thing where he's like, Swag, you need to prove that the statements in the margins or whatever about the strongest man in the Akatsuki, you need to prove that Kishimoto literally sat there and inked that with his own fucking pen. Otherwise, I'm not gonna accept it. Like, you're never gonna hear me say that shit. It's so lame. Um, but yeah, like I think it's entirely possible. For all we know, the whole thing could have been ghost written. And to me, that wouldn't undermine its authority necessarily, but it could very well be true. How about No says Grice's oh yeah, Jigen does just move and change the coordinates of his dimension in Boruto, so there's that. That could be the case. I'm not an expert on that, so I won't like contest it. I will say that I wouldn't necessarily assume that that means he's universal unless the space that he's moving corresponds in size and scale to our known universe. That's my understanding of what that term means, and also it would need to the mechanism that he's using to move the universe would need to be equivalent, such that like we could look at it and be like, he is expending this amount of energy to do so. That would be equivalent to actually like moving all the planets and matter in the universe or whatever. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Grice's razor is very subjective, and from a linguistic descriptive perspective is almost certainly fallacious. Oh, okay. I don't have a horse in that race necessarily, but I'd be curious to see what you guys think about it. For the purpose of good faith engagement, conversational implicatures are to be preferred over semantic context for linguistic explanations. Or in layman's terms, when I say I'm bringing everyone to the party, it would be weird to assume that I mean everyone in the universe. Yeah. That's a very good way of putting it, and that's kind of my objection. I think if I'm like any random Naruto fan, and I'm gonna assume people here listening to the stream and myself included, if we just pick up, if I knew nothing about Naruto, or if I pick up like let's use this as an example, right? I don't know anything about One Piece really, so let's say I pick up a One Piece data book, and there's a jutsu in it that says like when this jutsu was used, everyone was shocked and stunned. Nobody knew what to do, and when Luffy fired his Gum Gum Ultra whatever, uh, it was so terrifying that or it's so terrifying that enemies flee before it, right? I wouldn't come to the conclusion that literally every single fucking person in the world turned around and watched him do this from everywhere on the planet, and like anyone who had ever been his enemy before who was still alive turned and ran. Like, obviously, right? I would probably assume that it was a bit of an exaggeration, that it was a poetic way of describing what had happened. If I really wanted to know what actually happened, I would go pick up the fucking manga and read it and compare it. But naturally speaking, like, yeah, I'm aware because I speak English with other humans that like phrases like that can have multiple meanings, and that just because I am a power scaler doesn't mean that I have to take it in the most literal way possible to win an argument, you know? Like, I think I'm on the same page as you there. Sorry, says, John, you don't understand how bad it is. They're actively having Peter Parker ignore that Norman Osborn killed he and Mary Jane. Oh my fuck, I didn't even know that was a thing. Killed he and Mary Jane's baby and is allowing this man to run around as Spider-Man. Okay, that's the whole fucking thing, because he's redeemed. The mass murdering psychopath who genocided Asgard is being redeemed and is being a better Spider-Man than Peter Parker. Well, look, I mean, like, Nagato, I don't think he fits like the exact definition of genocide, but like he wiped out a lot of people. He would have killed children and infants. And there is a part of me that if I don't actively think about that, because he resurrected them, I guess like it's like, okay, well, we can forgive him. He has some good in him after all. But like I was talking about with the trauma that we were talking about last stream, you can't, you can bring somebody back from the dead, but you can't erase the trauma that what everybody went through. Like, they're gonna live with that pain for the rest of their lives. They're gonna remember that. Like, the landscape of the whole world changed as a result of what pain did, and you can't reverse that. You can't unring that bell, as the saying goes, right? So I think there can be redemption. I'd like to think that anybody can be redeemed in theory, but also it's not like redemption nullifies the shit that happens previously, right? Like, I don't want to get into a whole religious thing, but I was talking to somebody about this recently, where it's like, it was like a debate on veganism or something, and somebody was saying, yeah, like Alex O'Connor, right? I think it was his Jubilee thing, where he was saying that he wanted an explanation for why God would allow a deer to get crushed by a tree and die painfully. Like, what's the point of that? And the other person was like, oh, well, the deer is going to be redeemed later, so it's fine. Like, obviously, I'm strawmanning a bit. Like, I'm not doing a great job of summarizing it. Go watch it yourselves if you're interested. But that's the gist of it, right? Alex was like, it doesn't make sense to me that this deer would be suffering, and that seems unjustified. And the other person was like, oh, it's okay as long as it gets redeemed later. No, it's great if it gets redeemed. That's a nice thing. It's good to know that there will be some kind of balancing of the karmic scales, but that trauma and that pain still existed in the universe. The deer still went through that, right? So it's like, you can't really undo that. You can just improve the aftermath. You can try and do better. So Dr. Strangle says, layman's terms, your interpretation based off of context doesn't match with my common sense or with your common sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So common sense obviously is not like a scientific piece of evidence, but also it's worth noting that making the choice to interpret something hyperliterally is essentially implying like a hypothesis that that is the correct way to do it, and that hypothesis could be like counterbalanced by the opposite hypothesis, where like a non-literal interpretation is the best way to do it. And so really the best way to understand any of this shit is to look at it in context carefully with nuance, because an a priori assumption leading into like a declarative, this is hyperliteral, this isn't hyperliteral, whatever, without actually evaluating it doesn't really help anybody. And that's kind of my point, is like, you know, if you really want to understand it, just like look at it closely with an open mind, as opposed to just declaring it either is or isn't this thing until somebody else proves otherwise. And look, I'm not trying to strawman Sage. I'm not saying that that's literally what he's saying. I'm saying in general, we should avoid doing that sort of thing. I think we probably all agree on that, right? So, that being said,
adamantly defended them, while others have relentlessly criticized.
Okay. So this is somebody who's apparently relentlessly criticizing the data books. They say, no, it should not be trusted. A significant portion of it is exaggerated. True, the data books frequently employ literary devices, making them less reliable as a source for power scaling. The stats at the end are also not highly accurate. For instance, claiming that Temeri's winds can blow away the universe has been unironically used by some power scalers to argue she's universe level. Unfortunately, which is an exaggeration. She hasn't eliminated any enemy that has stood in her way either. You can ask Madara or the third Hokage for confirmation. Similarly, the term omnipotent has been used with Kakashi, which is far from accurate. Yeah, that's true as well. I think that specific statement, if I remember correctly, is like he's regarded as omnipotent, or he's regarded as being capable of anything by his peers, as opposed to saying that like he himself is omnipotent. I'm not sure about that though. But yeah, this is a pretty good point. I kind of agree with what this person's saying. Please link to the actual thread. I don't know where this is from. I shouldn't have to go out, and I'm whining, but like your viewers shouldn't have to go out of their way to track this shit down. If you're going to reference somebody else's writing, please provide a source. That goes for everybody, myself included. Common sense also isn't really a thing, speaking as an SB. That's fair. It's not. Common sense isn't all that common after all. Dr. Strangle says, have a ask for forgiveness, not permission attitude to moral philosophy. God's action is very funny. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe one day we'll do like a broader like morality philosophy discussion, because I do actually have a lot to say about that, but if I start yapping about it, I'm never going to shut up, so I'll cut myself off. Sorry, like morality is another one of my special interests, which Blanco has already been on the receiving end of, so I don't want to torment anybody else with that right now. Saria says, my dad one time asked if I think I remember this. Yeah, if you could boil water, I blankly stared at him for a full 5 seconds and said, you're gonna have to be more specific. And he said, can you boil water? I responded with, what do you mean, can you boil water? Yes, it is technically yeah. In what situation? He meant it as a request. I thought it was a trick question on the possibility to bring water to a boiling point. I remember that shit. I'm sure it wasn't funny for you to deal with. It was really, really funny from an outside standpoint. You can imagine that being like a Monty Python sketch. Honestly, it's really funny. Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Others have relentlessly criticized them. Some say they're written by Kishimoto, others say they're not. Some say they're reliable, others say they're far too inconsistent and use too much flowery language to be taken seriously in power scaling discussions.
It's true that the conversation is a bit polarized. I wish I'll try to be balanced. I wish the whole community, whether we agree or disagree with it, that we were more nuanced about it either way.
So I'm taking it upon myself. In this video, I'll cover the authorship, canonicity, legitimacy, and reliability of the infamous Naruto guides in great detail, giving you a definitive answer as to which side of this heated debate is the correct one. In other words,
I will say, this is not really Sage's fault specifically, but in my opinion, like, this is a problem that we have created as power scalers. Like, for whatever reason, probably for like winning debates or whatever, some of us decided, okay, we're going to use the data books, and the way that we're going to use them is by extracting information from them, sometimes out of context, sometimes very literally, and we're going to use them as like part of our arsenal in debates and apply this very specific, very narrow interpretation to them to serve our purposes. And then other people started pushing back about that, and then it started this big rift over like people who want to be able to keep using them that way, and then people who are tired of that or don't want them to be used that way. And like, I don't ever really hear people having these discussions, and maybe I'm just not in the right places, but like amongst the casual Naruto fandom, like nobody's pissed about the data books, right? It's like a monster that we created ourselves just so that we would have like a dragon to slay, if that makes sense. It's like, it's really weird. So yeah, it's controversial, but it's controversial because like we like starting shit with each other and making controversy so that we have controversy to address, right? It never needed to be controversial in the first place, you know? Let's see. You thought it was a trick question. Yeah. Dr. Strangle says, your biggest problem with Grice's Razor is who gets to decide What's the conventional implication? Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Um, it's sort of a, I don't think tautology is the right term for it, but it's like common sense is that which is common, and that which is common generates common sense, right? It's like a bit of a circular thing. So, but at the same time, um, I think that, how do I say this? There are definitely things like linguistic conventions, like unwritten rules that we all kind of pick up as being part of as part of a society or whatever, like part of a lexicon. Here's an example that I was gonna use if I ever have to debate this topic. But like, imagine it's a bit of a tangent, but I'll try and keep it short. So imagine that like you meet somebody who has just grown up in isolation and they've never seen a movie before, right? And so you show them like 300. If you haven't seen 300, there's a lot of it's a Zack Snyder movie, and there's a lot of like slow motion effects, like a John Woo movie, I guess, like just a lot of cinematic slowdown. Now, this person has never seen a movie before, so at the end, they ask you about the magic powers that the soldiers had in 300. And you're like, well, what magic powers? And it's like, well, why are they sorcerers? Like, why can they control time? And you're like, what do you mean? Well, they keep slowing things down and then speeding them back up, right? That person, without the context of knowing that, like, whereas if you show another random person who grew up in a culture where they watch a lot of movies, they probably wouldn't even bat an eyelash, and they would just assume, oh yeah, obviously like this is a cinematic technique that they're using to create emphasis and drama or whatever else. But if you don't have that context, it's like, well, fucking why is the film doing this? Is there something wrong with the cassette tape? Do the characters have wow, I just dated myself. Is there something wrong with the streaming service? Is there something wrong with the you know what I mean, right? Like, without that context, something that could be incredibly obvious doesn't seem that obvious. But hey, maybe there is an interpretation of the story where they do have magic powers. So how are you going to be able to tell whether they are chronomancers or this is just a filmic technique? Well, you're going to have to study it. You're going to have to learn the conventions. You're going to have to be willing to question your preconceived assumptions and have a discussion about it, right? Study it. Just be curious about it. Um, how about No says Japanese especially has a lot of that, like it often leaves the subject of a sentence unstated because, oh yeah, I've heard about that, yeah, because it's usually already implied by the context. A lot of it ends up getting translated as a certain, or worse, assuming it applies to everyone. Yeah, I think we talked about this as well with like, this is my understanding as not a native speaker by any means, but like I used to do a lot of like Dark Souls lore stuff, and there were a few characters like Paris, I think, who was assumed to be male when they were actually very obviously female because the pronouns that were in the Japanese script were gender neutral, and the translator just assumed that it was like male. And there's things like that where translators, through no act of deliberate malice, they just like don't really get the cultural context of what they're translating. We talked about kegare too, if I'm saying that correctly. It's like the concept of stagnation leading to corruption and filth. And like they might translate that. It's very, very important to, especially Bloodborne, but also Dark Souls 3 and to a lesser extent. Sekido, it's a huge thing in Sekido, right? And so it's like there's no real direct translation that encompasses what kegare means. Like you need to kind of explain it with a bit of a sidebar, which you can't do in like a 50 word like half Twitter post item description, right? So some things just wind up getting lost, sadly. Sari says, honestly, if you want a controversy about Databooks, just look at the Zelda community and how they interact with the, oh boy, tell the encyclopedia. And this controversy started because Aonuma said, no, I did not make any edits to the book. And people were like, Dark Horse lied. They said Aonuma was a supervising editor. And I was just stuck thinking, like, guys, the job of a supervising editor isn't to edit the product themselves. It's to oversee a group of editors that are doing that work. It is, as the title implies, a supervisory role. I find it hard to believe that they'd have his name credited in the book if he didn't do that role. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a similar thing in video games where people, nobody knows, but everybody knows exactly who's responsible for every decision in every game, right? So, like, Fallout 76 comes out, it's super buggy, it's super janky. It's Todd Howard's fault because he is the mouthpiece, he is the figurehead that represents Bethesda. So fuck him. It's his fault. He did everything wrong. He sort of did, but it's not. He's not the only person working on the game. He doesn't make all the decisions. Okay, well maybe it's the director's fault. Maybe it's the narrative lead's fault. Maybe it's the lead programmer's fault. It's like no, it's like it's the producer's fault that they're the ones producing the game. Like no, there's so much shit that goes into making any piece of art. Like unless you're just releasing solo stuff through your own channel or venue or whatever, you're a part of a team and you have supervisors and you have hoops to go through and red tape and all that shit. And so it's like it's always going to be more complicated. That's why I was so like viscerally opposed to that bullshit Noodles was saying about fucking like oh well you can't prove Kishimoto wrote this. Like it doesn't fucking matter. It's an official piece of media that was published in an official manga in an official publication of said manga in the Shonen Jump Weekly or whatever. It doesn't matter if that specifically got carried over to the volume releases, right? It's not like Kishimoto himself is there putting in the type for like the individual characters on every single page and like giving it a little kiss and a sprinkle of holy water before it reaches the like it's a team effort. Anyway, so it's the fans' fault. Yeah, exactly. Well, we're gonna get to that in a second when we talk about canon stuff. So let's get to it.
Today we'll be exploring, breaking down, and answering the question: are the Naruto databooks reliable?
We shall see.
To begin,
I'll just interrupt and say, like, I don't really disagree with most of this, but I'd rather give you all the context for it and then just like skip around. Yeah,
I think it's worth going over whether or not these databooks should even be considered canon.
I will say that, like, even if the databooks are canon, they can be canon but still incorrect. So, you know, they can be like officially regarded part of the main timeline but still have mistakes and still not accurately represent things. At the end of the day, like, I think we got to be careful about putting things into these broad sweeping categories like canon or not canon, and instead just like look directly at the data, do the evidence gathering, and examine it in context to see if it actually checks out one way or the other.
As their canonicity, or lack thereof, would directly support or decimate the argument.
It's God's fault. I blame God for the Naruto databooks, yes, Arya.
For their reliability. For starters, there's only one definition of canon in regards to fiction, coming from Oxford, which defines canon, in regards to fictional texts, as the body...
Okay, so I'm already pissed. I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of upsetting. So what Sage said is that there is only one definition of canon, which, if you've done any research into what canon is or thought about it at all, is kind of silly in and of itself. But he also says coming from Oxford. Now, Oxford is a university. It is the term Oxford, like Oxford is also a place. I assume he means the Oxford English Dictionary. And I assume that whatever this cutout here, which again doesn't have a source cited, is also from the Oxford English Dictionary. So, given that I wanted to actually see things in context, I did a little exercise where I Googled this text, and I want to show you a little journey that I went on. So, if you type this text into Google, you'll come across this page, right? You just type that into Google, and this is where you'll come to. This is a page on the additions to unrevised entries. So this is a series of edits and updates to the Oxford English Dictionary that was made at a certain point in time, and you can go and see additions, new senses, new words, etc. And so if you look at canon, what this quote-unquote definition is that Sage is providing, see how it says additional sense? It's actually not the definition itself. It is the additional context that was added onto a previously existing definition in 2023. But okay, why don't we just hop over and see what the definition of canon itself actually is? Actually, I missed this before. There were two added. He only quoted one of them, but there were actually two additional senses added of characters, events, plotlines, etc. occurring in the body. I think he does actually include that later on in the video as well. But not only are these not definitions per se, they are senses that are added onto a previously existing definition. But okay, let's go see the actual page itself. So let's click on canon. Let's see what happens. Okay, so the problem with this is that if you click on this definition and you want to go learn more about it, you can't. First of all, what you're told is that there are 25 meanings listed in OED's entry for the word canon. So right out of the gate, the idea that there is only one definition of canon is categorically, blatantly false, according to the source that Sage himself presented. Secondly, we can't actually see the definition here unless I am mistaken and it's here, because this particular source that Sage decided to use without citing his sources is locked behind a paywall. I don't know why he decided to use this dictionary instead of the many other dictionaries that are out there. Apparently, this is the only definition of canon, and it's just conveniently hidden behind a paywall. So, fuck it. I made an account. I paid for this, and we're going to look at it together. Okay. Give me 1 second. It's $10. It's a cool service. Okay. So, canon. Let's type it in. Boom. Canon, view entry. All right, so here we go. Here is the Oxford English dictionary definition of canon. Notice that it starts off by saying a rule, law, or decree of the church, especially a rule laid down by an ecclesiastical council. That's got shit all to do with Naruto, right? Canon law, also shit all to do with Naruto. Keep going down. Now we get to a general rule, fundamental principle, aphorism, or axiom governing the systematic or scientific. Okay, again, this is a different definition. It's only when we get down to 4, 5, 6, 7 music, 7B, 8B. Is it even here? Do we even have the definition here? It would be under the additional sense, right? So here we go. As an adjective rather than a noun, it is of characters, events, plot lines, etc., right? And this is added in 1987 going forward. So I am just confused. Like, I literally don't understand. Here's the thing that he quoted, right? Like, is this. And this is an additional sense added 3 years ago. And it's only one of the many aspects of this. Now, to be fair, this is the only one that's, well, it's not the only one, but this is the primary one that's relevant for our needs. But I just don't understand. Like, please help me understand what I'm missing, like why this was done. Out of all the possible definitions of canon that were used, why was this one used? Why was only this particular clip shown? Why was it shown without a source being cited? Why was it hidden behind a paywall? Why was it presented as being a definition when it was actually an additional sense to another definition? And why is this the one that we should be looking at as authoritative? Let's look at Merriam-Webster or dictionary.com. Sorry, let's look at canon. What does a dictionary.com say? An ecclesiastical rule, the body of ecclesiastical law, fundamental principle, standard, criterion, etc., etc. Okay, so a lot of the same stuff. Music, printing, establish or agreed upon constraints governing the background, narrative, setting, storyline, characters. So the 10th definition on dictionary.com is accurate and suits our list, and we didn't need to pay for that. Let's go to Merriam-Webster. I'm not going to do every single one here, but just to kind of emphasize my point, right? If I type in canon, the first definition is a regulation or dogma, the most solemn and unvarying part of the Mass. If we go down to, there's a 7th or 8th, something resembling a canon. Do they even have it here? Canon regular, body of principles. They don't even have that same definition here as well. So we'd have to go, what the fuck? Wait a minute. What is that? What the fuck is that? What is that? A lake on the border with Connecticut in South Central Mass. I'm playing this. Hang on a second. I don't know how loud this is going to be. Just warning you. What in the sweet fucking... I shouldn't laugh because this is probably just a completely mundane name in some other language. It's only fucking bizarre to me because of my limited linguistic abilities. But like, I was not expecting to come across that today. Chabanagungumog. That's fucking amazing. I love that. That's like yes, I got it. So this is going to be, I have to learn this too. This is next on my list. But you see what I mean anyway. Like, I guess we can skip Urban Dictionary. But there's plenty of different sources that we could access for free that give us the same definition. So I don't fucking, and especially if we look, maybe he's confused because he was looking up canon as a noun and not as an adjective, because some of these don't show it under noun. I don't know, it's just like really fucking confusing and weird. So anyway, I said my piece about that. We can move on to the next part of the video. I will just read chat real quick. Reliable is a loaded term. Yeah, I think it needs a definition. How about No says, excuse me, there's only one definition of canon, and that's biblical canon. In this essay, I will provide the Naruto databooks are canon to the Christverse. Honestly, and this is not to be mocking at all. It's something that we've talked about before, and I think, Mr. Narrative, I think I asked you about this before as well. I have found that there are a lot of like really passionate Christians in the Naruto community. I think Virtue on his channel like starts off his channel description by saying glory to God. I don't want to put words in people's mouths or be disrespectful, but Sage has told me that he's a Christian as well. He gave us a little sermon when me and Mortified were going at it in the server. So like, more so than the Dark Souls, the Elden Ring community, or the Helldivers community, or any other community that I've like contributed to, something about Naruto, I think maybe because Naruto is kind of a savior and a prophesied chosen one who's there to redeem the world from suffering. You know, there's probably some parallels that inspire people about it. So, I mean, honestly, there's something there, I think. But I don't want to like speak for people, but you know, Saria says canon isn't even a thing in Japan. I admit I'm a little skeptical about that. I'm sure they have a concept of like what counts as like an official work as opposed to a fan work, but I'd be curious to hear you say more about that. Dr. Strangle says, I love how this definition of canon leaves open the possibility that if the majority of the fandom thinks my fanfic is authoritative, yeah, Sage is going to get to that as well, that like what role does the fandom, the fanship or whatever play in determining the canonicity of a thing. So it's worth talking about for sure. Saria says it's a Western concept. I rarely encounter media disclaimers that say official setting or derivative work. Yeah, that's a fair point. I guess maybe the cultural standards are different for it. Saria says, I demand a cooking with scorpion stream. Do you mean like an actual scorpion? Or do you mean scorpion from fucking Mortal Kombat? Either way, I wouldn't mind. I could get a Vinegaroon and bring one on. Like, I don't have a problem with those little guys. I've never done a face reveal on stream, but I could do a Vinegaroon reveal if you guys want. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the 100th stream. So yay me for 100 streams. I guess to celebrate stream 101, I'll do a playing fucking. Oh yeah, we'll do. Let's talk about the strongest sand shinobi while scorpions run all over my hands. That'll be the donations incentive for the next stream. This is giving German is such an unserious language energy. Yeah, that's fair. Dr. Strangle says, have you ever read the blog post, another blog shout out about Load the Canon? No, I would like to though. Please, can you do me a favor actually and send me a message in Discord? Just like add me, like tag me with the @ symbol and remind me to do that, because I am so fucking forgetful. I apologize. But I would like to read that, and that would be helpful. I've been trying to catch up on Discord. Again, sorry that it took me so long to get back to people. The sickness and the work stress and everything just like kicked my ass for a while, but I am trying to catch up now, so thank you for your patience. Sorry says there's a legitimate commercial of Scorpion from Mortal Kombat cooking. Isn't there also like an AMV of Itachi making eggs using his mangekyo or something like that? Like, it's pretty cute. But yeah, so I'm upset, but let's go on.
Body of works taking place in a particular fictional world that are widely considered to be official or authoritative, especially those created by the original author or developer of the world. Also, the characters, events, plot lines, etc. that occur in such a body of works or the established narrative continuity within them. So
yeah, I don't have a problem with the definition. I don't have a problem agreeing that the databooks are canon by a certain definition. Why was this presented this way?
We can take a few things from this. First, the consideration of the fans. What I mean by this is that widely considered part places a particular qualifier on the text, which necessitates that it be widely considered to be X. Now,
well, so this is where I want to add that just having one definition of canon, like I've seen Sage do this before, and I've seen like other people fall for this trap as well, that if you establish that there's only one particular definition and only one interpretation of a given thing, then any additional information that comes along about that thing, you have to like squirm around to try to get the new information to fit with your preconceived definition. So For example, if there is only one definition of canon, then we don't have the ability to split the definition of canon into like fan canon versus official canon. And going back to, did I keep it up? Okay, so like an example I wanted to talk about eventually anyway was Star Wars, right? Wish Darth Magog was here to check me on this, but if I remember correctly, when Episode 7 came out, like the newer trilogy came out, at that time there was a wide variety of media, including books, a couple of which I still have, I think, video games, etc., that were all part of the extended universe, and they were considered canon. And then J.J. Abrams came along and said, no, no. I think like Disney or he himself or whatever, people didn't want to be held down by the established limitations and borders or whatever. They wanted to rewrite. They basically wanted to have creative freedom with what they made next. And so they didn't want to be constantly checking, like, oh yeah, well, in like this particular spin-off of this particular, like the novelization of this cartoon on chapter 4, it says that this guy died, so we can't use him. You know, they just want to do whatever they want, which is fair. So at that point, how do we reconcile that? J.J. Abrams and Disney's official stance is probably that shit is no longer canon. But up until that point, the whole community, and probably, I don't know, a significant enough part of the community and also the official sources declared that it was canon. So now does this new person who's coming along, just because they happen to own the legal rights to this intellectual property, does their perspective invalidate the pre-existing established official stance and fan stance? If so, does that mean that, like, hypothetically, if the reigns, like the legal control over an intellectual property changes over the course of a year to 10 different people who have 10 completely wildly different perspectives on that intellectual property, that the canon also changes every single time? Well, yes and no. The official canon does, because by definition, the official canon is just whatever, like, the owners of the intellectual property consider to be legitimate. If they don't want to consider the games and the books legitimate, and they are going to continue building a universe that disregards them, they have the legal right to do so. They're going to continue to do so, and then the universe that emerges as a result of their labors, so to speak, has its own internal consistency, continuity, etc. So that is their canon that they have agreed upon, that they are forging forward with. Simultaneously, if the entire fan base says, that fucking sucks a fat one, I don't give a shit about anything that you guys are doing anymore, you don't deserve to hold the reins to the franchise, I don't care what the law says or what your fucking, like, LinkedIn profile says that you fucking own Star Wars, I don't give a single shit about any of that, you guys are imposters. So we, the fans, now own this, and we are saying that everything still is canon. And as a matter of fact, this new shit that you guys are making isn't canon, even though it's official, whatever that means, right? So, like, which one of them is right? Which version of the story is canon? And the answer is yes. The answer is both and neither, and it's just relax. Like, if we want to get philosophical about it, it really is subjective. It's really up to, like, on the one hand, you have the legal definition of it. On the other hand, you have the popular definition of it. And then you could get deeper into the philosophy of, like, who truly owns art? Is art ever fixed? Is it always shifting? Blah, blah, blah. You could derive many different interpretations of what counts as canon. For our purposes, for Naruto, to kind of bring this back down to earth for a second, I think that there's two main ways to look at Naruto canon, or two main definitions that are useful for our purposes. A, whatever the official stance of the official publishing company and the author are, and B, whatever the fans largely considered to be the case, but that also is going to get really messy and really complicated, and it's just not simple and convenient. For example, you've heard me talk about this before. Boruto Naruto the movie, which we can actually see lurking here in the corner with Momoshiki. The movie came out first, then the anime came out, then the then the manga came out, then the anime adapted the manga, and then, The movie came out first, then there was a novelization of the movie, then the manga came out, and then the anime came out after the manga. Each of the four versions of that story is slightly different. Sometimes it's only minor tweaks, other times it's like massive changes to fights and scenery and characters and their relationships and stuff. So if you asked me what is the canon version of the versus Momoshiki arc, I would personally be inclined to say the manga, because generally I regard the manga as the authoritative primary source. However, people who have watched the anime and not read the manga have a right to say the anime is canon. At the very least, at the end of the day, the anime is canon to the anime and the manga is canon to the manga, right? They exist in their own like parallel canons. And some of those things overlap, like the choreography of some of the fights. Some of them don't, like Boruto having the Jogan. He doesn't fucking have that in the manga. Kind of a huge fucking deal. Some of them is a little bit more ambiguous, like Nue, right? Like there is a whole arc in the beginning of Boruto about Sumire and her summon Nue and their connections to Hashirama and Kaguya and their little dimension and everything. That's never mentioned in the manga ever, except for a character profile page that shows up that says Sumire, here's who she is, here's what she does, here are her abilities, and it lists Nue summoning as one of her abilities. So there's like a bridge, right? There's like a fucking olive branch that the manga and anime canons are extending to each other by being like, hey guys, manga fans, if you like Sumire and you really like Nue, here, you can use this to say that that's all canon. There you go, enjoy, right? It's like, it still doesn't fully line up. There's still shit that contradicts, but you know what? There you go. You can say they're part of the same canon now. You see what I'm saying? Like, it gets complicated. Which is the first, like, do we go with the first version of the story? Do we go with the most recent version of the story? Do we go with the one that has more iterations? How do we decide that? And the answer is yes. It's we fucking get together as a community, we listen to the perspective of the creators, we analyze the story, we try to figure out what it's really about, and then we decide, we interpret. It's always going to be a little bit messy, and I don't, so this is why I kind of object to the idea that there is like one definition of canon. I don't think that really applies. First of all, it's factually false because canon is both an adjective and a noun, and it can mean a variety of different things. But even within the context of Naruto, that doesn't make any fucking sense because there are at least two canons within Naruto, the anime and the manga, and those are just the official canons. And then there is the fan perception of those canons and what fans consider to be true or whatever. So it's messy, and that sucks because it makes it harder for us to parse through it, but that's the way it is. And if you actually want to like appreciate and understand the art, you're gonna have to deal with some messy shit. It's not all gonna fit into like neat, tidy little cabinets. You're gonna need to deal with some nuance. I don't know why it's such a big fucking problem. Anyway, I wanna do scorpion cooking now. Fuck. Starter's Triangle says the definition you settle on is a canon is the body of accepted works by an authority, and a thing is canon if it is within the canon of an authority. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's useful to draw a distinction of like, there's a difference between a novelization, like the Kakashi Retsuden novel, maybe introducing something that's not canonically also mentioned in the manga, like Redaku. I don't think that's ever mentioned in the manga. It's mentioned in the anime, in the Boruto anime, but never in the manga. Of Naruto, I forget it. I don't. Well, actually, no, I'm wrong. It's mentioned in the Sasuke Scarlet Spring dinosaur story. So if you consider that to be canon, then it's fucking messy, dude. But yeah, like there's a difference between Sasuke Retsuden and Kakashi Retsuden versus like My Super Hot Sexy Make Out Paradise starring Kakashi and his 3 clones that go to every fucking bathhouse in the Land of Fire and make out a whole lot. Like that's probably not canon. And even if the entirety of the community were like, yeah, we really fucking like that, that's canon now. Like, I don't think Kishimoto is gonna like enter that into canon as much as we might want it to be. So yeah, it's useful to have a distinction between official and non-official work for sure. But also it's just like not so black and white is what I'm trying to say. Kakashi fighting Kashin Koji for 2 seconds. Does he do that? I don't even remember that. Well, Kakashi isn't in the manga, so that wouldn't be canon to the manga. It would just be in the anime, right? Um, he's in it for like 2 seconds. He's in it. We see like a panel of him at a hot spring or something, but he never really gets involved in any of the main shit. He's like retired in the Boruto manga. Dr. Strangle says, Mew opinion or my opinion is that contradiction inherently create a split in canons and continuities. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Um, there are. I think it's also fair to argue that there are cases in which, if you can make an argument that a contradiction is a mistake and should be discarded or cleansed or whatever from the, like, it's clearly just like an oopsie, then we should. Why did I say that out loud? It's clearly a fucky wucky. We should just move on. God damn it. Talking is hard. But yeah, if it's just a mistake that we can just agree on, like, okay, clearly this was a fuck up. This was a lack of foresight. There's a case that, like, you shouldn't necessarily consider every contradiction to be a split necessarily, but also I think people, certain people can use that as an excuse to be like, well, I just don't want to deal with this and try to reconcile it, so I'm just going to say it's not that big of a deal. Like, for example, differences between the Naruto novel and the Boruto the movie novel and the manga. Some people don't see that as worth talking about, and it creates issues. Moving on.
Not just X as a general rule. That means that, at least in part, the fans themselves are the ones who determine the canon, unless you think that the widely part is in regards to authoritative voices over the text as opposed to the fans, which doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Obviously, the creator/publisher of a game.
Okay, I agree with that. There's another instance where it would have been very helpful to have a reference for what this is. In case you are wondering what this is, since we don't have a reference to it, this is a list of the Naruto novels in chronological order. You can see going from right to left. This is when the novels were published, and the chronological order, I don't know if it's publication date. I think it's literally just like, this is the sequence of the stories. If you want to read them in chronological order, narratively speaking, this is how you would do so. The way that Sage presents this is that this is a canonical timeline of the novels, which would mean that these novels are all acknowledged as being canon. I don't necessarily have a problem with the vast majority of these being canon. The ones that I have read don't really seem to be super contradictory. I've only read, I think, 3 or 4 of them. But this motherfucker over here, aka the novelization of this movie over here, is contradictory. I can make the argument, I'd be happy to do so on a separate stream because it'll take a minute, although we've already talked about it a bit, that the Boruto novelization is not canon. In that it covers the same events as the movie, but it still introduces a bunch of stuff and changes a bunch of stuff and is not a one-to-one like copy of the screenplay of the movie or anything like that. And also, the manga and anime change things beyond that, and like the most obvious one being fused or ascended Momoshiki's appearance. The manga and the anime have changed things and retconned things since then. So if the implication here is that based on this chart, all of these novels are canon, there is at least one exception that I am prepared to defend as not being canon, because this movie, this novel is an adaptation of a movie that has been retconned in large aspects, and also the novel itself diverges from that movie. So this is why we need to be careful about our sources, guys. This is why we need to like pay attention to what the definitions of things like canon are and be nuanced about them, and make sure that we're checking. Just because something appears on an official canon list doesn't mean that the events in it are actually canon. As contradictory as that sounds on the surface, if you don't believe me, read the manga version of the versus Momoshiki arc, then go read the novel. And just without assuming that I'm right or wrong, just read it and notice for yourself if there's any differences. Notice for yourself if you think there's any contradictions that might maybe mean that that novel is no longer the canon representation of the story. Don't take my word for it. Go do it yourself. You'll have fun, I hope. Saria says, this is why I appreciate Marvel, DC, Seiya, and Zelda, because they're all just like, it's all canon unless stated otherwise, don't argue about it. Yeah. Just have fun with it, right? It's not that big of a deal. Um, it's important to establish, like, what is legitimate, I guess. And I guess, like, establishing canon can be useful for resolving disputes. But beyond that, it's like, it's not like I don't know. It's not the end all be all thing. We need, like, more detail to resolve these disputes, I think. I do really like how all the Retsuden novels have the characters dashing towards the left. Like, that's really cool. The visual consistency between them. These as well. Yeah, I've had fun with some of the novels that I've read. I'm not seeing the Akatsuki Evil Flowers in Bloom. I wonder if it's not on this list. So also, that's the other thing. Like, there might be other novels that aren't here that are part of the canon but just haven't been included. Because I'm not seeing that one. I think there's others that aren't, like, part of this. So anyway, like Aonuma was like Hyrule Warriors. Yeah, it's part of the mythos. The Western Zelda CDI and cartoon, I don't think they fit. And he doubled down by allowing Dark Horse to say things like Soul Calibur and Smash. Oh yeah, I remember you. You were kind of explaining to me how, like, they left the door open for there to be explanations for how like the cross verse and crossover stuff could actually work, which I think is super cool. It just, like, opens it up more for, like, creativity, if that makes sense. Dr. Strangle says, well, I mean, true contradictions, i.e., if we have to accept A and B as part of the same canon continuity, then we have to accept P. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I think I kind of maybe misinterpreted what you were saying, but that makes sense. The title of that scan isn't Naruto series timeline, but Naruto novel timeline. Yep, that makes sense. I appreciate that. I think I found... So, for those who are curious, who want to learn more about this, I believe it comes from this Reddit thread from Amaranth Sparrow. You can probably find it other places, but this is where I located it. Amaranth also includes translations. I can't vouch for the accuracy of them because I'm not a native speaker, but it does contain, explanations of stuff over here. Let's see, what is the title of it, actually? I don't know if it actually explains that. It's largely the same as previous highlights. It specifies present days and new era, includes the new Shinden and Retsuden novels. Plot verbs. Gaiden remains omitted, while the Bork Naruto removes it. So, Shueisha canon, like, even here, there's a little bit of curiosity, I would say, about that. So, again, whoever you are, if you are making, yeah, and then here's, like, the actual link to it. Whoever you are, if you want to make a video on Naruto or any other subject, please, for the love of fuck, link your sources. First of all, just be respectful to the people who have uploaded the scans, taking the time to do that, to publicize them, to make them available, share them with people. If they're doing translations, be respectful of that as well. Just make it easier, especially if your express intention is to educate people, to help them understand something better. Make it easier for them to access those things themselves. I mean, it's like, it's not hard, dude. Just put a fucking link in the description. Dr. Strangle says that, oh yeah. Oh, hey, Realman, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you are having a good weekend. Noodles versus Troy. Noodles no diff that you... No, come on. You just know how to push my buttons now. I don't... So Troy was like... I don't remember, actually. I might be getting confused between Troy and Shad. I think... both of them, I think they beat Noodles in the debates that I heard them do against him, where he was trying to do that wormy, like, fucking, if you are skeptical towards me, you are antithetical to power scaling, like that whole fucking bullshit arc, right? So I don't know, but I don't really know Troy's career as well, so I don't really want to comment on him overall, but I don't think very highly of Noodles, so I'll give it to Troy for now, tentatively, based on what I heard on that debate anyway. But, if you want me to actually make, like, a fair assessment, I'd have to go back and listen to it. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, man.
Given work can influence what people think about particular pieces of material by labeling them as canon or not, or giving us clues as...
Yeah, so publishing a manga canon novel timeline. I mean, like, to me, based on my understanding of this just demonstrates, like, the chronological order of the manga, of the fucking novels that are available. It doesn't explicitly establish that all of these are canon, or that they are all canon specifically to the manga. So I think this is a little bit disingenuous, or at least maybe a misunderstanding. Try to be benefit of the doubt, you know. Um, Strangle says there's a great documentary that goes over biblical canon by analogizing it to the DC canon called Batman and Jesus. That sounds fucking cool. I want to see that. Um, have you seen the People versus George Lucas? I think that's a great like documentary on fucking the same subject, right? It talks about how the whole way that George tried to like he's my friend. I'm on a first name basis. George Lucas tried to fucking adjust things, like the whole like Han shot first versus Greedo shot first. Yeah, it's a really fascinating little story that if you're interested in canon in general, I think is worth a watch. I think it might be free on YouTube too. Noodles, when somebody tries to play skeptic, just wants to aura mog his opponent rhetorically, but ends up sounding frustrated and coping usually. Yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, people can be overly skeptical, but simply pointing out that your opponent has not satisfied their burden of proof does not mean you're being a rat. Publishing mangoes. Mango and Scorpion stream coming up next week. Mangoes are low-key just a Wumpa fruit from Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, no kidding.
To what they think about it, but there is the fans' perception of it that ties into the equation as well. Now, I am of the opinion that the creator/publisher of a work that ties into the equation as well. Now, I
think it's pretty cute that he says I am and then puts up Kishimoto like, hi guys, this is me, here's my face reveal. I'm Kishimoto, fuck you. It's actually good editing. I like that.
That the creator/publisher of a work has the ultimate authority to decide the canon, since it is their work, so they have ultimate authority over it.
That's also an interesting point, though. Like, if Kishimoto says, like, he comes out and says Naruto and Sasuke canonically are gay, and Shueisha says, no, they're fucking not, they're canonically straight, who has authority over it? Kishimoto created it, but it was a teamwork, and it's owned by another company. And again, my answer is yes. Personally, I would side with Kishimoto for a variety of reasons. But also, technically speaking, if we're just talking, like, unemotionally, we're just talking about the definitions, the definition of canon includes Shueisha's perspective and Kishimoto's perspective. Both of those things are a version of the canon. They both fit the definition, right? So, Ryoman says, I do think Noodles had a better point. Troy assumed that Naruto and Sasuke fighting Kaguya in a team makes them close to her. Oh, yeah. I'm starting to remember now. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think Troy argued that Sarada could fly because Guy could fly, not exactly fly, but he could, like, ascend in the air after jumping. He could, like, increase his height by kicking the air and climbing. And since the only reason he could do that was, or like he achieved that specifically because he had a shitload of chakra that he was allocating to his legs, and he was using that to like kick the air. And so as long as somebody could scale to Guy, then they should be able to do that too. And since Sarada scales above Guy, then she should be able to fly because she should be able to do the same thing. I really didn't like that argument at all because I was like, we never actually see, like, at the end of the day, like, you can speculate about that, it's kind of fun, but we never see that happening. We don't have a single instance of another character doing what Guy did, and the way it's presented to me at least seems like it is a specific technique that Guy is using. I didn't buy his assumption that it was just that he had chakra. It seemed to me like it was Guy doing something specific. So I think he would need to maybe he's right and I'm wrong, but he would need to demonstrate more evidence. He need to show something from the data book, even if done correctly, but preferably from the manga itself, and just provide some more context. I think, if I remember correctly, there was some discussion about how Naruto scaled to Kaguya because he blitzed her at one point, which he does later in the fight, and he blitzes her specifically after she stabilizes and produces the It's like after she goes crazy and you see all the animals kind of coming out of her, and then she stabilizes, and then like Obito dies, and Naruto gets pissed and like blitzes her and tears off her arm with one hit, right? And then right after that, she makes the big ETSO, if I remember correctly. And I think Noodles was like, that doesn't count because I might be misremembering. It might be another debate, but there was some argument like this, right? Where like that doesn't count because Kaguya was technically fighting all four of them at the same time, like multiple people at the same time. So she was distracted. But then the other person was like, but she was only fighting Naruto one on one in that moment. And then the other person, I think Noodle's like, yeah, but if there's other people on the battlefield, then part of her cognition is being diverted to thinking about them and paying attention to them. So she wasn't at full, so that's not an anti-feat for her. And I think they went back to talking about like the one-on-one earlier in the fight as well. And so it kind of felt like Troy was on the right track, but maybe he let Noodles like get to him and didn't really cinch the argument. I think Noodles' argument was bad, but I think that Troy didn't like send it home or whatever the expression is, right? Like stick the landing with the argument either. Was it Spencer? I don't think I have gotten through a Spencer debate. I listened to one of his debates and he said he was going to sell the other person's mother into slavery or something. And I was like, yeah, okay, I got better shit to do with my life, man. I can't stand shit like that. So nah, I couldn't get through his debate. I don't know him as a person. I'm not trying to slander him as an individual, but listening to him debate was very challenging because it was like so hostile. The tone of voice was so fucking condescending and mean, and just I got better things to do than listen to people be this shitty to each other. Saria says, I really hate how that works both in America and Japanese comic industries. What do you mean you own a character they made because their character is making you yeah, capitalism is a scam. Capitalism kind of sucks, honestly. D1 low diffed him here or there to be honest, and he lost 2 points out of like 8, and they didn't really matter. Yeah, I don't know. I'll take your word for it. I need to go back and listen to it to be sure. Ryoman says Guy punches harder than Sakura. Probably. I don't know. I want to do more research. It depends on which versions of Guy and Sakura you're talking about, obviously. I am of the belief, and I'm not prepared to debate this, but based on my subjective fan reading of Boruto, I don't think the Boruto characters really scale to the end of Naruto versions of themselves necessarily. I don't think Naruto and Sasuke are as strong as they were when they fought each other the second time in the Final Valley. If they are, they aren't like enormous like mountains stronger than they were. Like they aren't like insanely stronger. And I know I'm in the minority there. I think TG just put out a video, or somebody, I think it was TG, put out a video recently, like making a pretty good case for why I'm wrong. I this is just something that I have to think about more. I just haven't seen. I'm skeptical because I haven't really seen feats that have convinced me that Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto are like leagues beyond their prior selves in part 1, and maybe even aren't as strong to some small degree. But I mean, like, I know that might be like the most the hottest, spiciest take that I make in this video, so I'm not trying to start shit about it before I do some more research for sure. Sakura flying was 100% Spencer argument. Oh, okay. Was it Spencer in D1? I thought for sure it was Troy, because I thought it was Noodles was debating either Troy or Shad, and specifically he was debating that person. Yeah, I think it was Troy, because Troy has a channel where he talks about Sarada a lot, and he really likes her as a character, and so Noodles was specifically going after her because of that, or him because of that, right? But I don't know. It's been like a year or so, I think. So feel free to send me the debate in back in Discord if you want. I'll take another listen to it. I don't want to like misrepresent anything. Ryoman says I can debunk every argument for adult Naruto being above Shippuden high tiers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd be curious to hear more about that, honestly, because I don't. Something about it feels off, but that's not exactly a compelling argument, right?
But at least definitionally, it must be considered by the fans to be the case as well, since the latter half of the definition includes the additional
not
qualifier
necessarily.
of a text needing to take place within a given continuity. This means that fan fiction and things like that can't be considered canon, as they don't actually take place within the narrative continuity, regardless of if most fans agree that it should be canon.
It depends on how you define narrative continuity, because if it's part of the same like actual like chronology, and if it's in and it doesn't, I mean, I don't want to talk about this too much longer, but like, imagine if you have a fan of a video game, and that fan makes a mod, and the mod gets loved by the community, and the mod, like, it's a mod for Skyrim or something, right? And it tells an additional story, expands on the universe, and it's just a fan creation. Everybody regards it as a fan work, and so nobody considers it to be canon. But then eventually, like, enough people love it and respect it and appreciate it, and it feels like it really fits in. It doesn't contradict anything. It expands on it. That people start to regard it within the fandom as, excuse me, as canon, and so they say. So then eventually the developers come around and say, you know what, we like this so much that we're including it in the canon. Now, nothing changed about the work itself from when it went, like, none of the actual facts or names or anything or levels in the video game change between when it's not acknowledged to when it does get acknowledged. But it somehow, despite that fact, went from not being canon to being canon by simply being acknowledged by a much smaller minority of people that happen to hold the intellectual property. So this is where it gets kind of weird. Like, what about if one of the former developers who used to work at that company comes forward and says, hey, I'm one of the people who originally developed this franchise and I say it's canon, and then people at the company say, no, we own it now and it's not, then it's like, yeah, I get what he's saying, and I sort of agree with him, but also there's more nuance to it, and it's like, fucking, nuance is important to me. I spoke to you on DM about why I think D1 won. Okay, I'm probably just, yeah, okay, I'm getting confused. I'm getting, like, my names confused. Sorry about that. Appreciate the clarification. Mr. Narrative says, yo, did you hear about Dragon Ball Super anime coming back? I feel like I've heard some buzz about Dragon Ball recently. Yeah. Is it, what happened with it? Was it canceled, or did it just, like, did it need to catch up with the manga? I'm really out of the loop there, honestly. But I'm glad to hear it's coming back. Oh yeah, it was like a big anniversary thing, like the 40th anniversary or something like that. Yeah.
So this definition describes a gift.
Oh, sorry. I think the one lost a point about if she can fly, if she punches harder than Guy. Oh, yeah. But I think he won the points about Kaguya being off guard and about Sakura not punching harder than Guy. That's fair, yeah. I know that Noodles had he was upset about something about one of Six's friends liked Sarada and he wanted to go after that. So I'd probably getting my wires crossed.
Give and take relationship between the creator / publisher and the fans in terms of establishing what the actual canon is.
Yeah, there we go.
Again, I think that the creator / publisher of a work has the ultimate authority to determine if something is canon, but in the unlikely circumstance that the fans are aware of this intention and still disagree, that particular text would no longer fit the definition of canon.
This is getting closer, I think, to a more, like, complete or nuanced appraisal, so I like where this is going, basically.
However, again, since most of the time when a given text is stated to be canon or official by authoritative voices or published as such, most fans will agree because we understand that the author / publisher has the right to determine these things.
I don't think Sarada is that strong, honestly. At least Kona's not here to push back with the Kushina. So actually, no, I phrased that wrongly. It's like, good for you that Kona isn't here to push the Kushina agenda, because then it would just be like a flame war between Sarada and Kushina stands in the chat, which I wouldn't necessarily object to.
Or authoritative part necessitates that the material must be just that, official or authoritative. Creators and publishers will often label
we talked about this enough.
Their works as official in order to communicate this, and when they are labeled that way, most fans do accept this to be the case.
Yeah, the only exception being, like, disagreements about anime canon versus like manga canon, but yeah.
As they should. The authoritative part would mostly apply.
So this is an interesting interview. Again, no citation, no link, no source. If you guys want to pause and read this, feel free. If you want to read this in full, it's here. Naruto official, English news, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to depict it in a manga someday, okay? So, here we go. Not that hard to find. Also wouldn't have been that hard to put a link in the description, but anyway, here you go. You can read that. It's kind of fun.
Apply to things like statements from the author or creator or publisher about the text, such as things that the author may...
Also, oh yeah, I want to just, I did think this was funny. So, Where is it?
They say in an interview about the series.
Oh, yeah.
Since they are effectively God in their series, determining what happens or not, what's true or not, etc., their words would be authoritative, contributing to the canonicity of their statements.
Okay, so I do think it's kind of funny that Ikemoto over here says, I think I actually do pretty well with drawing female characters, but I can't really deal with drawing shadow doppelgangers. May it please the court, I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit A, okay, for Ikemoto's fucking depiction of female characters, just to kind of enjoy that for a second while I find Exhibit B. I don't remember off the top of my head where it's at. Hang on, I think I actually got it pretty quickly here. So one second. Yeah. So, and then Exhibit B is over here. So actually, let's go back to the first panel where we see this. Yeah. Personally, if I had to choose which I find more compelling and impressive, and I have to choose between old era Ikemoto and new era Ikemoto, old era, new era. I mean, like, I don't want to put ideas in your head. Y'all can come to your conclusions. I just thought it was kind of funny that he thinks he's better at drawing female characters today than he was at drawing shadow clones 20 years ago. So let's all just be a little skeptical, even of the creators. Sometimes they might have spicy takes themselves. Saria says, I was disappointed because they're doing Battle of Gods again, which means they'll probably do ROF again. And while it's cool to get the moral arc, I'd just rather have the manga continue. TBH, I am now nodding my head as if I know what any of that means. I agree. Good take. Basically, D1 said that we cannot know if Sakura punches harder than Guy just because she punched Kaguya, and Kaguya is over Madara because he never fought Kaguya, so we cannot know if he would fail. So Spencer was making an argument from ignorance by asserting that just a better feat. Oh, I think I'm remembering this now. Yeah. Okay, it's starting to kind of come back to me. Yeah. I feel like there just wasn't enough evidence presented to substantiate the case either way. Like I wasn't really impressed with the amount of evidence presented.
So long as they're in reference to the text canon continuity.
Like I like the idea that other characters can fly around, quote unquote, fly around by using air pressure. It makes sense that if Guy came up with that, and it makes sense that if all you need to do in order to Okay. So I guess what they should have done to try and get around that, in my opinion, is just establish like what the definition of like in character is, right? Because I think I made this mistake once where I was like, I'm gonna make the argument that Pain, if he fought, I don't know, Guy, insert character here, that he would just like use the Bancho Tenin to pull the guy up into the air and then just keep blasting him with Shino Tensei until he like left the atmosphere. And maybe he could just juggle a character over and over again until they left the atmosphere. I mean, I don't know if there's anything saying he can't do that, but it's not in character. He doesn't use the ability that way, right? And so it's not really like, oh, he can take out all 8 animals at once while spamming Shinra Tensei and missiles from the Asura path and blah, blah. He doesn't do that, right? So you have to decide together, I think, as, or maybe like let the mods or judges decide, are we going to allow speculative feats based on like technical interpretations of abilities, or are we going to relegate ourselves to what we actually see the characters do and what they can reasonably do based on that examination? The fact of the matter is that, as far as I'm aware, Guy is the only one who, in the entire series, ever does anything like that. Any other character that flies has some other kind of hack, something like the light and stone boulder jutsu, like Onoki can use to make himself fly. The god trees, I don't know how the Otsutsuki and the god tree characters fly around, but they have their own ability. I guess like if you have Sage of Six Paths abilities, you can just do it, or like Otsutsuki abilities, you can just do it. It's like a part of their kit, for lack of a better expression. But Sarada's not an Otsutsuki, so I don't see why she would. It's a cool idea. I genuinely like it. I kind of wish the series had explored it more. I think it's a cool technique, and I wish somebody had been like the ghost transmission technique that Don uses, right? Like, I think I was just reading this earlier. There's a description of it that says that yeah, that like is it just like look at it because it's like right at the end here. Yeah, here we go. So this is in the fourth data book. It says since the fucking hang on, let me find it. The soul is detached from the body and becomes a ghost that possesses an exclusive opponent. Blah blah blah. Since the ghost can be effective also with other people's souls, after turning into a ghost, the user can easily reach the opponent's location, no matter how far the distance is, and even if the user doesn't know in advance the location of the target. So, in theory, this is like the most powerful and most useful locating, tracking jutsu in the verse. Because what this is saying, if we take it literally, is that if somebody uses this technique, they can quickly and easily go to anyone, no matter where they are, even if they don't know their location. Their ghost will just go there. So I guess as long as you know the identity of a person, you can just like track them down super fast. Your ghost will just go to them. So if we interpret this literally, which, asterisk, but if we do, it's fucking bizarre to me that nobody in Konoha or any of the other villages was like, maybe we should figure out how to do that again. Because, like, I don't know, Naruto, who supposedly, when he, according to the fourth data book, when he gets access to the Gurodama and Sage of Six Paths modes, he can command all things in nature and he'll come to understand the fundamentals of creation. And, like, he can manipulate people to sort of bring them back from the dead and restore their organs and stuff. He can't. It never occurred to him that, like, hey, maybe if I could project a ghost or teach other people how to do this, I could have the most OP fucking scouting tool in the entire verse. Like, oh, when I'm looking for, say, Kawaki, when he's missing, maybe if literally anyone over the past 20 years had learned how to use this technique, I could just, I don't know, send the ghost to them and they would find him immediately. Like, but this is just one of those things where it's like, I don't know if Walkie-Talkie are still here, but Ikemoto forgot. Ikemoto forgot about the ghost jutsu. So, or maybe they just thought it was too broken and he didn't want to bring it back up. Either way, it's like there are nuggets like this in the series where it's like it's kind of a shame that this wasn't brought up again. And I think that the kicking through the air thing is one of those. Like, aerodynamics can be a huge fucking advantage. Like, why didn't more people look into that? I don't fucking know. Maybe to keep it more special for Guy. Spencer was obviously trolling. Sakura defenders are usually some new gen ratty debaters who think they're smarter. Yeah, so like me, I guess. Yeah, to be honest, if anything, you can argue that Guy has the highest AP because he can fly through that. I wouldn't argue that, but this is a better argument than Spencer's. That's a little bit of shade there, but yeah, I mean, I think there's just more to explore, and that's kind of what I usually advocate for. Cool. So 2 hours and we're 3 minutes in. We're doing great.
States in the official first fan book of Naruto that Kakashi is more than capable of stepping into the role of Hokage, meaning that an authoritative statement, which is published in official material, suggests that Kakashi is a Hokage-level combatant in Part 1.
Okay, so I'm glad he used the word suggest because you can use a suggest as a get out of jail free card. This is kind of what irritates me about this whole approach to the data books. It's like, look, if you want to know whether or not Kakashi is a Kage level opponent, or rather a Hokage level opponent specifically, or combatant, sorry, there's, I guess, two ways you could do it, like two sides of the spectrum. One is you could say, okay, well, first of all, what is the definition of a Hokage level opponent? When Hashirama was alive, there was only one Hokage, and that was him, so it would have just meant that it would be anybody on his level, but obviously that would have been recalibrated with the other Hokages coming along, and like, what if fucking, I don't know, Kakashi and Tsunade and Hiruzen all died? Would whoever else steps up, and Danzo, right? If like there was the plague and it killed a bunch of people, whoever became the next Hokage, would the term Hokage be recalibrated to include, or Hokage level be recalibrated to include whatever their combat level was? Or is there like some kind of quality bar that you have to pass, and then it's like, okay, as long as you can output like minimum island level attacks, then your Hokage level. Let's define that. Does Hokage level combine or like match up to like Mizukage, Kazekage level, like, or is there just a generic Kage level that we can ascribe to? What about Kakashi's jutsu actually would put him at that rank? Is it more about his sense of character, his personality, his reliability, or does he actually have to have like a DC or AP or even like speed, like a combination of different combat skills that he can like combine to reach this like there's a whole nuanced discussion. Let's go back and let's like read part one. Let's look at all his jutsu, compare them to Hiruzen, compare them to like Jiraiya and Tsunade, and like see if he's really qualified. Maybe compare him to Danzo. Or we can be like, oh, it says authoritatively. It says authoritatively in an official canon source that he is Hokage level, so he's a Hokage level combatant, which means he scales to Hokages, guys, for power scaling purposes. And I'm sorry to do like the shitty little mocking voice. Honestly, it's kind of uncalled for, so I apologize for that. I'm just kind of frustrated because it's like, on the one hand, we could do something that's actually fun and interesting and that actually helps us uncover knowledge and develops like a full-fledged like context-rich understanding of the source material. And on the other hand, we can be like, fuck it. It says he is, so he is. It's authoritative, so fuck it. We don't have to do the research. We don't have to have a conversation about it. It is what it is. And I wouldn't harp on this that much, except for the debate that Walkie Talkie and Sage did, where Sage was like, made this whole fucking argument about how Hashirama is the strongest shinobi. And then at the end of it, he said, well, literally the only reason I'm saying, well, I'm paraphrasing, the only reason I'm saying this is because of the statement in the fourth data book. I actually don't think there's any evidence from the series itself, and I would never make the argument that he is the strongest shinobi, except for this statement. So he fucking knows, like, because we all know that he's not the strongest shinobi. It's incredibly obvious if you actually read the manga. And Sage isn't an idiot. He's well aware of this. But because it says it, I guess we have to pretend like it's true. Because it's in an official source. Here's something that I found today, actually, that I do want to share with you. In case, Walkie Talkie, if you guys are here or watch this later, you might feel a little bit vindicated about this. So let me just go, take like 2 minutes and find this. Let me look for Madara, because there's an interesting thing you might want to hear about Madara. Okay. Faded it, couldn't do it. Oh, yeah, okay. So under Night Guy, let's go up here. You might find this interesting. Fourth data book, same one that I think Sage was using. I think it was the fourth data book that said, like, because of the wood style, like, wood style is just one piece of evidence that Hashirama is the strongest shinobi. Let's read this together. A crimson dragon full of youth distorting space with the ultimate kick. Might Guy uses the 8 gates released formation, a taijutsu skill inherited from his father. To show the final form of the dragon, the user needs to open the death gate and sacrifice his life. From the flow of red stream, a large chakra dragon on fire appears around the user, who hits an unprecedented kick and completely destroys the enemy. Its power is limitless, surpassing any notion of what a taijutsu is capable of bending its own space. Even Madara's right side, the strongest ninja of all, was completely destroyed. Okay, so from the same exact data book, a statement of equivalent value specifically states that Madara is the strongest shinobi. So that's done, right? Like, we don't have to have a discussion anymore. We don't have to be more specific about it. We don't have to look for the nuance. Imagine if I had that same exact debate, instead of saying this argument for Hashirama, I just came at you guys with this and said, well, Madara is objectively the strongest shinobi, period. Categorically, there is no counter argument. Here is my evidence. Now you have to prove me wrong. Because I'm using this quote, the strongest ninja of all, from an official canon source, and now it's up to you. The burden of proof is on you, because I used a quote from an official canon source that was written by the author, and therefore it's authoritative, and therefore it's canon. So it's your burden of proof to prove me wrong. You got to prove to me that Madara is the weakest, or sorry, not the weakest, that he's not the strongest. That's your job now. Fuck that. It's like so dishonest. I don't know if it's even dishonest. It's just like manipulative. It's like you set up the whole conversation just framed around like one cherry-picked piece of data. You don't compare it to potential other conflicting sources of information, and then you try to make the other person do all your homework for you instead of just like putting it into context and being nuanced about it. And you could do this with so many things. I could be like, well, like I said before, Pain has a divine, the Shinra Tensei is described as a divine hand that blows away all things in creation. You know what's in creation? Galaxy clusters. So Pain is demonstrably multi-galaxy level, because if he just looked at a cluster of galaxies and pushed it with his hand, then he would push it all away, and nobody else in the series says anything like that. So Pain scales to multi-galaxy level. Oh yeah, but he was tired when he wiped out Konoha. Yeah, but he was holding back. which is, of course, the ultimate defeater to any anti-feed argument, is holding back. You don't know how strong he is. We never see him at full strength. And it says in an official canon source that he can blow away anything in creation. Sorry, but a galaxy cluster is in creation, so I win, you lose. Like, obviously that would be fucking stupid, right? Obviously that would be a shitty thing to do. Right? We agree, right? Anyway, Mr. Narrative says, "Hey John, thanks for the advice. I think you'll do something to celebrate my birthday. I'm grateful for the positive words. I think I'm gonna get back to my hobbies such as writing." Dude, that's fucking awesome. Yes, I was in a rut for a while. I was kind of stuck, and then I started like investing time in doing things that I found engaging, including shit like this, like talking to you guys about this, learning more about stuff. Even if you're not gonna solve the problems of the world, or not gonna like cure depression if you're dealing with depression or whatever else, there's not like a magic bullet that fixes those things. But I definitely do find that if I have something to channel my energy towards, it helps a lot. So I hope you'll do that. I'm sorry to hear that it's been a rough year. Yeah, man, like this year has been kind of crazy, and it keeps getting weirder. So I'd say fully capitalize on any opportunities you have to take care of yourself, to stay close to the people who you value, and yeah, I hope you really will have a wonderful birthday, seriously. Saria says, I mean, I look at the instant transmission in Dragon Ball. Vegeta has it now, but Toyotaro basically writes Vegeta going, I'm not going to use it anymore because Kakarot does. Translation, this would dwindle the already dead and buried stakes. Yeah, that makes sense. Because if everybody, and it's like the Dragon Balls after a while too, right? Like, it kind of makes, like, I hesitate to use this argument, but you could argue that it cheapens death if anybody can just be brought back. So I think, I have a feeling that Toriyama also kind of took that same approach of like, well, shit, I kind of made death seem less consequential, so now I have to add in this caveat that they can't wish for the same thing twice. And without that caveat, then Goku's rage at having supposedly lost Krillin for good would have been less, I don't know, maybe he wouldn't have gone Super Saiyan in the same way or something. So yeah, limitations I think can really guide and frame a story in a good way. But then of course they remove that with the Namek Dragon Ball, so I don't know. Most overpowered male character in Naruto, Shikamaru and Dan and Sai. I think I didn't write his name down, but there was something about Sai that I noticed recently as well. Of course, I was gonna say, is it this one? Lightning fast fists of justice effortlessly break and smash even rocks. The seeming gods become all the more terrifying, and the force all the greater the stronger the anger is. This is the over paper wildly moving paint, but yeah, this one, right? So again, if we're taking the fourth data book seriously and we're just accepting things at face value, did you know that Sai can actually create gods and Buddhas? It literally says here, verbatim stated in a canon source that's an official publication, that Sai creates gods and Buddhas. And as a power scaler, of course, the next thing to do is be like, he literally can create gods, and gods can create universes, so he scales to god level. So your character that you're arguing against gets fucked. Like, obviously, we know that by reading the series, he's creating images of gods and Buddhas. He's creating the likenesses of them. But we know that because we're actually doing the work to compare the source to the supplementary material. If you don't do that, you wind up with some bullshit. You wind up like, if you didn't know anything about the series and you took Sage's perspective, or not just his, but the people who take the data books literally, you took their perspective, you could, as a naive reader of the series, walk away being like, this Sai guy sounds pretty cool. He can literally make gods, because that's where this leads if you don't do your fucking homework. It's really silly. Why do you think I mentioned them three specifically? They're similar in a specific trait. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think is it Yo-Yo? Oh, yeah, also Choji has been inside a literal cocoon his entire life. You might think he's been wandering around, but he's actually been inside a cocoon. Where's the 10-page? Yeah, so when the Ten Tails does its roar thing, it actually breaks the entire Earth, so he's planetary level. By the way, there was something here about the fucking Yo-Yo. Was it this one? Oh yeah, by the way, Choji's literally a mountain. A revolving mountain, shadows and human bullets sweep the land in a great dance. Similar to a so the yo-yo thing that Shikamaru does with Choji is described as having a destructive power similar to a natural disaster, which is also the same power that's ascribed to the Ten Tails, which means that Choji's Ten Tails level, obviously. Let's see. Danzo's entry is pretty fun. The target is shot by sharp blades of air until your last breath. Jutsu begins by shaping the chakra into a projectile that in a moment is expelled from the mouth with the breath. Doing this with short breaths results in a machine gun. Now let's listen here very carefully to what's being said. Not like a machine gun, not similar to a machine gun, not having the properties of a machine gun. It results in a machine gun. So Danzo literally makes a fucking machine gun because it literally says so in the databooks, making it possible to fill the opponent with holes. He's like got a fucking Tommy gun, like a gangster from from the early like Prohibition era or whatever. Doing this with a longer breath results in vacuum great sphere, a giant spherical projectile that resembles a bazooka. This one resembles a bazooka, so this is figurative language, so it's not literally a bazooka, but this does result in a machine gun. You see the problem with this? Anyway, power to destroy the enemy's body completely. And we could do this with everything. Like here's the Rasen Shuriken entry. Notice how Naruto says "shut your fucking mouth" and also "I fucking told you." I don't remember that from the series, but that is kind of fun. Mei's jutsu wraps and dissolves even tenacious chakra armors as well as objects like barriers. So if we do the power scaling thing, we could say as long as something is a chakra armor categorically, so including like the perfect Susanoo, then Mei should be able to melt it based on this, because this perfect Susanoo categorically is a chakra armor. So, it's like the problem, again, is not with the databooks themselves. Anybody who actually reads this and then reads the manga will be like, oh, okay, it's describing like the ideal or the intended use of the jutsu. When it says it melts objects like chakra armor and barriers, it can melt some of them under certain circumstances. Obviously, I would never make the argument literally, legitimately, that Mei can actually break the perfect Susanoo with this. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't match up what's in the series. So again, the problem is not with the databooks, it's with abusing them and misreading them. And this is the same principle that's used to say like Itachi's invincible. It's just taking the shit out of context and going crazy with it. So, some of them are fine, some of them not so much. And then also talking about like figurative language and stuff. The tips of the branches of insanity are tearing apart and sticking out of his body. The flowers of fresh blood are blooming in profusion. Now, guys, this is a an expository text. It's not descriptive. It's not narrative. It's only expository. So, this is literally true. These branches are literally crazy. It's stated in you see the point. I'm going to start being sarcastic and go back to the fucking video. Did somebody say yo Jet Set Radio reference? You son of a gun, I'm in. No, but I have been learning to play some Jet Set Radio songs on the drums. Fucking love Naganuma, is that his name? The composer is fucking great. The concept of love and Let Mom Sleep and fucking Funky Dealer is like one of my favorite songs ever now. I played that on DDR recently, and I'm like, holy shit, this is so much fun to dance to. Dr. Strangle says, the scan Sage uses for the Hashirama is the strongest ninja thing, is the second half of a double-page spread that starts its body paragraph with Hashirama known as the strong... Yeah, well, we're going to get to that, too. Notice how this is an excerpt. I haven't prepared the actual... I have the fan book behind me. I could go grab it, but like we're gonna talk about taking excerpts from things in a second too. Don't worry. I see where you're coming from.
Has Hokage level combat abilities at that point in the story. Finally, the last part of the definition necessitates that a given work must take place within the narrative canon continuity in order to be considered a part of the official canon. If it's
a little redundant, but whatever.
It wouldn't be considered canon to the primary. However,
it has
in
to
a
be
series
canon
like
to be
Dragon
canon.
Ball, you can have multiple canons with...
So I'm not going to comment on this because I don't know enough about the Dragon Ball shit. Again, it would be really nice to have a reference to what this is. I have no idea if this is like legitimate or not. Source.
Primary, the anime being
Cite your
the
sources.
secondary, and movies, games, etc., which don't directly connect to the manga or anime continuities, having their own separate canons.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like the idea of the manga and the anime. My question is, why did we jump over to Dragon Ball? Right? The same thing applies to Naruto. why are we going to Dragon Ball to talk about different split canons? Like, instead of talking about like the Boruto manga and anime, Naruto anime and manga, is there a reason why we pivoted away from that? Just curious.
Use the term generally is manga canon, though, so the discussion of whether or not they're canon is going to be one where we're trying to determine if they're canon to the manga, not the anime, games, etc.
Okay, I will say that's fine. Like, from a certain perspective, that's usually what I assume. Like, if I'm, because based on the community standards that tend to get used, we tend to put more emphasis on the manga, and I'm personally fine with that. That's the version I read first. I think it's the better version of the story. It's the original version of the story, so I'm happy to use that as the authoritative version. But also, like, it's dipping a toe into like being gatekeepy. I would never say that, like, if you've only ever watched the anime and never read the manga, that you're like not allowed to do power scaling or do debates or whatever, just because you're dealing with a different version of the story. We talked about this before, but like, obviously the pain fight, you know, when he's fighting Six Tails Naruto, is way different in the anime than the manga. So if you're having a debate about that involves pain scaling one way or another, it's important to mention which version you're using and why, and to be consistent with that. But at the same time, there's nothing stopping anyone from making a power scaling video or even having a debate where they're arguing for pain and they use anime feats. It's only disallowed if the debaters or moderators decide that it's disallowed, but it's not like people who haven't read the manga aren't allowed to participate because they're not really dealing with real canon or anything like that. I'm not saying that's what Sage is saying, but it just, he reminded me of this thing that's come up before.
So, to determine whether or not the Naruto databooks are canon, we have to establish those three things in regard to the manga. Let's work backwards here. We know that they're a part of the same continuity as the manga, as they exclusively reference manga material and are even stated to cover events in the manga, with each...
Again, no source for this. Oh, wait, actually... No source for this, no source for the translation, so minus points from Gryffindor there. But at the same time, it's like not actually technically true, because some of the data books, at least the third one, have like bonus manga in them that aren't necessarily canon. I wonder if they... Hang on, let me see if I can bring this up. I think I have it in my downloads. Let's see if it's actually in the PDF. By the way, for legal purposes, I have purchased and own my own copy of this. I think so. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Okay, here. So this is from the third data book. This is at the end of the third data book. This is a fucking... Come on. 1 second. Is it loading? Yeah, okay, here we go. So, this is a bonus manga that's included in the third data book. And it spoilers for Kakashi fans. Maybe. it's whatever. You'll see. But like, here are some interesting things from the end of the third data book, right? Like, there are these little surveys about what character would you rather have as a sibling or whatnot that are included. You know, some of this stuff is really just kind of fun. Not a lot of people talk about this because I think it does kind of change the what the fuck is a frontispiece? Changes the tone of the books into something that's a little bit more casual. Like, oh, here, look, this is a canon piece of material. Okay, so canonically, Kakashi breaks the fourth wall and understands the perspectives of people reading his own comic and is aware of these. Like, obviously not. Like, this is not canon. Like, Kakashi doesn't, like, see through into our universe in canon just because this happens in a canon piece of material. I hope I don't have to fucking explain that to anybody. I hope you guys understand without me having to explain. But maybe I need to dive into that. But yeah, the data books, like, this is another reason why people should read them, is because they contain really interesting insights and information as to, like, the design history, how characters were iterated upon, the thinking that went into their design philosophy. They're really great. Like, people should read them. I just want to be very clear about that, right? Like, here's, I think this actual uniform wound up getting brought back in either a game or something. Um, I don't know what to make of this particular sentence, so we'll just move right along. Um, but yeah, there's some interesting stuff. There's a little Q&A thing over here. Naruto again is breaking the fourth wall. That's canon apparently. And then there's this little mini manga over here, Kakashi's face revealed. Right. So, do you think that this happened? Yes or no? I don't know. Is this actually canon, or is it just like a little gag spin-off thing? I don't know. Uh, it could be. It doesn't conflict with anything necessarily, but does this objectively mean that this actually happened? I don't know, maybe. Maybe. I guess it's up to you, right? I think it's open for interpretation is my point.
Databook having
Sorry says, oh my god, Acolyte, YouTube is glitching so bad that it almost made me block you because I was typing and it started freaking out. Oh no, shit. I hope you're okay. You didn't spill anything on the keyboard, did you? That's happened to me before. It takes on a life of its own.
Timeline framework from
Oh, hey Magog, how's it going? Darth Magog says, I do believe that Naruto can indeed see us in the real world. I'm sorry, I'll have to concede that point then. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good weekend. I was going to ask you, earlier we were talking about Star Wars canon. Do you happen to know, am I correct in my recollection that when J.J. Abrams took over and was doing episode 7, that at the time there was a bunch of stuff in the fucking extended universe of Star Wars that was considered canon, like books and games and stuff, and then when he came along, he's like, all of that is disregarded now because they just kind of wanted to start over and do their own thing. Oh yeah, no worries about being late or whatever. As you know, it kind of takes a while for me to get momentum going and then like actually get to the topic. So we are, as usual, on pace at about 5 minutes in to the video. We're talking about almost 3 hours into the stream. So no worries, dude. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good weekend. How about No says got adapted into a fan favorite episode of the anime. Oh, cool. That's awesome. So, well, there you go. There's maybe it is canon after all because it's crossed over and it's been re-represented or whatever.
From which it's working out
Could very well be.
Such as Databook 4 explicitly stating it's covering up to Chapter 691. We also know that they're both official and authoritative. It's official because it's titled as such.
Well, the extended universe was never canon, but the fandom decided that there were different levels of canon, and George Lucas was fine with it. Okay, that's cool. So he was actually like actively aware of people like working in the universe, so to speak. That's cool. Expanded universe exists as its own canon. Star Wars: The Old Republic is still ongoing and canon to it. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah. So there's some nuance there. I like that. Dr. Strangle says, I don't consider continuity to go away if my fanfic mentions or even cites Naruto. Chapter 385, page 10, Naruto's continuous to my fanfic. My fanfic isn't continuous to Naruto. Yes, exactly. Let alone shit like rewrites or whatever. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If the movies or shows contradicted, says Darth Magog, then George's work took presidency. Otherwise, he was fine with literal whatever. He gave the U his blessing. That's fucking awesome. I actually really like that. That's really cool to hear.
And officially published by Shueisha.
By the way, have we talked about that movie, The People versus George Lucas?
The publisher and co-owner of the Naruto IP. It's authoritative because, as before, it's published by Shueisha and written by Kishimoto. Now, this might get some antennas up because there has been a lot of debate about this hot topic of discussion for a while now, but we know...
Not to be shitty, but the only reason that there's so much debate about it is because of people misrepresenting it. Like, it's not hard. Like, it should never have been fucking controversial in the first place. It's only because of, it's like, I'm not calling anybody out specifically, but like, we just, because I've done this too, we just had like bad habits as power scalers of being too quick to jump the gun when we find a piece of information that we think will help us clear a point. Like, again, we created this problem ourselves. It's not the fault of the data books. It's our own fault. Darth Magog says we have to do a stream for that. Yeah, I'd love to talk about that. Honestly, like, I have like that still like childish love, or like how do you say, like inner child love for the Star Wars franchise. I get giddy whenever I watch the movies. I don't know a lot about the franchise to be able to talk about it from a power scaling standpoint, but it's just always, it's so fucking fun. You know, I really do love the imagery and especially the sound design. I mean, Ben Burtt, like the lead sound designer on the Star Wars movies, is one of the most influential sound designers like ever, along with like Gary Rydstrom and I'm forgetting a couple names, but yeah, like he's one of the seminal sound designers like influenced so many people and like so many paradigms on sound design. Really, really cool dude.
Know that it's authored by Kishimoto because he's credited as the author. And some
Yeah,
will say
I'm not going to dispute any of this. This is fine.
that the authorship credit is in reference to his authorship of the manga, but that's just not the case. Kishimoto gets 2 credits on these data books, one as series creator and one as the author, with this credit being listed next to the copyright for the specific data book listing said credits.
Oh, how about No says this is kind of a late point. Oh, no worries. I always appreciate the info. The original Japanese does specify like a machine gun. Yeah, I mean, like that makes perfect sense. It seemed to me to be a simile anyway, but it, I think it's still relevant to this discussion, not to even call out or like berate the translators, but because again, power scalers will take that exact Naruto Versity page and literally copy and paste those exact quotes and use them at face value. And it's like, cool. So if you get to do that and we're being fair, then I get to do that for Danzo too. And Danzo literally makes a literal machine gun, right? And so he gets to fire up your guy, like fill your guy full of hose like Swiss cheese. But like obviously the correct thing to do is to look at it in context. And yeah, it makes much more sense. It makes zero sense that he's literally conjuring modern weaponry with a winjutsu. That factually doesn't happen. So I was kind of like, it's almost like satire, I guess, or sarcasm to try to illustrate the point of like, this is ridiculous. We should not do this in general. Yeah. Saria says, so it was the first Star Wars fandom that started this weird secondary and tertiary canon stuff. I've seen so many people use this, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. Rioman says, I'm peak at power scaling Star Wars, both Disney and EU. You missed some comments up above a bit earlier. Let me see. Ashirama, YouTube is glitching. Naruto can see us in the real world. Fan favorite. EU was never canon. Expanded universe. I don't think so. Maybe YouTube like deleted something. I think I read everything. Can you try reposting it? I'll keep an eye out for it. Saria said, but again, Lucas was like, yeah, sure, you kids have fun. Yeah, that's kind of nice, honestly. He's about to get into the authorship, but doesn't even consider what authorship means in Japan and just relies on what he intuits what author means. Yeah, I guess I also don't have the context for what authorship means in Japan versus in the West. So if you guys want to comment on that, I'm more than happy to hear your perspective. I'm kind of like if I were in a debate, like to kind of repeat, I would just kind of be like, yeah, sure. Kishimoto authored it. I wouldn't dispute that personally, but you could that's just not what my interest happens to be at the moment. But yeah, like I definitely encourage learning more about it and being culturally sensitive and about the context of it. Yeah.
Kishimoto does have a team that helps him assemble these things, with them receiving credits for things like formatting, choosing fonts, etc. But he's the only person listed as the author of these. This is also consistent with Shueisha's publishing.
Oh, you asked stuff about Hashirama and Tobirama. Let me look up. I'm sorry, I didn't see that at all. Well, let me search. I'm not seeing anything about... Oh, wait. Did Hashirama wait for Tobirama to reach his level before Tobirama, or is it just who's ever second best will de facto become a Hokage candidate? Yeah, that's a good question. Like, I think I know what sage means, right? Like, when... And we can infer it from this. I think there's that scene where the Anbu are watching Hiruzen fight against Hashirama and Tobirama, and there's like Hashirama uses his wood style and creates like the forest, and then there's like a massive fireball that gets countered immediately by Tobirama's water style, and he's like, wow, so this is a Hokage level fight. You know what? I think that's kind of like the general idea that we've internalized about Kage level. You need to be above what we usually see Jonin do, and you need to be able to do something that's like vaguely around that level. You don't need to specifically be able to like, you know, I don't fucking know, summon Katsuyu to heal the entire village, or have some massive swamp that you can create like Jiraiya does and summon all these toads and whatever. But you have to do something that's at least as impressive as some of those initial clashes, because here you have diegetically a high-ranking member of an elite shinobi unit within the universe reacting to something and being like, oh, I see, so that's what it's like to be a Hokage. And you can use that as a general reference point. Or you can also look at like Like Gara has been newly made a Kazekage in the beginning of Shippuden, and you could be like, okay, you probably should be at least around his level. Or you could look at the Gokage and their abilities and be like at least around their level, right? Like there are ways of defining, of like kind of getting down to it, and coming up with a definition. I think that we're smart enough as a community to find a definition for that. I'm more objecting to the way it was presented in the video, that like that wasn't a great definition of it, and saying that because that statement there, like it's this one little tiny clip from some fucking book, some fucking page that, well, I guess we'll never know where it came from because there was no source cited, that we should just believe that he's Hokage level and we don't need any other clarification or elaboration. That's my objection, really, which I think you understand, but like, yeah. Sorry, sorry. Let me see. Darth Magog says, sorry, I've been so confused about it because it's been something I've seen for Seiya, and I'm like, but we were already told everything is just alternate timelines. Why are we doing this? And Darth Magog says, frankly, I think people take canon too seriously. Some things either official material or it's fan fiction. The rest is up for us fans to enjoy. Yep, that makes sense. I think there should be nuance. I think there are different ways of looking at things from different angles. I think that's all fair. The people who actually work on a work to be credited as an author. Oh, sorry, author equals somebody who contributed to a work or the person who is responsible for an overlying work, or for an overlying work that a derivative work is based off of, which overrides. I see. Okay. So yeah, that's a little bit different than what I would expect, but it makes sense. Saria says, Darth Magog, that's literally what I've been telling people and they act like I'm nuts. This is literally how Japan treats it, and I agree because it just makes sense. Yeah. Like, obviously the definitions of things like these are going to change based on the culture and like the artistic sensibilities and the politics and everything, and economics of where these things are made, right? That makes sense.
Practices, because there are works within the canon which he did not author, such as the majority of the Boruto manga as well as certain novels, and in those cases he's only credited as the series creator,
like for example the Boruto the movie novel,
and or
just saying,
supervisor, while the correct author is listed as so. So to conclude this section, the Naruto Databooks should be canon as they're written by Kishimoto and published by Shueisha, checking the official or authoritative box. They cover and take place in the manga timeline, as they only cover manga content and are stated to cover said content through certain portions of the manga, and they're likely widely considered to be official or authoritative due to them being published as official by the official publisher, meaning that most people who actually read them would likely consider them to be official. The final point to tie all of this together is that Kishimoto in Fanbook 2...
They're literally official, and a lot of people think that they're official is basically what that says. That's fine. Again, that doesn't mean that any given statement is necessarily true or false. They're official. Cool. They cover the same content that is in the official timeline. Cool. I get the point and the value of establishing that these are actually like not fan-made bullshit things on a wiki somewhere. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's not really the point, though. The point is what is actually in the motherfuckers.
Let's just reference the Naruto Databooks.
Yeah, do a roundtable on this. Yeah, that would be fun, honestly. That'd be a lot of fun. We did like a little roundtable in Discord about, what the fuck was it? Why am I blanking on the names? Majin Buu versus, or like Buhan versus Kid Buu or something like that, right? Mr. Narrative, you'll probably remember. I think... Was it Loha was there too? Or there was a couple other people there too, right? And that was a lot of fun. So
the books is having invaluable
Auherd, I think, was there, right?
Information not found in the manga, meaning Kishimoto is expressing to us that the information in these guides is incredibly valuable for anyone trying to better understand the Naruto series.
Yeah, sure, if it's used correctly and interpreted accurately. And that's the point too that I would like to admonish, or like to kind of emphasize, is that let me just ask this as a general question to anybody who happens to be listening to this. What is more important to you as somebody who is a fan of a work of art? Demonstrating respect for the artist and genuinely understanding what they're trying to say, or using their work to win a competition against somebody else for meager profit? Let's just leave that hanging in the air for a second.
But with that out of the way, let's move on to the actual reliability of the statements within the text themselves.
Sure. That's all that matters, really.
Even though most people consider these guides to be canon...
Can I be petty for a second? Here's a challenge. I'm gonna throw down the gauntlet to any Naruto content creator. Pick a different fucking piece of music, for love of God. I don't know who first picked this like soporific, coma-inducing piece of like, you know, lullaby, glockenspiel in the background or whatever. It's cute. Whoever first chose it, you did a good job picking a cool piece of music. Do we have to have it on every single fucking video? I feel like I can't get away from this shit. It's been stalking me for years. There's literally millions of pieces of music out there. Pick something unique for yourself. At this point, I'd rather you put fucking Baby Shark overlaid with the Bluey theme song. I don't fucking care. Just do something different, please. I'm begging you.
The biggest question that people have is whether or not the statements in these guides are actually reliable, primarily due to mistakes in the databooks as well as flowery figurative language being scattered throughout the text.
Small nitpick here. I don't like the way he said the scattered throughout the text, because I think it kind of sets up the conversation in a way that portrays people who are databook critical, databook skeptics, to be like, don't worry about it, guys. There's only a couple. There's a little peppering of mistakes here or there, hyperbole here or there. But no, like, my perspective as a databook skeptic, what a weird title that is not that there's some things peppered here or there. It's that fucking there's a shitload of them and they're all over the goddamn place. That's what it is. And that there is actually good shit in there that we can use, but we have to be careful and use it correctly. So I don't know if it's intentional or not, but I think sometimes databook skeptics get a little strawmanned with that kind of rhetoric. So please be careful. Dr. Strangle says, do we ever expect an advertisement to say, yeah, this new thing we're trying to sell is actually whack, but please still buy it? I would honestly be more inclined to buy something like that, because I'd be like, oh, okay, at least they're being honest about it. Like, yeah, this is a cheap piece of shit, but it's the best you're going to do, motherfucker. And I'm like, okay, you know, I appreciate the honesty. Oh, it was Swag Kage who started using that. Well, that's fine. You know, like, Swag picked a cool piece of music. Good for him. Doesn't mean the rest of us have to do the same exact thing. You know, it's like, I don't know, maybe it's like a kind of shibboleth or like a dog whistle or something, like, hey man, if you've really made it as a Naruto YouTuber, you got to use this music to signal that you're part of the pack. And I don't know, I'd rather hear Baby Shark. I'm not joking. Skibidi Toilet being fed through a vocoder into Baby Shark, I would be more impressed, because at least that's unique, you know. I actually really like Skibidi Toilet, so whatever. Speaking of fan-made content, can we talk about how toxic people have gotten over the years with the term fan fiction? Stories that they don't like, this is just fan fiction, and that's insulting. Yeah, it has become kind of like a derogatory, like, four-letter word almost, right? Just a way of kind of being rude and dismissing a piece of work that you don't like. You're right. There are some genuinely really wonderful fan fiction that can be beautiful fiction in and of itself. I don't think it should be necessarily a derogatory term. And if people are using it that way, that's unfortunate. You say that because a lot of fanfic authors can write, really well. And I think this is part of a weird cultural thing where society is just extremely cruel to teenage girls. And that's not to say that only teenage girls make fanfiction, but it's associated with teenage girls. Excuse me. Even though things like versus debating is literally fanfiction treated as a sport, yeah, it absolutely fucking is. And nobody seems to, well, I shouldn't say nobody, but people seem pretty receptive by comparison to things like Daigo Knight's rewrites. So, you know, like, he's not the only ones. I think Walkie Talkie, you guys are working on a rewrite too, right? So like that is literally fan fiction. It's being presented with a different term, but it is a form of fan fiction as well. So I don't know. I feel like this is a whole separate tangent that maybe we should save for like a philosophy stream or something. But I do think, you know, a previous partner of mine made this point that a lot of things that are reviled in the media by culture, that get like a stigma of being like fucking garbage or whatever, or awful, or like burn this, whatever, oftentimes are just things that teenage girls like Justin Bieber, his early music, not that I've heard a lot of it, wasn't very good, but was it really like the worst fucking thing ever? Did it really deserve all the hate? Like, the Backstreet Boys, like, when I was a little bit younger, the Backstreet Boys were popular at a certain time, and I was exposed to their music. And you know what? I bought one of their fucking albums because they have some cool songs. They're pretty good. People fucking hated them in my school, like, mostly the men, right? Because there's this, I genuinely think that you're onto something, that, like, for whatever reason, things that are popular among teenage girls get like this massive vitriolic disgusted backlash. And it's unfortunate because look, you don't have to like fucking boy bands or whatever, but I'm really glad that K-pop has caught on in a big way now, and it seems like across the gender spectrum, like more people are just like into it without being self-conscious about it, at least from what I can tell, more so than like Backstreet Boys back in my time. um, but like, so I think people are getting a little bit more comfortable with that stuff, which is good because yeah, there was just like really kind of gross, like anything that's popular amongst teenage girls, like we have to shoot it down. It's the devil, you know. Like I don't know, it's just really weird. I don't understand the sociology of it, but you definitely have touched on something that's like a real phenomenon. It's kind of concerning, honestly. The more you listen to this, the more I'm starting to think that it's just apologetics combined with fandom. Like Naruto's the third weirdest cult I've ever been in. The Naruto power scaling for sure. I don't tend to see this level of apologetics and information gerrymandering or whatever you want to call it in the casual fandom. It's the power scaling specifically. Like when I watch a video from like Sage's Reign or Sybil or anybody like that who's doing narrative analysis, character analysis, I don't run into this shit. Maybe it's just my to use Sage's phrase, my antennae aren't up the same way because it's narrative analysis as opposed to something that's like more quote unquote scientific or supposed to be more rigorous in terms of evidence. Like it's, if you're going in assuming like understanding that it's going to be more of a loose interpretation, then that's different. But at the same time, it's like I'm not impressed by people just quote mining and cherry picking. I am impressed by people developing a nuanced understanding and genuinely trying to spread passion for something. So I don't know, like it's weird. It's this one very particular niche insular part of the community has just, which for some reason wound up getting super popular. I don't know. I don't really want to speculate too much about that. I don't think I'm qualified, but it is weird. It is weird. Um, if I sue Shueisha for false advertisement that I didn't find the info in the data book to be valuable, would I have an actual case, or is that not an actual promise and fall into the standard of puffery? I think according to people in this community, you would, because the stated intention, the explicit intention of the data books is to inform you and not to deceive you. So if you read the data books and you come to incorrect conclusions, that's not your fault, clearly, for failing to pick up on the nuance or do your research or read thoroughly. It's got to be the author's fault for tricking you. So yeah, get the lawyers ready. Lawyer up. You actually kind of want to run that shit. Do it. I want to see what happens.
I'll get into the actual mistakes in the next section, so here I'll just go over the usage of figurative speech in the data books and whether or not that detracts from their reliability. Before that, quickly,
Okay, so let's just read this very carefully, quickly together, okay? This is an entry on the Amaterasu. Again, no citation for the translation. I have no idea who did this. I will say that this font looks oddly similar to a similar font. And when I saw this font previously, how can I phrase this? I won't be coy about it. I'll just say that, like, I think it was a walkie-talkie debate where that Hashirama scan was used. I'm pretty sure that it had the same font, and in the bottom left corner it said translation by Sage of Thick Calves with the same font. And then he said on their podcast that when he translates them, because he's not a native speaker, what he does is he runs the text through this app that has like 5 different AI software in it that then generates a composite translation. I might not be getting that 100% correct, but like, yeah, Dr. Strangle says the scan looks like Sage's own translation. I think I saw like this font and this format used in that debate. So don't quote me on it. You know, I don't want to misrepresent anything, but I'm skeptical of this, and the fact that we don't have a source just makes it all the more, gives us more reason to be skeptical. Let's read together. The Uchiha clan, originally significant as those with fans which manipulate fire, traditionally specialize in fire release jutsu. Okay, that's a pretty dry literal statement, no problems there. But there is a legendary jutsu unknown outside the clan. This is Amaterasu. Potentially worth being skeptical about whether nobody outside the clan knows about it. Pretty sure Itachi knows, or Pain knows about it, which means that, and like Zetsu isn't part of the clan either, so that's probably not technically true. This is Amaterasu. The appearance of the flames are jet black. That's fine. The high temperature is like the sun. A little bit vague there. The phrasing of that is kind of weird. And one time touching it is the last. Okay, what are we supposed to do with that statement there? Is that supposed to mean that, like, if anybody touches it, they can't ever touch it again because that will be the last time they ever touch it? Or, and this is what I actually believe, is it saying that, like, if you get touched by it, you're toast, like you're cooked, literally and figuratively? Because if that's the case, that is blatantly false. The one person who, like the one person that we ever see killed by the Amaterasu, or specifically by like Kagutsuchi, is White Zetsu, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm pretty, we could go back and look at it, but I'm pretty sure that the Raikage gets hit with the Amaterasu and then keeps fighting. Like, he gets hit with it on his arm and then keeps fighting, and is about to get hit again when he does the guillotine drop with his leg, right? So he was going to get hit by it twice. So that's just wrong. It is said that this is named after the goddess of the sun, and it continues to burn for 7 days and 7 nights. That could be true. It could be named after that, but should we take that literally? Did somebody stand there and clock it at 7 days and 7 nights, or is that hyperbole? Worth being skeptical about. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan is necessary to activate this jutsu. For this reason, there are not many who've learned this jutsu. Seems fine. Therefore, the details of the jutsu are yet unrevealed. That also seems fine. So I would say about half of this content here is worth being at least a little bit skeptical towards, and some of it is wrong. I'm going to mute for a second to just focus on the scrolling text over here. The ones reflected in these eyes turn to ash. Okay. Black world destroying conflagration that scorches all on heaven and earth. Okay, so according to this data book, that people who, like, categorically, who get reflected in the eyes of those who own the Amaterasu and get hit by this, they do turn to ash. That is factually what happens to them, categorically what happens to them. No one fucking person who gets hit by this gets turned to ash in the series. Except maybe that White Zetsu cluster of White Zetsus that get hit by Sasuke's Kagutsuchi when he leaves the cave. Okay. World-destroying conflagration? Really? We're gonna really go with this and say that, like, the Amaterasu is planetary? I mean, it could maybe there's an argument that, like, if you let it burn and propagate and you don't touch it or fuck with it at all, it will eventually burn down everything in its path. I don't know if that actually checks out, because when the forest around the Uchiha hideout gets lit on fire, it doesn't look like it's burning the ground. It doesn't look like it's burning the earth. When Nagato gets hit by it and he's lying on the ground, it doesn't burn the earth beneath him. It doesn't even, like, propagate to nearby shit. You know, it doesn't burn down the Uchiha hideout. So, yeah, black world-destroying conflagration. Not only does it scorch everything on heaven and on earth, it also scorches everything on heaven. So heaven is canonical to the Naruto universe. There are things on heaven, and anything on heaven gets scorched, right? Because this is a canonical, official source of information. The black flames that only the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan can control are even able to instantly break through the side of a rock toad who breathes fire. Should we take that literally? Does it literally burn in an instant, in an infinitesimally small amount of time, or is that hyperbole? You see what I mean? Like, each of these statements, Jiraiya, who mastered many jutsu, has mastered many jutsu, did not know of the existence of Amaterasu. What he does understand is the power of the suspicious conflagration. So, like, this is a perfect example. A lot of databook statements are going to be like this. They're going to have good things, they're going to have bad things. They're going to have accurate information, they're going to have cap. They're going to have hyperbole, they're going to have just, like, straight up normal dry language. And if you really want to understand what the Amaterasu is, you should take all of that under advisement and then go read the fucking manga, and then read the rest of the data books and sorry, I made my dog bark with that. You should then, like, put it into context with everything else in the data books and develop a nuanced, complete picture. Using the data books is not wrong in and of itself, but extracting something and being like, hey, you know what? Part 1 Itachi's planetary because it says the conflagration burns everything in heaven and earth. Oh, that also means that he's cosmic, or whatever the term for it is. He could literally, like, burn down heaven. really, we're not, obviously nobody's going to make that argument, right? Okay, so just so we're all on the same page. Matarasu is an SCP info hazard that erases its memory of anyone who sees it. Yeah, no kidding. It's a Matarasu, given that it's a Mangekyo Genjutsu, or Jutsu, and the Mangekyo has powerful Genjutsu, it just gaslit the whole audience into thinking it was better than it actually was. Saria says, I wonder if a Matarasu and the Totsuka blade and things just show up repeatedly through bloodline, and you'll either get one like Sasuke or both like Itachi, and that's how this stuff is documented. I think it's explicitly stated that when you get the Mangekyo, you awaken the Tsukuyomi in one eye and the Amaterasu in the other eye, and then once you awaken both of those things, you then get the Susanoo. But it's weird because I don't think Sasuke ever gets the Tsukuyomi specifically. At least he never uses it explicitly. He counters the infinite Tsukuyomi, I think, but he doesn't ever use it himself. And that only becomes relevant when he gets the Rinnegan anyway. So yeah, I don't think he gets the Tsukuyomi, but he still gets Susanoo. So it's weird. I think there's a little bit of conflicting mythology about it in the universe. Saria says, I guess we'll see if it turns out Sarada pulls up with the Totsuka blade. I think the Totsuka blade specifically is, I don't know how it's acquired or found or passed down, but I mean, we don't see Madara he has his own sword, and Sasuke has his own weaponry, like Indra's arrow and shit like that. So I think that either the Totsuka blade manifests in like specific Uchiha who have like a specific, like every Susanoo looks a little bit different. So for whatever reason, the one that Itachi inherited just came with a Totsuka blade, but not everybody else's does because it's like his own version of it. Or the Totsuka blade is like a spiritual thing that you can go out and get, and like it becomes part of your soul or some shit like that. Or it's, I don't know, it's like an ethereal thing that's stored in the gourd. I don't exactly know how it fucking works, but it could be that it is actually something that can be passed down and inherited. Like if Itachi left the planet and then died on another planet in another galaxy or something, then not like a Biju, right? Like the Totsuka blade wouldn't necessarily like reappear at some point. It might just be lost. I'm not sure. I don't think there's enough info about it, but it's a cool idea. It would be fucking hilarious if Sarada just pulls up with it. Yeah. Totsuka bladed Susanoo as well. Yeah, and the Yaramir as well. If this is true, that means Kamui is gone forever because of Obito likely not having any offspring running around. I doubt he was plowing anyone who was married to the mission. Well, I think it might be that's part of like the fucking like Otsutsuki or, like Senju Uchiha bloodline shit, because I think I'd have to go research this more, but I think like it's implied that Kaguya is the progenitor of space-time ninjutsu, and people with those special ocular abilities are essentially just inheriting a part of her shit. And so if you're part of the clan and you have some of that DNA in you, you might be able to. So I think if the clan were wiped out completely, then yeah, it's the Kamui specifically might actually go extinct, which is actually a really cool concept. But as long as there's like some Uchiha blood, I guess it's kind of like the Elder Blood in the Witcher series, right? Like as long as it's around somewhere, the power will eventually come back and manifest. That's my headcanon anyway. Amaterasu's over the ghost Buddha Hagoromo. I don't think this Kishimoto thought. Yeah, what is this who even is this Kishimoto guy coming up with all these crazy fan theories? I don't even know who this motherfucker is. How about No says, fun fact, the original Japanese says nothing about Amaterasu being world-destroying. Interesting little bit of information there. I appreciate that context. Thank you. Darth Megok says, I wonder if Kishimoto-sensei wanted Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi to be the universal Mangekyo Jutsu, but changed his mind when he started handing Mangekyo out like candy. Yeah, it's, I think he became a victim of his own, like, power ceiling or whatever, where, yeah, I mean, like, the power escalation over the course of the series is pretty gnarly. So I think maybe it got a little out of control. But once you establish that an Uchiha of Itachi's level has X level of power, for Sasuke to be competitive with him, he also needs to acquire X level of power. But then any other Uchiha who are on that level should also, like, if they didn't have similar powers, it would make sense. It wouldn't make sense. although he solves this problem with certain characters like Shisui, right? Like rather than just saying, I mean, I think in the game he has a Susanoo as well, but like in the manga they just make him like super good at teleporting, right? So they give him his own shit, and then the Kodowa Matsukami, right? I don't think anybody else except Danzo uses it, and he uses it with his eye. So I honestly wish that he'd kind of gone into that a bit more. Like there's one Uchiha who inherits Izanagi, another one who inherits Izanami, and then one inherits Kodowa Matsukami. There's like a couple of different Uchiha maybe it's getting too complicated, but like little substrains of the DNA that gets different abilities or something. I don't know. Dr. Strangle says you get an eye ability, you get an eye ability, you get an eye ability, you all get an eye ability. Check under your seats for a fucking soggy ass mangekyo in a little envelope. Go out to the parking lot. We've got just a pile of eyes. Pick your favorite. I want to see that episode of Oprah now. How about No says weirdly, it being hot as the sun is either way. It instantly vaporizes metal in Boruto, and temperature energy transfer gets kind of funky in fiction. Sun surface ain't that hot in the grand scheme of it. Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised about that. Like, technically speaking, I don't. I think that. Fuck it. Hang on. How hot is lighter tip flame? Okay. So, standard disposable butane lighter flame burns to this 2552. Tip of the flame is cooler. Okay, so hot surface of the sun temp in F. Okay, so 10,000 degrees. So I was wrong about that. I thought I saw a piece of information somewhere that was like, technically speaking, a lighter is hotter than the surface of the sun, which sounded bizarre to me. So I'm glad I checked that. It's like, wait, what the fuck? Factoid. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But yeah.
The data books, and whether or not that detracts from their reliability. Before that, quickly, I'll just add that this is from a scaling perspective, so things that are more so plot points should just be taken at face value because Kishimoto did write these and tells us that they hold valuable information in the Naruto world. So what I think is most important here is to go over whether or not they're reliable for scaling. First,
I mean, like, yeah, since this is like we're talking about things within the context of the power scaling niche, but also there's nothing wrong with interrogating statements that specifically pertain to narrative. Like, there might be mistakes there, or there might be reinterpretations or retcons. Like, I don't know. I think it's all fair game. But yeah, like, we can focus on the power scaling stuff. That's fine.
First, we need to establish what exactly the data books are, based on how they're
and this is where John gets grumpy.
written as well as the expressed intention. These texts are expository reference texts, like a specialized encyclopedia. We know this because the intention of a text is primarily what classifies it, with the intention of the data books being expressed to be informing the reader by providing information on the Naruto world.
Okay, so the idea here is that the intention of the text determines what kind of text it is. So if I put out a book and I say, this book that I'm putting out here, the intention of it is to teach everybody about whether or not, like, the shape of the world, right? And then I actually, like, whether the earth is flat or round or whatever. And then I say, look, it's got a glossary in it, it's got all this information, it's got all these facts, and then it's also got like a whole bunch of Bible stories or something, or it's got a whole bunch of like fables that I made up or whatever else. Does the intention or the stated intention of the book on the jacket, on the cover, have anything to do with whether or not that intention was actually succeeded at, for lack of a better phrase, in the book itself? The argument that Sage is making here is that if you can categorically identify that a given text fits within a definitional category of expository text, then it's safe to assume, that unless proven otherwise, I guess, that the book itself is actually expository text a priori, without actually reading it. Here's a better idea. If you actually want to know whether the text within a book is like literal, figurative, expository, explanatory, narrative, whatever else, read the motherfucking book. Why? I know, like, have you never heard of the expression, don't judge a book by its cover? Why are you literally doing that? You're literally saying, because the definitional category of this book is X, therefore the contents of this book are Y, instead of actually doing your evidence gathering and reading the book and seeing if that checks out. It's fine to be like, okay, This book was not intended to be satire. This book was not intended to deceive us. This book was an earnest, genuine attempt from the author to expand upon their universe and be. What if the book has a gun? What if there's a Glock in every in every data book? Yeah, exactly. Right. Open the fucking book, read the fucking pages. It's fun. It's easy reading. It's lightweight. It's like, it's not fucking hard to just read these books and see what's actually in them. Why are we making these, like, I hope I'm using the right term, like a priori, like, fucking declarations about them based on like an arbitrary definition? And we'll get to the fucking definition in just a moment, right? More important than if it's an expository text is if the claims in the data books are descriptive or prescriptive claims. Yeah, that's a really good point too. And like, what are the claims being made? How many of them are being made of each category? How do we validate them? Basically, this is all just a big smokescreen. It's all an excuse to not have to read them. It's basically like saying, hey, look, Daddy already looked into this. I already did the research. I can already tell you what's in these books so you don't have to read them for yourselves. Don't worry about them. It's this kind of book after all. Why would there be a problem? Why would there be anything wrong with it? You don't think Kishimoto would lie to you, do you? Of course not. So don't worry about it. Just read the fucking books, dude. It's like, it's just not hard. Darth Maker says, I love Sage, but it's no coincidence that he's very religious and takes the data books as gospel. Yeah, I've had pleasant interactions with him as a person. Ironically, the only time I've ever been irritated or mad or upset at Sage, really, apart from like not policing the homophobia in his server and like that does get to me. But like when we've interacted one-on-one, it's been pleasant until we start talking about Naruto. Funny enough. I do think that this kind of shit, this power scaling shit, this version of power scaling anyway, just brings out the worst in people. I don't know what it is. I always thought that like this would help us better understand things and connect with each other, you know, especially in a series about connection and empathy and understanding and seeing through bullshit, meanings within meanings and all that. Like, it's bizarre to me. I don't get why this like results in what I consider to be good-natured, well-meaning, intelligent, thoughtful, detail-oriented, hardworking people just saying the goofiest things and being like low-key, hopefully unintentionally, deceptive towards each other. How does this happen? Like, it's like some kind of a spell gets cast on our brains when we start engaging with this shit. It's fucking weird. But that's why I'm talking about it. That's why I'm still on about this a year later. That's why I'm still going over this. I'm still going to make my fucking 80-page, 100-page fucking video. Not literally, you know, the script is going to be a lot shorter than that. But because I need to figure it out. This is my dragon to slay. I need to understand this, and I'm not going to understand it unless I do a deep dive. So thank you for being part of the journey with me.
Narrative, descriptive, and persuasive pieces
This is where I get really grumpy. Okay, let's just hear this out, and then I have something to say about this.
of literature don't have the purpose of informing the reader, only expository ones do.
Okay, so I want to play that again. Yeah, let's just, without me talking over it.
Informing the reader by providing information on the Naruto world. Narrative, descriptive, and persuasive pieces of literature don't have the purpose of informing the reader, only expository ones do.
Okay. That is one of the weirdest fucking things I've ever heard said about literature, ever. He said, I want to hear it one more time, because it's so weird.
By providing information on the Naruto world. Narrative, descriptive, and persuasive pieces of literature don't have the purpose of informing the reader, only expository ones do.
So only expository texts, only expository writing has the purpose of informing the reader is a really, really weird thing to say. First of all, just because something is expository doesn't mean it necessarily does inform the reader, even if that's the stated intention. Just because something is intended to be narrative doesn't mean it might not accidentally inform the reader anyway. But even regards to the intention, I mean, like, I tried to think of this example before. Let's say that I write a piece of historical fiction that, like, tells a story of the battlefield, like, I don't know, Saving Private Ryan. I don't know how much of that is fiction or fact, but like, let's say I wrote something like that, where it's a story of soldiers on the battlefield in World War II. And the characters are fake, they're made up, based on real characters or whatnot, but they're my inventions. But all of the historical context and the events that are happening around these characters are actual, like the dates and the weaponry used and the tactics, all that stuff is historically accurate. So I, as an author, have a goal, and that goal is For one, I want to tell a narrative, want to tell an interesting story and get you hooked into these characters. Two, I want to vividly, accurately, and beautifully, and harrowingly, and emotionally, poignantly describe what happened in World War II. Three, I want to persuade you that World War II kind of sucked and maybe war is kind of bad and we shouldn't do war anymore. And four, while I am doing that, I also want to give you expository, dry information upon, like, at this particular date, this particular troop deployment led to this particular defeat, etc., using this equipment, whatever. Who says I can't do all that shit? Who's going to tell me I can't do that? Why can't a piece of literature include multiple different types of writing and vacillate or switch between those different types of writing from time to time? I don't understand where this assumption it comes from, that different, like, you have to pick before you start writing a story or writing anything down. You have to pick what style you're going to use, and you can only basically use one with like minor exceptions here or there. Obviously, there are some cases in which that applies. If I'm writing a science textbook for a college course, I'm probably not going to write down Jupiter was the coolest fucking planet ever, and everybody thought he was cool and sexy and awesome. And also, his atmosphere is composed of like 82% this and like 2% that. And also, if he had a car, he would drive the coolest car because he's just like the fucking coolest planet ever. And also, like, this is its gravity. You know, like, there would be situations in which case it would be inappropriate for me to be like super descriptive and super narrative. But also, did you know that you can get people interested in science by telling them stories? Did you know that you can incorporate narrative into a into an educational thing and weave in like hard concrete facts while also telling a narrative with it? Like, this is so fucking bizarre. You know, it's even weirder. This came up during the debate with Walkie Talkie. And Walkie Talkie, if you guys are watching this, I hope you're not triggered by the inclusion of this, but here it is again. So when I listened to that debate, I was driving at the time, so I didn't have a chance to like look at the screen very often, and because I didn't want to crash. Although I think I did like text something passive aggressive, so I apologize about that. I was in a mood that day. But anyway, I thought that they were basically that this came from some sort of a university style guide. Like, I thought, okay, clearly if Sage is referencing this, this must be some sort of like academic standard that people have agreed upon. Like, yes, objectively, from some sort of vetted academic institution, this is what writers, for the most part, agree on are the styles of writing. But the problem, again, is that we have no fucking reference or quote or anything to know where the fuck this comes from. So, using the magic of Google, I typed in these words. You know where this comes from? Fucking Grammarly. This is a cropped segment without credit or source from Grammarly. Expository writing is writing that aims to inform its reader. An easy way to understand expository writing is to compare and contrast it with other types of writing. 3 other commonly recognized types of writing are descriptive, narrative, and persuasive, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, excuse me, first of all, this is somebody else's work that you're citing here. This is Lindsay Kramer's work. Shout out, Lindsay. Hope you're doing well. Why didn't you credit Lindsay for her fucking article that you're taking for your for-profit video? That's not cool. This is not your work. You need to credit this person and give them recognition for the shit that you're taking to make your point with, first of all. Second of all, this is actually a good example. Although Cosmos is a docuseries, the narrative that speaks directly to the viewer and constantly positions them within our universe's story is a kind of expository writing, screenwriting, right? So this same article also mentions with nuance that there are different kinds of expository writing that actually can weave in narrative to them, right? So there's all these different types of expository writing. There's much more nuance and much more detail here than is being represented here. And then finally, well, actually, there's 2 more points I want to make. First of all, what the fuck is Grammarly? Like, I know what it is, literally. I know that it's actually an app and a website that you can use to, like, scan for plagiarism. Funny that. You can also, I'm sorry, you can also, like, that was uncalled for, but I mean, come on, I'm a little frustrated. You can also use it to, like do spell checking and grammar checking and stuff like that. It's a tool, right, for improving your writing. So, not to mention that this can be a very useful tool if you're like doing schoolwork or whatever. But why is this the authority? Like, does Grammarly somehow have some sort of contract where they're allowed to set the standards for what counts as writing? Where are they getting this information from? Sorry, Lindsay, not trying to call you out, but like, how did you decide that these are the only types of writing? How did you decide that these were their categories? Why is this the authority on this? Why is this the only source that we're being given? In other words, why the fuck should I care what Grammarly has to say about anything? That's not a rhetorical question. I want an answer. Like, why is this authoritative? And granted, this took me 5 minutes. I have no idea if we should believe this or not. But look, if you go to Wikipedia and you just type in Grammarly, look what comes up. Reception. Reviewers have praised Grammarly for its ease of use and helpful suggestions, considering it worthwhile despite its relatively high price and lack of offline functionality. Cool. Conversely, some users have criticized Grammarly for incorrect suggestions, ignorance of tone and context. Let me repeat that. Ignorance of tone and context, and reduction of writers' freedom of expression. So, kinda ironic and also kinda not surprising at all that a video that, to my perception, makes the grievous error of specifically not understanding tone and context and misrepresenting tone and context and forcing the interpretation of a writer's works into a very particular little pigeonhole shoebox also uses a tool to validate that work that has specifically on multiple occasions been criticized, and you can follow these links and read these articles yourselves, come to your own conclusions, criticized for specifically being ignorant of tone and context. Isn't that fucking funny? Isn't that an interesting coincidence? What is going on? Can somebody just explain to me like what's happening here? Because I know that Sage is not an idiot. Like, I know he's smart, and I know he's hardworking. I know he cares a lot about Naruto. I've seen him make some amazing shit, like that video on Kakashi. That's like an hour long. It goes over like every possible jutsu. You know how much fucking work that takes? You know how much fucking effort it takes to track all that shit down across the whole fucking franchise and edit all of that and actually make it look crisp, which it does. It looks crisp. What the fuck happened between that and this? Like what's going on? Somebody please explain it to me. I need to understand. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind here. Anyway, rant over for now. Saria says, one thing I have come to realize on the internet is that people don't like reading books without pictures. It's like Alice Little and Alice in Wonderland, but that's savage, dude. But yeah, you're right, myself included. But instead of it being like, I can't even listen to an audiobook without some kind of visual stim, like I'm always playing a video game or something. But instead of it being adorable because she's a child who prefers books with pictures so she doesn't have to read, it's grown men looking for excuses not to read further than a set number of words. And this is a phenomenon everywhere. People will literally get offended if they have to read. It's so bizarre. Yeah, it's I don't know. There's pictures in the databooks, dude. Like, there's some really pretty pictures in the databooks. Look, look at this. I mean, like, let's shout out to the people who formatted the databook, and like, there's this took a lot of work. They had to go through the whole fucking series and like gather information and pictures. And look, there's something that I wanted to mention too. Usually when people debate the databooks or whatever, they go straight to the jutsu entries. But if you look at, like, let's look at the mini character files, right? Pretty much every single fucking character that you see in the background that has like one line of dialogue or is just on panel for like one single panel has a backstory, has a name, has an age, and if you go through here, you will learn something about them. All these fucking characters that don't even exist, well, Genbu exists, that nobody remembers, they all have their own like little stories, and they all have names, they all have like little backstories and stuff. Look at how many fucking characters there are here. Look at all this shit. Look. There's got to be like 100 different characters here, right? Something like that. Some of them aren't translated, but like even the nameless fucking shinobi that nobody would have ever thought to think about have ages and have names and have little backstories, little things about them. This little hawk has a little backstory. He's 5 years old. You know, like, these databooks fucking rule. They're awesome. And that's part of the reason why I'm so cheesed about it, is because, like, the very hard, the very extensive work of these fucking people is just getting misrepresented egregiously. Like, I don't get it, man. You want to look some see some more pretty pictures? Yeah, let's go. Let's check out the jutsu files. Shit. Yeah. Look at this rain of spiders. Fucking spiders everywhere, dude. Oh, sorry. I think sorry is like spider phobic. Sorry about that. Actually, a lot of this is just text based. Do I still have the third data book? Has a bunch of stuff, right? So let's go back up here. Look at this creepy guy. It's kind of a cool picture. This creepy dude, happy dude, frog dude, clay dude. Map, cool little map of the land of fire. This is actually useful for geography because it gives us a direct location of. I wish I didn't find this in time for the geography video. I wish I had this because it gives us a great like direct precise location, pretty precise, for Konoha, and a direct mapping of the route that was taken to get to Atenchi Bridge. We also know as how much time it took them to get there and that they were walking and training along the way. So this is actually a really great way for us to get a sense of the distance between them. That's great. Those data books are really cool. You should read them. Everybody should read them. They're fucking awesome. Just use them right. Jesus Christ. Assumption comes from people not understanding how writing or reading works. Yeah, I guess it's like some arcanum that eludes people's understanding for some weird reason. You can reduce this line of argumentation to, as long as I stay ignorant of the series, I am justified in believing the databooks claim that Kakashi is omnipotent. Yeah, why would you have to check? I mean, Kishimoto already said it's true, so fuck it. Oh yeah, you already knew it was from Grammarly. Fuck. I guess that's not... It was surprising to me. It was, I guess my assumptions were calibrated a little higher than that. Hi, Lindsay. Hope you're doing good. Wish you the best. You're going to be a great doctor, teacher, vet, or grocery store owner, whatever it is you do. You can knock it out of the park. I don't know what you're referencing, but that's fucking funny. If you don't credit the source, it's in a limbo state of authority where the reader has to take it on faith that it's a reliable source. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, it could be, like, actually legitimately, I'm not, like, being dishonest. It could be that Grammarly article is a perfect representation of the literary standards of today. And actually, we should be listening to it and following it, and it's accurate and fair and correct. I have no reason to believe that because I don't even know where the fuck this is from. You know what I mean? Arachnophobia is afraid of spiders. Spiderphobia is a spider pig. Yeah, I did say spider phobia, didn't I? Yeah. Or just like doesn't want to be around Spider-Man. I guess that would be Spidey phobia, actually. Yeah, arachnophobia.
We also see that they're structured in the same way many expository texts are.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to look at this. So I guess I want to keep moving, but something that I would be curious about is like, so he's using, I don't know why he's using like a Marvel, or sorry. He's using a DC encyclopedia as our other source of corroboration. You know, there are like real encyclopedias that we could look at, but whatever. I guess it makes sense because it's like a different universe or whatever. Like here's not just an example of an encyclopedia. Here's another example of this specific kind of fictional universe encyclopedia. Makes a kind of sense. But like, let's just, you know what? I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to scroll and I'm just going to pick some random page. Done. Okay. So I don't know who this character is. Atom Smasher, I've never heard of them before. I don't know anything about this universe or anything. Let's just read what this says. Albert Rothstein is inspired by his godfather Al Pratt, the original Atom, to become a superhero. His first name Nuklon, he later took on the name Atom Smasher. Albert joins the Justice Society of America, but he sometimes struggles to keep the high standards the team expects. Unfortunately, he inherited some of the supervillain genes of his grandfather Cyclotron. Kind of cool. Kind of a cool character. Atom Smasher's true identity is concealed beneath a wrestling-style mask. Atom Smasher can manipulate the atoms in his body to grow a great height. Okay, that's a little vague, but I mean, like, we can clearly see that he's like, if we assume that these are normal-sized humans, which I'm guessing they are, but I don't know, then yeah, he's obviously bigger than they are. He can also increase his mass, making him super strong and durable. Super strong is a little vague, but okay, like, he's a superhero. He inherits his meta-human powers from his supervillain grandfather, who gained them by absorbing atomic energy. The Mediator, Atom Smasher wants to prove himself to his Justice Society of America teammates. He has his chance when his former friend, Black Adam, steals the power of Shazam from Billy Batson. Atom Smasher reasons with Atom, telling him he needs to give up the power before it endangers all his people. His success sees Atom Smasher accepted by the JSA. Cool. That makes sense. All of that seems like pretty straightforward information. It seems like it's just a literal description of what's happening. So I am inclined to believe this to be the case. Now let's go back to the 4th data book, Jutsu files, and let's look at sorry for the sound there. Great Fire Annihilation. Okay. Now keep in mind that the Naruto data book is being directly compared to this. Can we notice any differences here? All things end up in ashes. All things. There's no use in arguing about it. There's no escape. No use in arguing about it. No escape. It turns a chakra needed inside the body into red hot flames. Okay, that's fine. And releases it from the mouth in one go. All right. It's a technique that causes a storm of powerful hellfire and turns the whole surface of what? The battlefield, the entire earth, into a sea of flames. Since the fire spread covering an extensive area, of course, avoiding but also defending against it is difficult. Even techniques like the water release formation have no effect by themselves. The hellfire that surges forward incinerates the lined up enemies altogether. Like these guys over here, it incinerates them altogether. Huh, interesting. Even among the fire release techniques the Uchiha clan masters, it boasts an outstanding power, and there is no way out before this technique. Right after it started, it turns everything to ashes to the core. Like these people, right? Getting turned to ashes to the core. These people who can't escape from it, these people who get reduced and incinerated altogether with literal hellfire. It's meant the phrase hellfire. So he's summoning fire from literal hell. Do you see the difference between these two things? Do you see how this is a false equivalency? Do you see how this is dishonest? He's saying that because this is an expository encyclopedia, and this is an expository encyclopedia as well, so they're in the same category, and this encyclopedia does have straightforward, literal, like non-hyperbolic, as far as I can tell, like very straightforward language, then it's safe to assume that categorically the Naruto one also does as well. All of that is, again, a big fucking shell game shovel smoke screen to get you away from actually reading the fucking data book. And if you do, this is the sort of shit that you'll find. Not only, not exclusively, maybe not even in the majority, but it's fucking there. And I'm sorry, but like, this does not account for that. The touch me nots of flames that burst open, suppress the opponent's behavior, and Killer Bee just like fucking swats it away. Right? The opponents have their field of vision clouded in an instant, but he doesn't give a shit. He just like walks through it essentially. Paper Person of God technique, the great act of a god that incarnates in all the creation. God that incarnates in all the creation. The explosion created by the chain of explosive attacks is impossible to avoid no matter what kind of jutsu you use. Guys, Paper Person of God, it's impossible to avoid this. In the canon source, the official canon source, it's impossible to avoid it, no matter what jutsu you use. Even Obito's space-time ninjutsu is no exception. So, sorry, you were going to say you can get out of it via Kamui? No, you can't. You can't get out of this via Kamui. Even Obito's space-time ninjutsu is no exception. Okay? It's impossible. It's an instant win condition. Does this feel to you like it belongs in the same category as this just because they're both encyclopedias and they're both expository texts? Or is there a little difference there? The godly eyes that conquer fate's horizon, coercing into another dimension. Created to be the champion and assassin of the Sacred Order of Saint Dumas, Azrael finds a new path as part of a bat family. Okay. What's another good one? Mother Nature is a source of military power. That one's actually fine. Maybe I don't need to go. Eternity reigns in those eyes, allowing you to mold your bravery into a blue suit. Bane is one of Batman's most formidable enemies. He is big and super strong, but Bane is not just a hulking brute. Do you see the fucking difference? Wrestler mask hides his identity. There is a difference. I can go on. I'd be happy to go through every fucking entry here. But I think you get the point. Hopefully you get the point. It's almost like it's just descriptive, says Dr. Strangle up the panel, and literal arrow pointing to it totally isn't a hit. It's just describing what you yourself can see. Yeah, funny how that works out, huh?
specifically
Very funny.
encyclopedias. Not only is the glossary very fitting for what we see with other character encyclopedias like the DC Character Encyclopedia, but it's also organized in alphabetical order, like what
You know what? I didn't even need to do all that. Let's just read this. Carrying the five tails power in his body. Sure, that's true. He runs in the front of the battle like a gale. Okay? Like a gale? In what way exactly? How are we defining gale here? Not to be petty, but like, if we take this literally, is he always in the vanguard? Is he always in the front? And what about like a gale specifically? Does he like kick up a lot of wind? Like, is it just that he's ferocious in the same way, like intimidating, like a natural disaster? It's a little vague, isn't it? His calm, majestic appearance overwhelms the opponents and breaks their determination. Okay, so categorically, if you wind up looking at this guy, he's so fucking like keeping it 300. He's so cool and so determined or so majestic. He's just so fucking sexy. The drip is so immaculate that his opponents get overwhelmed by the sight of him and their determination gets broken down categorically. With the characteristic combat style that manipulates steam, sure, he amplifies the Herculean strength of his pride alarmingly. Alarmingly, according to whom? Is Madara going to get alarmed by his Herculean strength? I don't know. He made his fame of the steam ninja resound throughout the whole shinobi world. Okay, so the entire world knows about him, together with his increasing war results. He kicks Naruto in his tailed beast chakra mode. The power of his speed and taijutsu is the best in the ninja world. Okay, so based on this, he's in base here. I think he might have one tail out, but I think he's in base. Oh no, it looks like this character also has a tail out, so he's in one tail mode. Cool. In one tail mode, this character has better taijutsu than Night Guy, and also Madara, and also Sage of Six Paths Sasuke and Naruto, because those characters are included in up to chapter 691, and I guess fucking Kaguya as well, right? Right? I mean, it says it. Why would they lie to us? Compare that to this. Jason Todd is a former Robin, killed by the Joker, but brought back to light by a Lazarus Pit. Jason has a slightly different attitude to crime fighting than his former mentor Batman, and adopts a strategy of posing as a bad guy while really being a good guy. He takes the identity Red Hood and becomes part of the Bat family. I love that phrase, Bat family. Although his methods are sometimes more extreme than other members. Nothing in here about, like, the shrieking Red Hood that silences, like, suffocates the light and draws enemies into darkness. An inescapable blade of obsidian that slices through injustices and restores light to the world. It's not the same shit. It's not. Okay? Similar... yeah, like, they're formatted similarly. That's pretty much it. How about No says, by the way, the Japanese for Great Fire is way different, just as it can reduce bone marrow to ash, and that it doesn't leave gaps for escape, as in it surrounds the enemy. That's good. I actually like that. I like the fact that there is a better, more accurate translation. Again, not to dig on the, or to throw shade at the people on Narutoversity. Like, they volunteered a lot of really great work, but it's possible that some of their work is inaccurate. I think we should do a version 2. I think we should band together as a community. We should raise money. We should find translators and commission them, and we should get a Narutoversity 2.0 up and running. Because I think now with our knowledge and with like a new generation of scalers and all that, we could do a better job. We could just improve on it, you know? But in the meantime, people are still using these, so I have to respond to them.
What we see from even standardized encyclopedias. These texts being classified as expository reference text is important because expository writing is mostly going to be literal, since they're intended to inform the reader with facts. If this is the case, that means that most of the information in these data books is factual, which is consistent with what we see in the data book pages themselves.
This is all, well, first of all, this is all contingent upon the data in the data books actually reflecting what Sage is saying here, and you're not going to know that for sure unless you actually go in and validate and verify it. So again, this is an excuse to not do your homework, to not do your research and data collecting, because you can just say, okay, it fits into this category, so why would I need to verify it? I can already point to the category, I'm done. But that doesn't actually, literally show you anything about what is in the books themselves. You got to do your fucking research. Like, sorry, but not to be cruel about it, but it's like, this doesn't help at all. Darth Magog says, how about No is really making it clear that power scaling comic nerds don't understand the Japanese language. Yeah, they tried their best, right? But, you know, yeah, there's probably better ways of doing it. I think probably, you know, like Sage, so, like, I can sympathize. Sage wants to contribute translations, and he does the best that he can. He's not a native speaker, so he does the next best thing, which is to not just use one like translation service or ChatGPT or whatever, but actually does a few of them, and he compares and contrasts them. Or specifically, he has an app that helps him do that. And hey, that's a move in the right direction, right? It's not just like throwing it into Google and like taking the first thing that comes up and calling it a day. It's actually trying to use some tools to get some kind of consistency. And it's possible that the people on Naruto University basically did the same thing, or that they just weren't like super proficient and they made some mistakes. It's fine. I'm not throwing shade at them. Not that I'm saying that you are saying that. I'm just being clear that I don't have anything against them. It's just that people in the power scaling Naruto community will just take those quotes literally and like just happily present them at face value. Like, Sage didn't seem concerned at all about whether or not this is accurate, right? Like, some of the things he's translated himself, some of the things he's looked up, for whatever reason, this one we can just accept at face value. I don't know why. I don't know why we're not skeptical about this one, but yeah, it's like whatever. Mr. Narrative. My voice is starting to get a little crackly, so I wanted to get to the end of the video. Probably gonna call it at so it's like, was it 9:50? If I'm still streaming at 10:30, I'm gonna stop then because I need to like go do something else. But yeah, probably another half an hour, 45 minutes. Saria says, honestly, I'm more confused about the lack of credit. Maybe I'm too hung up on it because we're long past it. No, it really bothers me too. And it's like, Key did it. Fucking Noodles, of course, does it. And it's like, it's really not hard. Like, I understand if it's somebody like, fucking Hobbs or whatever, like they don't need or want their work to be directly referenced for whatever reason. That's cool. As long as they have permission, like they've given permission, that's fine. Did Sage write to Lindsay or whatever her name was and get permission to use this? Even if he did, like, just as a courtesy to your fans, like, why not just throw the link in the desk?
These databooks is factual, which is consistent with what we see in the databook
so
pages
stupid.
themselves.
Anyway, you know what I mean.
At a couple examples. Here we have.
Wait. Okay.
Facts. If this is the case, that means that most of the information in these databooks is factual, which is consistent with what we see in the databook pages themselves. Let's take a look at a couple examples.
Okay, so now is sort of the yeah, walkie-talkie. We're still going. I still haven't run out of things to yap about yet. How are you doing? How are you guys been? Mr. Narrative says, you're going to go shower if you end stream before I get back. Have a good night. Thanks again for the positive words. Always nice to hang out. Yeah, you too, man. I hope you will take the time to celebrate yourself. I hope you have a great week. I know things are kind of crazy, but just look for those positive moments if you can. I hope everything goes well. And yeah, have a great night. Let's see. It's funny, it says always check the facts. Okay, so this to me is like the make it or break it moment of the video, because everything that came before this I might agree with or disagree with, and the same goes for debates on this subject and all that. But at the end of the day, the thing that matters the most to me is just, what does the data actually say? What does the entries in the data books actually contain? So let's look at them. So let's look at the examples that Sage provides, keeping in mind that, like, I'm just going to give you a quick overview here, right? So the first data book, this is the information that we have to go off of for the, these are all the different entries that we have for the characters, right? And it keeps going on down. The jutsu files, here are all the entries that we have for the jutsu files. Lots of good content here, right? And then there's also the 100 Leaves collection. And then for the second data book, third data book, so there's a lot of data here. There's a huge pool to draw from. So what is the data set that we're going to work with? I'm curious to see which entries get selected and why. Let's have a listen.
Here we have Kakashi's databook page from the first databook. We have his name, rank, ninja registration number, mission count, mission ranks, what he likes, height, weight, blood type, who he'd like to fight, personality descriptions, favorite foods, graduation ages, and stats in his shinobi traits like ninjutsu, taijutsu, etc., as well as things like coordination and potential stats. All of these things are straight up facts with no potential figurative nature. But then,
well, let's take a look at that. Facts is the idea that he has like this particular numerical score in intelligence, genjutsu, taijutsu, ninjutsu, seal, stamina, speed, and strength. Are those factual things? Probably. I would probably be inclined to just say, yeah, those are just numbers. But it wouldn't hurt to say, how are these numbers being determined? To be fair, the data books do explain where these numbers come from. But also, like, if there's a, if there's a reason to be skeptical about them, it's not like we can't look into them and like try to understand them better. The question here is whether or not there can be any room for interpretation. Is that right?
And stats in his shinobi traits like ninjutsu, taijutsu, etc., as well as things like coordination and potential stats. All of these things are straight up facts with no potential figurative nature.
Okay, so I'm not sure about that because latent ability, not having a figurative nature seems weird to me. Luck not having a figurative nature seems weird to me. Unless we have a very concrete definition of what luck and latent ability actually mean, especially for luck because it's a little bit more abstract. Like, how are we quantifying luck? Is there actually like a numerical value that we can objectively associate with that? Or is it more of an esoteric, like, gestalt representation of how lucky he happens to be? Is it in flux? That seems a little incomplete to me, but I understand what he's saying. Let's look over here for a better example. Ninja registry number. Okay, where's the figurative nature of that? I don't really see it. Birth date September 15. Height, blah blah blah. Yeah, I get it. I get the point. There's stuff there that's just facts. Okay, that's fine. I'm being nitpicky. It's not a big deal. There's facts on the page. Cool. Moving on.
Then if we look at the banner text, it reads Konoha's #1 master of techniques, nicknamed Copy Ninja. Obviously pretty straightforward fact. Even when we go into the main body of text though, we read Kakashi seldom reveals his feelings, and he's elusive in words and deeds, always aloof from the world. But he really is Kakashi of the Sharingan. Apart from that, he's Konoha's strongest ninja, who made his name known even in other countries. However, Kakashi himself doesn't make a display of his true strength. He probably knows very well that displaying strength when it's not needed is meaningless. This is just a straightforward character description, detailing things like him being known in other countries, being Konoha's strongest ninja, how he tends to be aloof, etc. So, tell me, what in here jumps out to you as untrustworthy or non-factual? Nothing, right?
No, not necessarily. Okay, I think it's a bit of a straw man to ask to bias the question in that manner. What jumps up to me as untrustworthy or non-factual? I don't know if I would use those terms and say that it's untrustworthy, but there's stuff here that we could maybe ask for clarification on and not just necessarily accept at face value. For example, or maybe that there's more context from other things in the series that would cause us to want to qualify this and ask for more context. Konoha's #1 master of techniques. So the funny thing about that is that Hiruzen is also referred to as the professor who knows every technique in Konoha, right? So sure, Kakashi knows 1,000 techniques, but what about Hiruzen? How are we actually defining and identifying what it means to be a master of techniques, and why is Kakashi more of a master of techniques than Hiruzen? Is it just because he knows more, like numerically? Does the term mastery specifically mean quantity of information that you have under your belt? Or is it like if like Kakashi has 1,000 B rank jutsu under his belt, but Hiruzen has 5 S rank jutsu, could Hiruzen be perceived as being a greater master because he has, even though it is fully, how do you say, even though it's much less, the quality of the jutsu is much more impressive overall, pound for pound. So I'm not saying this is untrustworthy. I'm not saying this is dishonest, but I am saying, why should we just accept this at face value? More to the point, what happens if we accept this at face value? We just decide, okay, this is necessarily true because it's in here, and then what? Like, what does it actually tell us about Kakashi? Over here, it says, apart from that, he's Konoha's strongest ninja. Okay, so does that necessarily mean that he's stronger than Hiruzen? Or could this be, I've heard some people respond to that by saying, well, when they refer to strongest ninja, what they mean is like working ninja. Hiruzen is in his own category because he's actually like behind the desk. So they're referring to the strongest like ninja in deployment. Now, I don't know if I agree with that or disagree with that, but it is a potential explanation that gives us some more nuance and context. So let's just see what happens if we go to the first data book, right? And we look for Hiruzen. Sarutobi? What the hell? Oh, it's just under Hokage, maybe? Okay. First Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage. Okay, let's see. What does it say about him? The greatest commander of all the Hokages and respected as a professor. Okay, that's interesting. The greatest commander. So he's a greater commander than the other 3 Hokage. Interesting. In action since Konohagaku's foundation, that's got interesting timeline implications. So apparently he was active since Konohagakure was founded. The third Hokage has witnessed every change in the village and is considered an icon. He retired once and gave the title away, but took the position once more after the tragic death of the fourth Hokage. From this and more, he's the Hokage with the longest time exercising in this rank. In the last few years, the third Hokage no longer fought in the front lines, and it was rare for him to have a chance to display his power. Okay, so this is all kind of stuff like that fucking Marvel DC data book. It's all just relatively straightforward. He's a true genius, or was a true genius, frequently called Professor. Naruto's already tricked him easily with his sexy jutsu. Are women the weakest spot of the most genius genius of ninjas? He sees all. Okay, so here's an interesting. He sees all. Aware of everything that's going on in the village and protects it. Although you can just say in the village, there's more context there, right? So he's aware of everything that's going on in the village and protects it. The third Hokage knows how to do this better than anyone. So that adds some context. Okay. So it doesn't actually say anything here about him being the greatest master of techniques necessarily. Over 10 times a day. Full battle. He goes off to the battle full of demons for the good of the village. When Orochimaru's attack comes, the third Hokage is forced to fight. The Hokage feels guilt for being unable to lead his ex-disciple down the right path, and for not being wise enough to prevent Orochimaru's terrible attack. After much time, master and disciple meet once more. Orochimaru plans on toppling Konohagakure. Aside from Professor, the third Hokage has been called the most powerful of all time and genius. Unfortunately, he could not find a fitting successor to pass on his knowledge and techniques. Okay, so here's the thing, right? If I just take this statement out of context, I could say that the professor, Hiruzen, is objectively the strongest in Konoha because he has been called the most powerful of all time. Okay? Maybe even in the entire series. But if I go over here and I just take this statement out of context, he's Konoha's strongest ninja, apparently. So I guess this statement from the data book would take precedent over the other statement. And I guess this would also take precedent over any diegetic, like from the manga statements that, like, in order to be the Hokage, you have to be the strongest in the village. We're not going to account for those. We're not going to put that in context. You see what I mean? It's like, maybe it is factually accurately the case that Kakashi himself is the strongest in the village. It could be the case. Maybe he would kick Hiruzen's ass. But I also have to wonder, isn't Hiruzen like kind of relative to Orochimaru? And doesn't Orochimaru scare the shit out of Kakashi? Isn't it pretty clearly implied that Orochimaru would have like killed Kakashi if he wanted to? He could have just like ended him right there. Let alone without even summoning Manda or anything like that. Kakashi seems to regard the Jiraiya as far superior to himself, and Jiraiya is relative to Orochimaru. Jiraiya was the next person who was considered in line to be Hokage. If the Hokage is chosen based on strength, right, then like wouldn't that imply that Jiraiya is stronger than Kakashi? And if the second choice after Jiraiya was Tsunade, how does Tsunade fit into all that? Yeah, they're not present in the village at the time, but both Jiraiya and Tsunade are Konoha ninja, even though they're not physically there. And both of them are considered before Kakashi is for the position of Hokage. What about Guy? You know, Guy is a rival of Kakashi. They're described as being relatively equal, right? Like, they have this constant rivalry where they're going back and forth. So, like, I don't know. None of what I said proves that Kakashi isn't the strongest. He might still be. But where is the fucking context? Where is the curiosity? Where is the interest in trying to put this piece of information into everything else? Why is it that just because it says this here on this page, that somehow absolves us from having to look at anything else? Isn't that kind of shitty? Like, isn't that kind of just like not all that interesting? Let's see. Hokage controls all the Konoha ninja. This is from the first fan book, which was already used as a source, so it's valid for this purpose. His wisdom and courage are godlike. He stands at the pinnacle not only of Konoha, but the entire shinobi world. Okay, there you go. So Sage himself introduced the fan book as an official source. He used it as a piece of information for Kakashi. If I use the same source that he did, I can point to this and say that Hiruzen stands at the pinnacle of not only Konoha, but the entire shinobi world. So he's objectively stronger than Kakashi, and we're done. Or we don't have to just take either statement at face value. We can delve into it and look at it in context, and that's what I'm advocating for. Hopefully that's not fucking controversial. He pulled a verso. He's asking leading questions. You're not supposed to do that. Yeah. It's a little slimy. How about No says, as much as everyone reasonably rags on the Databook stats, they at least have the out of being personal development of the individual, whereas the Boruto manga stats are even worse. Oh god, okay. Technically, Kage isn't a nin the way, say, Jonin is in terms of titles. Like in Japanese, Chunin literally means journeyman ninja, whereas Kage is shadow. Oh, that's a good point. Objectively, he has been called out. Iruka calls him that. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's a good point. So like the Hokage are kind of like almost in their own class, right? Where they are no longer a ninja. They are like kind of separated from them. So we can reconcile this by saying that, and maybe this is what Sage was saying, right? Like maybe he is considering the Hokage in a completely different class. Except earlier on, he said that Kakashi is Hokage level. So I mean, forgive me for being slightly confused. Dr. Strangle says, like, bruh, the scan even says he probably knows, so it sure as heck isn't giving us word of God prescriptive knowledge on Kakashi of an omniscient narrator. That's another point. What is the narrator of the data books? Is the narrator actually reliable? Is the narrator actually omniscient, right? That hasn't been considered. Guy argument probably doesn't track. Kakashi doesn't think Guy surpassed him until he's about to hit the night Guy. No, you can totally nitpick. That's totally fine. I appreciate it. I hope that, I am standing here looking at somebody else's work and like tearing it apart, like picking away every single word that's being said. It would be pretty hypocritical for me to not invite the same kind of constructive criticism being applied to what I'm saying. At the end of the day, like, I appreciate you being considerate. At the end of the day, like, if it turns out that every single thing I said by the end of this video was fucking stupid and totally out of pocket, I would much rather, my voice is starting to crack, I would much rather you guys just tell me so that, yeah, I can go and, like, lick my wounds and be embarrassed, but then I'll learn about it, right? Like, I'll get better. I would much rather that be the case, because I don't, like, I wouldn't want to stagnate, you know what I mean?
Nature. But then if we look at the banner text, it reads, Konoha's number elusive in words and deeds, always aloof from the world. But he really is Kakashi of the
Splish
Shaolin.
kaboom.
Apart from that, he's Konoha's strongest ninja.
Oh, did you hear that? My shoulder just cracked. Jesus.
However, Kakashi himself doesn't make a display of his true strength. He probably knows he tends to be aloof, factual. Nothing, right? Where people tend to have the biggest issues, though, are with the jutsu descriptions. So let's...
Okay, so I guess that's it, right? Like, we looked at one character profile, so I guess we've established that the hundreds of character profiles in the data books all conform to that same style. You don't think we should, like, look at, like, one more just to be safe? We're done. Okay. So that's another big objection that I have, is just to the lack of a large data set. You can't conclude something about hundreds, if not thousands, of entries in a data set from one fucking example. Okay, let's again, apologize, this is not well formatted, these are very sketchy notes, but Naruto's entry in the first data book says he always opposes Sasuke. Is that true? Is he always against Sasuke? Naruto wins on a spiritual level, even though Sasuke's better at ninjutsu. What exactly does that mean? Without Sasuke's existence, Naruto's growth would be impossible. So apparently, if Sasuke didn't exist in the series, Naruto just wouldn't be able to grow at all. He would stagnate. He would just never graduate from the academy. He just stayed home all day. He goes beyond thought spots, whatever the hell that means. He tells the snake to fuck off. What was that from? Hang on a second. I need to find this. What the fuck was I talking about there? Here we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it right there. Let me see if I can actually get, like, the image up here. It's so small. What the fuck? It's really hard to see, but he's like, here he's punching Orochimaru's giant snake, and he says, fuck off. So this is... I hope that that's canon. I hope that that's actually close to the original translation. But I mean, like, this is the same source of information. Naruto canonically tells a snake to fuck off. Can we see this bigger? Yeah, there we go. Sorry, there we go. Fuck you, snake. Get fucked. Here's another good example, right? Every time Naruto says the word Hokage, Naruto gets stronger. This pure aspiration creates strength. Okay, so why doesn't Naruto just stand in the corner of his room going Hokage, Hokage, Hokage? Is he stupid or something? Like, if he literally gets stronger every single time he says it, why didn't you just say it all the time? Like, obviously, the nuanced and actually intelligent like way of responding to this, the non-shitty sarcastic way, is to say that like anytime he has said Hokage has been in a situation where he has been like in combat or training really hard or reaffirming his vows. But I don't know if that's necessarily the case, right? Because let's go back and look at chapter 1. 1 second. Chapter 1. Okay, so I mean, I don't really want to spend too much time working on this. I think I was thinking of like Boruto. Doesn't Boruto say something like these stupid Kage, I don't even care about them, or something like that at the beginning? Oh yeah, here he goes. To inherit the Hokage name, he'd have to be the best shinobi in the village. Okay, so here fucking Naruto is confirming what we said about Kakashi and Hiruzen. So he's not the best, because Hiruzen would be. And also, is he getting stronger here? Okay, he said Hokage over here too. So did he just like get like a 1% stronger here, 1% stronger here? Or are we supposed to be a little nuanced about it? Okay, so that's just one entry. Sasuke, in his entry, is described as heaven sent. Way too serious, that's fine. Some of the stuff I just put here is because it's useful information. In Sasuke's entry, it describes Chidori's greatness as bottomless, which is interesting. Orochimaru apparently has terrible, incalculable power, so I guess he's boundless. He has a great plan to devour the world, so he's going to literally eat the earth, so he's at least planetary. He's capable of anything. No one has ever escaped from him. The attack that he levies onto Konoha is a terrible symphony orchestrated in threatening fashion. So literally, he's like playing music when he assaults Konoha. It's capable of devastating the world, so he's planetary. Konohagakure trembles, so that means he literally shook the ground when he came in, so he's at least like, I don't know, mountain level, however much that would be. The sky roared and the ground split, so he caused the sky to personify and actually make a roaring noise. Like, why aren't we looking at that stuff? Tenen has weapons hidden all over her body in her character profile, all over her body, like everywhere. Like, why don't we talk about that one? Okay, so Kakashi. Oh yeah, so let's see. I think we might be missing some information on Kakashi here. Let's take a look. So interesting to note that Kakashi's data book actually has 4 pages, or 3 or 6, however you slice it. We only got to look at the first one. Let's see what it says on the other pages. Okay, so the face of a happy-go-lucky person is a disguise to deceive the enemy. Okay, I'll go back to my notes so we don't read through the whole thing, but of course you're welcome to. Feel free to pause the video and read this. And 3, 2, 1, I'll go over here. Feel free to read that. Kakashi says he has a narrow analytical ability, which kind of fucking makes him sound stupid. This phrase is used, appearing in time is strange for him. I guess that means like showing up on time. But the way it's phrased, appearing in time is strange, is weird. So he's called the #1 master of the techniques due to the Sharingan. Okay, so he's not necessarily like the best master of techniques in general objectively, but people call him that due to the fact that he has a Sharingan and he can copy a lot of jutsu. We didn't get that data here. We didn't get that page. Where is it? Where the fuck is the page? Why didn't we get it? It got omitted for some reason. Who knows? Let's go back to the notes. With his left eye, he sees through the future. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that Kakashi can actually see through the future. But apparently, since this is in the same databook page, it's legitimate. So let's just accept it. He's also the ideal sensei that can teach the rarest techniques. Okay, so the techniques that Kakashi has access to are the rarest. So like when Jiraiya teaches him the Rasengan or whatever, or he goes to learn Sage Mode or whatever else, none of the things that Naruto learns later on, at least at the end of this book, none of the techniques that anybody else has are as rare as the techniques that Kakashi has. Do you think we should just accept that at face value? Or do you think we should be skeptical about it? Why wasn't this included? Why don't we have access to that? Where's the source? I'm upset. I'm upset because we are not getting the full picture. See, the Kakashi data book is actually 6 pages. You can see at the bottom, right? We didn't talk about this, any of this stuff. With his right eye, he stares at the present. With his left Sharingan, he sees through the future, right? Like, there's more information here. What's happening? What's going on? You think Naruto does sit in the corner, says Darth Maid of his room, saying Hokage? See, that does sound canon as fuck. Is his daily affirmation? Yeah, absolutely. I could actually see him doing that. I could actually see it working, to be honest. Saria says, in the novel for Kirby, Meta Knight says, what the fuck? Because of how absurd the final villain is, and isn't a WTF, it's more like he's just not very impressed. I love that. One of my favorite, like, Boruto panels is when they both flip off the camera when they're like, leaving Jura, when Boruto and Kawaki leave Jura, that just like flip him off. Dr. Strangle says, this one example, then move on, reminds me of a fan theory channel that I watch. When they reference a unique theory they came up with, always use the word some fans. Yeah, some fans have theorized. I hear that rhetoric a lot. It's like, some experts believe. Fucking which ones? Ten keeps weapons up her nose. Yep, that's what I was thinking. Right up her nose. Nitpicking again, but Kakashi does know the Rasengan, so like, yeah, that's a good point too. I think I kind of realized that as I was saying it. Like, yeah, it's revealed when he's training Naruto that he does know the Rasengan. But again, like, does he really know the rarest techniques, or is that potentially like a little bit of hyperbole? I'm not sure. Maybe he knows some of the rarest techniques, or some of the techniques that he knows are extremely rare, would be a better way to put it. All I'm advocating for is just using a little bit more nuance, right?
Techniques. Next, though,
so I'm gonna skip. I'm getting pretty tired. I don't want to go on for too much longer. I want to see if I could find one particular thing. So I'm gonna skip ahead and speed up a little bit. But of course, make sure to go watch the video in context yourselves. I'm not trying to like take things out of context.
Kakashi seldom reveals his feelings, and
Okay, let's see.
he's elusive Sharingan. However, when those.
Okay.
Like offensive, defenses, short range, long range, etc. From there, we get a banner text reading, a powerful yet feathery barrage. This is descriptive, but not non-factual. Even the caption text for the panels on the same page read, only guy could withstand opening up to 6 gates. And
well, I mean, that's wrong, right? Like, Lee can do it too. And I don't know why other characters who like learn that technique wouldn't be able to do that as well. So again, like, here's the first of the jutsu. You like your jutsu medium rare, yeah. This is the first jutsu entry that we've had access to, and right away there's a mistake, because Lee fucking does this in the war.
he initiates the technique after kicking his enemy into the air. An ordinary man would be killed by a single blow. None of that is really figurative speech.
It doesn't have to be figurative, it can still be inaccurate.
Where we do get figurative speech is in the main body text, reading, "A Sakujaku is a deadly technique. In principle, it works by opening up to 6 of the 8 inner gates, and
Not like I'm, never mind.
exponentially increases Guy's abilities, allowing for him to punch out the opponent with an infinite number of fists. The speedy fists create a friction resulting in flames. When Guy expects certain everything in there is straight up factual information except for one piece, the infinite fist part. Now, I'm sure you...
Well, when Guy expects certain victory, the flames that fly out from his fist paint the sky, that's not necessarily factual. I mean, like, painting the sky in brilliant colors like the tail feathers of a peacock, that is a simile that may or may not actually be true. And painting the sky is a vague term that could be, like, obviously he's not literally doing that, right? Like, he is not actually coloring the atmosphere. He's making an attack that, like, if you look up at the area where he's in, because of the color of his attack, it's going to look different. But he's not literally painting the sky. That doesn't make sense. So, no, there are other things here. Also, you could nitpick about a Sakujaku as a deadly technique. Technically speaking, the term deadly just means, like, capable of killing. But, I mean, it doesn't mean it's a guaranteed death or anything like that. So, like, deadly in what context? Deadly against who, right?
Caught that as I was reading it, though. Why? Because it stands out. There's a reason for this. Expository texts do use hyperbolic or figurative language, but there are rules. It's supposed to be used sparingly.
There are rules. Do you think Kishimoto gives a fuck about Grammarly rules? Like, do you think Kishimoto was like, oh shit, I just finished writing these data books and, like, I'm about to release them and I'm almost ready to go, but I better go check fucking Grammarly in 2021 to make sure that I'm following the rules, because I have to follow the rules. I mean, I'm a writer And writers only use 4 types of writing, and I have to make sure that I'm only using this type of writing in this specific ratio in these specific amounts. I literally can't publish this unless I'm following the rules.
And to be
Shimoto doesn't give a shit.
obvious as to not confuse the reader or mislead them, as, again, the text's primary goal is to inform.
If you don't want to confuse or mislead people, then I'm sorry, but you're not doing a very good job.
This is consistent with that. 99% of everything on this page is factual.
Okay, again, this is super petty of me, but I'm going to address that. 99% of everything on this page is factual. Let's see about that. Asakujaku is a deadly technique. Yes, I'll call that factual. So that's 1. Powerful yet feathery barrage, that is, you know what, let's just call it factual, not nitpick about it. That's 2. In principle, it works by opening up the gate, allowing to punch out the opponent with infinite number of fists. So the third statement contains something that is not necessarily true. So we're 2 out of 3. The speedy fists create a fiction resulting in flames. Okay, so now we're 3 out of 4. When Guy expects certain victory, the flames that fly out from his face paint kind of billion colors. So that is what, like 5 out of 6 things are correct. Only only Guy could withstand opening the 6 gates. That's 5 out of 7.
Some descriptive language is used in presenting the facts. There's one bit that's clearly hyperbolic, but the fact that phrases like this in the Databooks are both relatively rare, making up a tiny percentage.
Initiates this technique. Okay, so there's 6 out of 8. Now, I'm not very good at math, but I'm going to do 6 out of 8. That is 68. Hang on a second. That's not right. That doesn't make sense. 6 divided by 8. No, that's not right either. See, I'm really bad at math. It's taking me 3 times to do this. 6 divided by 8. 0.75. Okay, so I know this is super petty, but I don't fucking care. 75% of these statements are accurate, being a little bit generous. Not 99%. It's a very different number. That means something different. Let's go back to our hang on. Majestic. Destroyer Flame. 4th data book. What the hell? What is it called? We were just looking at it. What the hell is wrong with me? 1 second. I'm really getting tired. I can't believe you guys are still here. I've been fucking yapping for like 4.5 hours. I appreciate you all. Okay, so let's see. Great Fire Annihilation. Let's see how many sentences have a problem. All things that... Okay, that's 1. It turns the chakra. Okay, that's fine. So 1 out of 2 is correct. 1 out of 3 is correct. Say 2 out of 4 is correct. Have no effect by themselves. So 3 out of 5. This says Hellfire, so I'll say 3 out of 6. 3 out of 7, 3 out of 8. Okay, so that particular statement, even if we say, yeah, I think 3 out of 8 is fair. Okay, 37%, 37.5%. Okay, so the thing that Sage himself showed here has a 75% accuracy. The one thing that I was able to find has a 37.5% accuracy. Where the fuck is 99% coming from exactly? How are we extrapolating from this 75% accuracy page to the entire data books being like 99% accurate? More to the point, what does it fucking matter, right? Like, what matters is whether any given statement that we happen to be using in a debate or in a analysis video or whatever else happens to be accurate in and of itself. And since the data books are not 100% accurate, since they can vary from being 75 to 32% accurate or anything in between, we should double check the statements and make sure that they're correct. That's it. That's all that I'm advocating for. I think that sounds too controversial, because otherwise we're just like assuming, right? Excuse me, Japanese just says countless fists. This is also a point against the video, as it's not like hyperbole, strictly speaking, just writer being vague, making it a poor example. Sure, yeah, that makes perfect sense. The term countless comes up countless times in the data books, right? It's worth acknowledging that. That's a common hyperbole.
We can easily detect them due to the fact that they're so obvious, means that Kishimoto does seem to be abiding by the rules of figurative speech being used in expository writing.
Okay, other people in the comments have pointed this out. Basically, Sage's point here is like, the things will be right because they're inherently right because of the category of book this is. If anything is wrong, they will jump out at us as being wrong because they will be obviously wrong. So we'll see the things that are wrong because we'll look at them and we'll see that they're wrong. And if they're not, then we won't, which is just like really, really weird. It's basically saying like, as long as we don't happen to see an immediate problem with something that jumps out at us as being obviously a problem, then it's probably not a problem, so don't even worry about it. The problem with that is that you can apply that in both directions to any statement. If I wanted to argue that Pain could blow up the sun with Shino Tensei, I can say, I don't see the problem with this. Nothing about this statement that he can blow away all things in the universe jumps out at me as being obviously wrong. I don't see anything obviously wrong with the idea that Itachi can cut down any enemy, right? I don't see anything obviously wrong with the idea that Madara can incinerate all enemies, unless I go and look at it. But that's the thing. I think that Sage is confused. I don't think that he is saying that he's really responding to this because it's obviously wrong. I think he's responding to it because it's wrong based on a very quick and intuitive comparison between this statement and the actual facts in the manga. In other words, we know going in that like if we have read the manga already, we know that no character is capable of doing like an infinite taijutsu feat. It just doesn't make sense based on what the series has taught us about limitations of chakra and stamina. There's no character who can like go forever. Even the third Raikage, when he fights those 10,000 men, that's considered like basically like a demigod feat essentially, and it's insane. But that's just 3 days. That's not in this 10,000 men. That's not infinite, right? So obviously, the series itself has presented us with the idea that infinite is kind of ridiculous, and so we're comparing our pre-existing knowledge of the series to this fact. We are fact checking. It's not that it jumps out at us, waves a sign and says, hey, I'm obviously wrong. We are actually, the reason why we can notice that it's wrong is because we're bothering to pay attention and to compare it. We're doing research, and that's how you wind up figuring out if things are right or wrong, by being curious. Now, the other stuff, in principle, it works by opening up to 6 of the 8 gates and exponentially increasing guys' abilities. If you don't know anything about the series, you would have no grounds whatsoever to know whether or not that's right or wrong. If you don't know what the limitations of the Narutoverse are, for all we know, it's a fictional universe. Maybe in this fictional universe, if you've never read this before, this author that you don't know decided to give his characters infinite powers. Why not? Like a universe written by a person, they can apply whatever rules they want. So if you don't know anything about this one way or another, like this gives you no information unless you're curious about it. So it's not that the text itself is telling us that it's wrong. It's that we are being curious and checking, even if we're doing it like subconsciously. Right? Does that make sense? Saria says, the way this is restricting writing as an art form is so asinine. This is literally why I don't bother engaging with most anime and manga fans, because the vast majority only believe one way is right. It's the same philosophy of people who think, well, if a character doesn't develop, that's bad writing. Act and think because they believe in one form of writing, the hero's journey. Yeah, right, if it doesn't fit this paradigm, this standard, or whatever, this archetype is the word I'm looking for, then it's invalid. Fuck that. Like, things don't fit into all your neat little, tidy little cabinets, like I said before. Anything that strays from that isn't good. The vast majority would consider The Hunchback of Notre Dame bad literature, because if they read it instead of watching the Disney version, they'd be baffled that none of the characters develop because the main character isn't alive, and that's actually Notre Dame itself. Oh, that's fucking cool. Yeah, I think we talked about that before. Like, and I said that like Silent Hill is its own character too. Yeah, that's fucking cool. I really got to read that. Obviously, wrong is super subjective. Yes, it is. I really truly hate this mindset of there are rules. There are some people suggest rules. Like that Grammarly thing to me is clearly written for somebody who's in middle school or high school who has to, or maybe even in college, who just like needs guidelines on how to write a paper, and specifically within a context of like, okay, I'm writing for my science class today, or now I'm writing for a literature class today, like what techniques you're supposed to use in general. But Kishimoto's not in college, as far as I know. Like, nobody's grading him like that, you know? Like, once you are outside of the strictures of academia, you don't have to follow any of those fucking rules. One of my favorite books is called It's in the game. by Taolin, right? If anybody wants to know about whether or not you should, like, writers have to follow rules. Read this fucking book. It's bizarre. It's unique. I don't know how to describe it. It's just great. Here's another one: Illustrious Annals of Slagheapian History. Check out this book. This is one of the weirdest fucking books I have. I love it so much. No rules whatsoever. It is pure chaos, and I fucking love it. Rand Cartwright is a legend. Just, eh.
That infinite fist.
A brain-rotted power scaler might think it's obviously true. Yeah. Like, Noodles has said shit about Itachi that fits that. Pain Supremacy is canon. Yes, exactly. Oh, you read that book? Awesome. I didn't know if anybody else had heard of it. It's been a long time. Oh, you read them both? It's so fucking cool. Do you know how I found the Slagheapian history book? I was really depressed one night, and I was on my computer and just been staring into my screen doing nothing for like 2 hours. And so I opened up Google and I literally typed in a string of like curses. It was just like shit, piss, fuck ass, piss, cock, big old dick, fuck shit. And for some reason, that exact specific phrase was used in that book, and it came up as the first result on Amazon. Somehow, my like insane fucking rambling, if I did believe in anything supernatural, this would be a moment, because that extremely specific string of fucking nonsense, was a literal quote from the book. And I laughed my fucking ass off for like an hour, and I bought the book immediately. And I was just like, if I ever believed in like a sign, that there's just such a perfect coincidence, that I was like, okay, I don't really literally believe this, but the universe seems to be nudging me off my ass and like giving me a nice little present today. It was so fucking funny, dude.
Part isn't meant to mislead.
Yeah, she is a rare one. You guys are all fucking awesome, by the way.
It's meant to add a flair to the statement to make it sound cooler, while being so absurd that it's obviously not true.
Narrative is greater than... Narrative is at the top, man.
Again, to not mislead you. But now that we've looked over those examples, what does this mean for the actual reliability?
I mean, yeah, like at the end of the day, Walkie Talkie, like, in my mind, the purpose of... I shouldn't even say it that way. My assessment from reading the Databooks multiple times is that they do have a goal of informing you about the series, but they do not need to strictly, rigidly, and exclusively adhere to one particular style of information in order to accomplish that goal. It's just an assumption to say that because the intention behind this is X, they must be adhering to this particular technique of it, and therefore, etc., etc. And honestly, the thing that pisses me off more is not the confusion about that, because hey, things can be confusing, things can get ambiguous, a lot of data to go through, but it's just the cherry picking of information as well. It's just like really irritating.
For scaling. To describe how this should work, allow me to give you an illustration. You have
If
a
you
bowl
must.
of M&Ms. In this bowl, you know the majority of them, let's say 90%, although this still works if it's anything over 50%, are red, with the remaining 10% being blue. What this would mean is that if you drew an M&M at random, it would inherently be more likely that you'd be drawing a red one as opposed to a blue one. So the same is true for the data books, since by the nature of...
Okay, you guys probably noticed, and I know he's going to qualify this in a second, but you probably noticed the problem with that, right? What did he start off by saying?
Of M&Ms. In this bowl, you know the majority of them, let's say 90%, although this still works if it's anything over 50%, are red, with the...
Okay, so before the experiment starts, before you take a single sample, you already know that the 90% of them are red. How do you know that unless you actually look in the bowl and see, right? He's trying to say, oh, we can already assume that the quality of the samples that we're taking, but this is relying on pre-existing knowledge. It's an a priori assumption. How did we get that 90% red in the first place unless we actually observed them? Unless we're talking about, oh, here is like, I don't know, holiday M&Ms. And in every package of holiday M&Ms, it's a special promotion. We're giving you 90% red, 10% blue. Well, first of all, if that's the case, that's a very specific number and a very specific fact that is on the cover. And there are regulations in place that make it so that, like, If you're not actually doing that, it could be false advertising. You can get sued, so that's a problem. So it's a different context. Secondly, there there can be mistakes made. You can get packs that are all red, all blue. You can get packs that are all brown. So you're never actually going to know unless you go in and start picking the shit out, right?
Remaining 10% being blue. What this would mean is that if you drew an M&M at random, it would inherently be more likely that you'd be drawing a red one as opposed to a blue one.
More likely, but there's nothing saying that you wouldn't actually pick the blue one.
So the same is true for the databooks, since by the nature of the text being expository, dictating that it's primarily factual information, which I showcase through my examples, if you were to select a statement at random, it's more likely to be factual than not.
No, because you haven't actually done a random test. Like, this is so fucking goofy, dude. Like, I'm sorry, I have to be blunt here. This is stupid. This is really stupid. You have a data set that is comprised of hundreds, if not over 1,000 individual data points. You have chosen 2 or 3 data points that specifically have been, as far as I can tell, curated to not only are you not showing like the full entry for Kakashi's data book, but you are specifically showing statements that don't really have a whole lot of problems in those particular statements. Then you're saying, oh, well, look, I already showed you a couple of statements that don't have any, and since this have any problems, and since this book is categorically a book full of correct statements, and I already showed you a couple of correct statements, then we can just assume that if you randomly pick another statement, that it's also going to be true. Okay, fuck it. Let's do a little bit of a little roulette wheel. Let's go to the 4th data book. Let's go to the jutsu files. Okay, I'm going to press page up and page down. I'm going at random. My eyes are closed. I'm looking over here. I'm looking over there. I'm not looking at anything. Boom. Oh, look, we wound up back here. Okay, so I picked something at random, and that's where we got to. Let me go again. I'm going to say 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, where are we now? Eternity reigns in those eyes. Oh, we already did this one. There's another random. Let's go 7 down again. Let's go... Pick a number, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Adamantine ceiling chains. Oh, whoop. Hellstab. The user's hand pierces the sky and the earth. The Hellstab's lightning leaves nothing behind. Oh, okay, well, that's probably just another fluke. Let's go random. Stop here. Okay. A sacred mountain of earth manifests and pierces the sky from the underground. That's probably a fluke. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. Oh, we got to all the way to the end. Okay. Limbo Border Jail. Perceiving this ghost is impossible. The enemy's lack of preparation calls for disaster. A person who owns Rinnegan is able to intervene in an adjacent world, an extremely distant world. In this dimension, a shadow is produced which cannot be detected by anyone connected to the normal world. Sorry, the Lingo clones cannot be detected. It is impossible to perceive them. Sasuke and Naruto, they cannot be detected. Sasuke and Naruto, who fight Madara, who detect them. So, in a minute, I did a random sample of, 5 or 6 examples. I literally had my eyes closed and I was just spamming like up and down on my fucking page up, page down keyboard. And 100% of the things that I just like took a random sample for had at least one statement that was out of pocket. So this doesn't work. This is dishonest. This is inaccurate. This is gooftastic. This is not how data works. And this is why I'm making my long ass video. This is the short version, guys. Like, it's just the prequel. What if you want Reese's? Get it's only M&Ms. M&Ms are your only option. You have red and blue. The red ones taste like red, and the blue ones taste like blue. Your narrative is greater than the author intended narrative. I mean, maybe we should maybe do a Death of the Author stream at some point, but not tonight. Sorry, it says Darth Megak, I fucking love reading. Probably already noticeable how much I've been yapping about Carrie. I love reading too. I like reading with my ears more than my eyes, but yes, I love it too. And it's really, really great to see that project coming to light. Dr. Strangle says, what if we can identify 90% of the red total, 90% that is red, in fact red, then we have 10% red left? Yeah, exactly, right? Like the sample size also changes with every, it's like the Monty Hall problem, right? Like the probability changes every single time you remove something from the data set. So why aren't we talking about that?
This adds an inherent probability for any statement that you find being factual as opposed to hyperbolic.
Also, it's not just factual or hyperbolic. It can be factual, hyperbolic, vague, open to interpretation, incorrect, retconned. It's not just like this false dichotomy.
Now, much like you can
I'm going to try and get through this. There's 3 more minutes. Let's do it.
tell that you've pulled a blue M&M instead of a red one by observing it, You can also observe that the statement you find is hyperbolic, if it is, by the obvious defining features that come with a statement in a text like this being hyperbolic.
Given that it is a fantasy and any arbitrary rules could exist and work in that fantasy world, there's no necessarily obvious way of just telling at face value on a first reading whether or not a statement like this is necessarily hyperbolic. You have to do some comparison. You have to do some data gathering. Inevitably, unless you you are comparing your assessment of the series to these statements and deciding whether or not for yourself you think they are suspicious enough to investigate. And for a lot of people, I guess, looking at something that says pain could blow away a fucking star, that's not suspicious. Looking at Itachi being able to cut down any enemy is not suspicious. Okay, cool. That's the limits of your curiosity. That's not acceptable to me.
So what this means is that these data books should be reliable for scaling, as the majority of the information in them is factual information. And when hyperbole or other...
You haven't demonstrated that at all. Like, you can't extrapolate from two pieces of data. This is the funny thing, too, is that in that... correct me if I'm... let me try that again. Correct me if I'm wrong, walkie-talkie, but if I remember correctly, in the debate that he did with you guys, he said something along the lines of... I could only bring 2 or 3 examples to the table to demonstrate this. When you guys were talking about like statistics versus probability and shit like that, he's like, well, if I had to just bring like these few examples because otherwise I would have had to have read through the whole data books, and then we'd have to go through every single statement and every fucking individual example. I was in my car listening to that, and I just like started shouting like, yes, exactly. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. You just fucking admitted the problem. It's like, that's exactly why we have to do this, because otherwise it's not acceptable. You just you understand. You literally understand the problem. We need to actually go through the data set. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't actually look at the data, so I specifically looked at a really tiny amount of data, because if I didn't, I'd have to look at all the data. Like, the fuck are you talking about?
Basically, figurative speech in the data books comes with obvious expected evidence.
The date books.
So, if that evidence isn't present, it's unlikely to be hyperbolic. For example, if you take a statement like Kirin being lightspeed, since lightspeed attacks do exist even in the manga, and there's nothing that clearly and obviously precludes this statement from being true, we should take a statement like this at face value.
Yeah, no, this is bullshit as well. Like, I've already talked about the Kirin enough, but like, since lightspeed statements do exist even in the manga, okay, you're gonna need to specify what those lightspeed statements actually are and why they're credible and why they should be taken seriously. And then the fact that those statements are lightspeed things doesn't inherently have anything to do with this, right? Saying because the manga talks about lightspeed in some places, then we can just assume that this is correct here too, because it's coming from this authoritative source. Like, no, the only lightspeed statement in the manga I'm aware of is, and I've like looked into this a lot, is Mabui's heavenly transfer. So I'm sorry, like that's just not enough to correlate to this. It also says a hit at the speed of light is inescapable, eradicates the enemy before you can react, except Itachi literally reacted to it and escaped from it. Like, he wasn't killed by it, excuse me. So the statement itself is fucking false. Destroys the enemy with a crash of thunder. It literally didn't destroy the enemy. It didn't destroy Itachi. This is wrong. It's factually wrong. So like, again, like, we shouldn't assume that it is correct just because it's in the data book. It doesn't matter if there's other statements about light, speed, or whatever. Also, let's just take a look, because where is the actual Kirin entry? This is from the 3rd data book. Again, we're getting a fucking cropped thing. I don't know why we can't just see the full page, right? Like, is there a problem with us seeing the whole thing for some reason? Let's see. Okay, sorry if this is going to be hard for people with visual issues. If flashing images bother you, I'll tell you when I'm done. I'm going to scroll through a whole bunch of shit really fast. 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, almost done. You know, when I get there. These are the characters. Oh, wait, I think I'm going the wrong way, actually. Kakuzu, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way. I'm confused. Okay, yeah, here we go. So, I'm not done yet, sorry. I'll let you know as soon as I'm done. Getting there, though. Okay, here we go. I'm done now. So, here we go. This is the full page. I don't know why we're getting just a cropped out image again. Can you not just tell where the fucking page is from? Mention what databook it's from. It's the third databook. It's page 247. I'm pretty sure I got this scan from Sage's server, so I don't know why he's not willing to fucking show it. But let's read the whole actual thing. The cry of a mythical beast rocks the world. Okay, so right away, the first statement is already hyperbolic and already kind of goofy. It rocks the world? Really? It shakes the whole planet? Oh, I guess he's planetary. Sasuke created this to be the ultimate lightning jutsu. Is it actually the ultimate lightning jutsu? Let's think about that. He uses a fire-style jutsu such as the dragon flame technique to quickly heat the air and create a violent rising current. Fuck, I'm getting tired. Violent rising current of air. The rising current creates thunderheads, which in turn create lightning, which is guidable toward a specific target. It is a relatively low impact chakra on the user. In essence, Sasuke has timed lightning. So this also very specifically says that it is literally lightning that is just guidable towards a target. It is very clear. It provides us, so we're talking about like literal, factual, non-hyperbolic, non-impressionistic language. It literally describes like pseudo-scientifically how fire and heat is used to create a specific storm cloud that then specifically creates literal specific lightning that then is just guided to a target, right? Why are we not getting that? Well, let's find out. Why do we not get that context? Let's find out.
With a statement like Tamari being able
Sorry. Actually, we don't know. We're already done.
Speed attacks do exist even in the manga.
Because we want to try and argue that... Oh, by the way, I don't know who did this translation. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know why we should take this. Nothing here says speed of light, right? Speed of light destroys the enemy with a crash of thunder. Lightning takes the shape of the legendary divine beast Kirin and charges at the target. A hit at the speed of light is inescapable, eradicates the enemy before he can react. Lightning takes the shape of the legendary beast Kirin and vanquishes the enemy in a flash. Where is the speed of light? I'm sorry, this is the official translation. Why are we disregarding it? I thought that this is an official source, it's an official publication, has Kishimoto's name as the author. So why are we disputing this exactly? Why was that not made clear?
And there's nothing that clearly and obviously precludes this statement from being true.
Oh, cool. So since there's no evidence to the contrary, then it must, like, that increases its likelihood, right? That's called an argument from ignorance.
You should take a statement like this at face value. With a statement like Tamari being able to blow away the entire universe, though, this is obviously hyperbolic because she scales way below people who don't even get anywhere near that tier.
Prove it. Prove it. Like, you're asserting that, but somebody who is not familiar with the series, who doesn't know the databooks, who doesn't know any of these characters, just based on this statement in and of itself, would have no grounds to believe one way or another if this is true or false, right? It's obvious to you because you're comparing the information that you already hold and possess about the series to this statement, and you're performing like you're talking about other characters that she supposedly scales to. So it's not just implicitly obvious, it is a conclusion that you're coming to as a result of a comparison. And also, like, I don't know, man, if there are other characters, like, okay, so people think that Momoshiki is universal. People think that Kaguya is universal. I don't know, like, look at Kaguya's level of destruction. Look at Temari's level of destruction. I'm sure somebody out there can actually make this argument.
Hyperbolic because she scales way below people who don't even get anywhere near that tier. Basically what I'm getting at here is that we should just use our brains.
I'm gonna catch up on chat in just a second. Wait, what the fuck did you say?
Basically what I'm getting at here is that we should just use our brains. Don't
use our brains. Yeah. Yes.
throw the baby out with the bathwater. The existence of some hyperbole in these databooks doesn't justify the disregarding of the entirety of the databooks or even any individual statement, so long as that expected evidence isn't present. So the databooks are definitely reliable for power scaling.
Yeah, it's just like a burden shift. It's just like, why would you discard the statement unless you can prove that it's wrong? Well, no. Let me put it this way. If you are a power scaler and you are in a debate and you come forward and say, like, I think Pain is stronger than your character because your character has like an island level anti-feat and my character is galaxy level because it says so in the book. It's your demonstration. The burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that your claim and your source of information are valid and reliable. It's not correct for you to turn around and be like, well, you prove that it's wrong. Like, I don't see any obvious contradictions here, so you fucking point out the contradiction. Like, no.
In regards to at least a flowery language, and we need to stop this narrative that they're not due to a handful of figurative statements being used. It's
Okay, that is just dishonest as well. Like, a handful of figurative statements. What is a handful exactly? We just did a random sample, and 100% of the random samples that like I went through came up as containing hyperbole. So what does a handful mean? Your sample size is upwards of 1,000. Is that actually true? Is that fair? Is that accurate? Because, I mean, like, again, I haven't even gone through the third data book. This looks like more than a fucking handful to me. Just saying.
easy to detect, and the majority of the information given to us in the guides is factual. So let's keep that in mind next time someone is ratting about a particular statement in one.
And look at the fucking, like, dishonest ad hominem there, too.
Data factual. So let's keep that in mind next time someone is ratting about a particular statement in one of these data books.
It casts the whole conversation as like, hey, look, we've already established that these data books are reliable. So if somebody else is saying otherwise, then they're just ratting, which, by the way, first of all, like, rat slander needs to stop. Rats are really fucking smart. As far as I'm concerned, if you say that I'm ratting, I'm going to be like, thanks for the compliment. I fucking love rats. They're brilliant. They're cute and adorable. I appreciate the comparison. People try to use ratting like it's a fucking insult. Rat is not a 4-letter word. So I don't mind that. But, like, stop the fucking rat slander, first of all. Second of all, don't, like, ad hominem and cast aspersions on your opposition just because, like, yeah, it's really weird. It's like it kind of biases your audience to be like, okay, well, if people aren't just accepting this, then, you know, you can call that ratting and then apply this counter argument to them. I'm sorry, I'll catch up on chat before I finish this. Yeah, I thought I was going to end a long time ago, but I'm so close and I don't want to do a part 2. I want to just, like, power through this. So can't believe you guys are still here. Thank you for enabling me. So let's see. Didn't give any defining features, says Dr. Strangle. Limbo in Japanese doesn't have whatever's going on in the English. It says you need the Rinnegan to see them because they're invincible. Nothing about perceiving, or invisible. Nothing about perceiving in Sasuke has the Rinnegan. Yeah, that's a good point. I really do appreciate the context there. And this is more why I think we need another round of, like, Narutoversity 2.0. I think we need more scans. We need more people doing translations. Saria says, and say we do, then how would we discover this fact? And even if we did, would there be any impact? I don't think this would affect us personally, but have ripple effects in the design industry. Yeah, just being open to other potential, like, not pigeonholing a franchise or the characters or the emotional portrayal of those characters. Yeah, like, being open to different people who take the reins of a if you're still talking about that stuff, like, you know, like, being willing to have the works within a given intellectual property, like, manifest in different ways, right? Like, don't be too restrictive about it. Dr. Strangle says, and that's the probability that comes up with having different interpretive frameworks. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The one light speed statement in the manga. Yeah, exactly. Which you can still use for scaling if you want to. But I mean, like, I'll challenge anybody to find, like, I'll put out a bounty, literally, if somebody else can find any single other light speed statement in the manga itself, like, please. The mountain jutsu is probably fine. Like, it probably does count as big enough to be a mountain by IRL standards, and piercing the sky only really requires, like, an upwards thrust. Yeah, so that's fair. That's a fair assessment. I would just say that, like, you could, if you were ratting, as people like to say, you could say, like, okay, well, if it pierces the sky, it has to pierce this level of the atmosphere, and therefore it's necessarily this tall. It's like, I have PTSD from this, from listening to Noodles say, like, Choji is, when he uses his, he didn't literally say this, but it was basically this argument, right? Like, Choji is probably, like, 3 kilometers tall when he uses his, fucking expansion jutsu with the yellow pill against Jirobo, because the databook says he's as tall as a mountain, and mountains on average are 3 kilometers tall, so he's mountain level. And it's like, fucking, that's the shit I'm talking about, right? It's like, to Sage's point, there's nothing wrong with looking at Choji's databook entry and saying, like, oh, it clearly describes here how he's taking a pill and getting stronger, and he gets, like, very powerful, and he can defeat anybody else that he couldn't defeat before, or something like that, right? Maybe not anybody, but, you know. But it's the way that people then warp and distort that shit by going, it says he's as tall as a mountain. Mountains on average are like 3 kilometers tall, so it's safe to assume, based on a real world metric, that he's actually 3 kilometers tall. Just like look at the page and measure the motherfucker. He's right there. He's next to 2 trees. Like just fucking measure him. And it just becomes this excuse to not do your fucking homework. It's like, come on, man. It's not even that hard. How does Sage not know Universal 1010 is him being dumb? No, Universal 1010 is canon, man. I mean, like, I think there's entries for, like, Kama Itachi as well that say that it can blow away all things. Let me see. Itachi. No, that's the other one. Yeah, the Kama, this is Kitty Kitty Mai from the second data book. The Kama Itachi cuts through everything with an agility matching the wind. Just so you know that this is not some shit that I made up. Like, Kitty, 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 Mai, Kama Itachi. An unstoppable, wildly dancing blade. The Kama Itachi cuts through everything with an agility matching the wind. I mean, like, cuts through everything. After the wind is blown, changes the view completely. Okay. So, I mean, sorry. So yeah, like there's multiple statements that Temari is universal, and they're from the canon source. So, Darth Vader video. Japanese doesn't say before you react, just in the blink of an eye. Does say light speed. Yeah, but so I'm pretty sure that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that the kanji that are used, or is it kana that are used for light speed, are also used for like water fang bullet and stuff like that, which I also don't think is light speed. I think it's like that there's nothing like that statement, if you put it in context, we can determine that it's hyperbole by other context from those fights, if that makes sense. How does Sage not know the Universal 1010? Oh, less than the blink of an eye. Okay. Yeah, I mean, even that is kind of vague, because like people, especially like superhuman shinobi, can blink their eyes at different speeds, right? So it's, again, it's like kind of a hyperbole, right? It's not even hyperbole. It's just sort of colorful language. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yeah, I don't know. I see no baby. I do see like a bunch of dirty water all over the floor we got to clean up, but we'll handle it. Temari data book in Japanese also doesn't say universe at all. If you're already using the Japanese translation for Kirin, why not use it for everything else anyway? Yeah, that's a good point. I think, isn't it like Shinra Bansho? Isn't that what it says? Which can be used to mean everything, all things in nature, or something like that. If I remember correctly, that was the phrase, but I don't remember for sure. Does anyone own actual copies of these data books? Yes, I have a physical copy of this data book, or not this one, the third data book. It is available for purchase on Crunchyroll for $10 or $15. You can get it on Amazon too. It's this one. These are scans of this data book, and this is the only one. The third one is the only one that has official English translations. The rest are all fan translations. But you can get the rest of them for free on Narutoversity, and I'm pretty sure that actually, I think these links are probably dead now. They used to have the Japanese scans on here. I actually have no idea where to get the Japanese raws at this point, honestly. I wish I did, but that's something I would have to ask around for. Of course, we're still with you here. You're the go. That's very kind of you. Thank you. No, I really do appreciate it. I will try to wrap it up soon, because like I'm like fucking exhausted. Buy it from the Naruto official website, and I will send you the PDF. Oh yeah, I'm stupid. You can buy all of these from the Naruto website. I actually have all 4 data books. The Japanese ones are sitting behind me. I don't know where to get them online, but I do have the Japanese copies of them here, and I can scan them if people want, actually. I did that for a video before, so yeah, I totally blanked on that, sorry. But you can buy them all on, I got them on eBay, actually. There's a couple of, I can like try and find the seller if you want. Just message me on Discord. There's like Japanese booksellers that export stuff that I found pretty easy to find, so I'm happy to hook you up if you want. The Force is with you, and so are we. Yeah, the fucking Mandalorian. Actually, a little Easter egg, Darth. 1 second. Sorry for all the noise. Let's see if I can pull this off. It's been a minute. 1 sec. Little change of pace here. Okay, bear with me. God damn it. Wait. Yeah. Fuck, it's out of tune. Shit. I found the actual like recorder that the composer used for The Mandalorian. I've been trying to learn that little riff. I can't get that last note, that last low note shit. Oh, there we go. There you go. There's a little musical interlude for you. Yeah, this is just like a $50 like plastic Yamaha bass recorder. And that's what he used to get that like totally cool like ethereal fucking theme there. Yeah. Anyway, you transcend all time with your ocarina. You mean you mean like one of these? Yeah, that was so bad. I'm sorry. I don't know how to play this fucking thing, but I also have an ocarina that transcends time. Uh, okay, we're gonna do a random woodwind stream next time instead of this. Smallest fuck me. Smallest name mountain on Wikipedia. Yeah, I remember that from looking at Nairobi's chart before. Expanded Choji is 303 meters, comparing Naruto and the trees. That makes sense. Yep, I think that's a much more reasonable metric than 3 fucking kilometers. You don't blink your eyes at different speeds. In fact, you don't blink. In fact, I don't breathe. In fact, I don't hydrate. In fact, I don't eat. I don't sleep. I don't even exist. I don't breathe. I don't lift. Fair. The imager scans of the first and second data book are still available via Wayback Machine. Oh, yeah, good point. I could try and take a look at that. You put the Google Doc link in the Naruto chat of the Discord server. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Only for people who only have like emulator rules, right? You can only emulate if you have the original. You've been looking forward to the Naruto IQ thing. Yeah. Let me know what you think. I think it takes a little while to get started, so feel free to skip to like maybe half an hour in or so until you see the screen start to change with the scans. We usually like shoot the shit for a little while before we get started. But yeah, that was super fun to talk about. You got flashbacks to the beginning of the Fellowship of the Ring. Yeah. I really want to marathon those again sometime soon. But let's wrap this up because I'm like on my like running on fumes here. Sure, my dog wants to go out too.
Now that we've established that the databooks are generally reliable, let's talk about some actual errors and why this doesn't detract from their reliability overall.
Okay.
I've read all of these guides, and genuinely the only...
Okay, I do want to say that like that's kind of an egregious self-report. It puts like a fan like me in a difficult position, because if you actually have read all 4 of these data books, that you should know it's not hard to find this shit. So you should know that the data is there. So either you didn't actually read them, you did read them, but somehow you missed all of this shit, or you read them and you didn't miss all of this shit. And like as a fan, I don't like any of those answers. None of that shit has a good mouthfeel. I don't like saying any of that shit. But what am I supposed to think?
Real errors we see are ones in regards to the timeline. Kishimoto has generally done a good job with it, but there are some blatant errors in this aspect, such as Hiruzen being stated to have been on Team Tobirama long past the time when Tobirama should be dead, or...
Okay, so this is fucking bizarre to me. The claim here is that Hiruzen is stated to be on Team Tobirama, even though Tobirama should be long dead. Now, I haven't done a full breakdown of the timeline, although if you want a full breakdown of the timeline, check out this dude over here, or this human, I don't know their gender, Seelin Tao on Narutopedia. Long ass fucking timeline, covers the whole series. Amazing bit of work over here. 5 years it took them to put this together. 5 years. So go ahead and check this out. Give this person some love. They clearly put a lot of time and dedication into it. But that being said, what was he saying? Yeah, so I think this is from, so again, like we don't have a source for what this actual scan or piece of information is from, but Yeah, so I think this is from Danzo's databook entry. So let's go back to Narutoversity. This would be, I think, the 4th, right? Character files, Danzo. Okay. No, okay, so it's got to be, I got it. Like, the wave of tiredness just hit me. Let's do this quick. Okay, I'm going to close a lot of this stuff because I'm getting confused. Okay. Danzo. Okay. Damn it. Shit, I just had this earlier today. I really want to find this. 1 second. Wait, no, this is the jutsu technique. Okay, hang on. I got this. Fan books. Okay. 1, 2. Let's do this. Danzo. Come on, where's the fucking search bar? Danzo. This one. These fucking ads are so annoying too. Here we go. Okay. So this is maybe not the right one. Let's see. I really want to find this. It's going to be important. Okay, so 31 years ago, working hard with Hiruzen, he dreamed of the Hokage seat. Okay, so is this the same one? No, it's not. Oh, this is Hiruzen's entry. Okay, well, this corroborates it anyway. So let's look it over here. This is Danzo's entry, and on Danzo's entry, it does show Danzo and Hiruzen, and it says, working hard with Hiruzen, he dreamed of the Hokage seat 31 years ago, competing with Hiruzen for the Hokage seat, right? So there's that. Now let's look at Hiruzen. Okay, I guess that's on the second one. Yeah, so Hiruzen. Here's the page on Hiruzen, right? We don't, Sage for some reason didn't see fit to tell us where this was from, what character profile this is from either. Again, we're getting a tiny portion of the page that is cropped out. Let's look at the actual page. Look in the upper right. Look at what the fuck we're looking at. Showing his resolution for sacrificing his life for the sake of the village, he's entrusted with the title of Kage by Tobirama. This is Hiruzen. This is Danzo, and they're part of the fucking squad with Tobirama. Like, this is from the scene. We can go look at it. This is from the scene where Tobirama is about to sacrifice himself, right? And then over here again, like it's corroborates the same date previously. So where is the problem? Like, why is this an issue? I think if I look at Tobirama as well, we see the same thing. Let's take a quick look. 67 years ago. No, I guess not. This is from like way at the founding of the village. But we can go and look at that scene. But like, why is this getting cropped? Why is this getting misrepresented? Well, I'll tell you why. Let's keep watching. It'll become apparent.
Or Itachi's age. The Itachi thing is the most egregious in my opinion, mostly because the manga doubles down on this, and maybe I'll talk about it in more depth in the future.
Okay, so supposedly here Itachi is 17 years old in part 1, in like the first data book, I think.
But basically, he cannot be 17 in part 1. This is because he was in the Anbu at 13, according to the manga, with his...
Was he?
17 in part 1.
I don't see that. I see he was promoted to Chunin at age 10.
This is because he was in the Anbu at 13.
Oh, rose to Black Ops Squad Commander by the time he was 13, okay.
According to the manga, with this being slightly corrected by the novels to 12, yet he somehow was already in the Akatsuki at 10 when he embarrassed Orochimaru, despite the fact that he didn't join the organization until after the massacre, which would not have happened past that 12 to 13-year-old range. This literally cannot work. Now, I'm going to do...
Okay, so what I object to there is that we don't really have a whole lot of data to go off of here, right? Like, again, what fucking chapter is this from? I know where it's from. It's the last chapter in part 1. Where is this from? Why do we not get the source? Why do we not get the information? Why, like, who is talking? Is it Sasori? Why can't it just be that Sasori, like, fucked up? Like, that was retconned, right? Like, Sasori is just talking out of his ass and made a mistake. Because... Let me see. Again, like, you can, let's see, here's old. I did some research on this. In Data Book 1, Itachi's 17 years old and Sasuke is 12. So Sasuke, at the beginning, is 12 years old. So Itachi's 5 years older than Sasuke. In Databook 2, Itachi's 18. Sasuke is 13, according to the Databook. And feel free to check. Itachi's 5 years older than Sasuke. In Databook 3, Itachi's 21. Sasuke is 16. He's 5 years older. In Databook 4, he's listed as 21 years old at the time of death. Sasuke is 17. So around 12 years ago, he was a kid. So I need to work on this. Like, I'm still kind of trying to, like, figure out all the details of it. But in all 4 data books, like, Itachi's age is presented as being consistent, and Sasuke's age and their relative age is being presented as consistent. So what it seems like is either Kakashi was wrong and he wasn't actually promoted at age 13, he was promoted at age 10, and that's Kakashi's error, or it was Sasori's error, or all 4 of the data books are wrong. Right? Like, there are multiple different interpretations of what's going on here. I would not agree with the idea that that Itachi can't be 17 in part 1, especially since we see the progression of his age throughout all 4 data books, and it is represented consistently. There's about 4 years that pass between the beginning of part 1 and the end of part 2. And if you go through the 4th data book, in a lot of the pages at the bottom left, you'll see about 21 years ago. This one about 4 years ago. So, like, at the time of this is being, like, recorded to us, like, presented to us as, like, from the end of the series. So what this is saying is that Kisame and Itachi attacking the village happened 4 years ago, before the end of the series. And so Itachi is stated in this data book to be 21, so that would put him at, like, 2019, 18, 17, 4 years ago when he attacked the village. Right? So there's plenty of additional corroborating data. I don't know where this is coming from. He can't possibly be 17. Yeah, he can't possibly be taken 17 if you just take Kakashi's word as gospel and don't put it into context, and or take Sasori's word as gospel and don't put that into context. Like, this is the consistent throughput. This is the problem. This is the real issue. The issue isn't with the data books. It's just, like, assuming that you find one authoritative thing that seems to be true, then glomming onto that and being like, well, this has to be true, and then letting that totally pollute your view of everything else. You need to be, like, more nuanced, more open-minded. You need to, like, put together all the different pieces of evidence.
Orochimaru, despite the fact that he didn't join the organization
But there's a specific reason for this.
until after the massacre, which would not have happened past that 12 to 13-year-old range. This literally cannot work. Now, I'm going to do a plot holes video in the future, so that's all I'll say for now, but essentially, the only real errors we get in these data books are in reference to the timeline, which is fine.
Okay, so Sage made the positive claim that the only errors that we see in the data books are about the timeline, except the 2 supposed errors that he presented are not necessarily even errors with the data books themselves. They're just issues of, well, first of all, the first one was just a misunderstanding because he cropped out the page, didn't actually represent the corroborating piece of data that was in the upper right hand corner, didn't look for other corroborating pieces of data in that data book. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. I mean, that chapter, literally that chapter is, you know what, fuck it, we're in the weeds. I can take a little extra time. Where are my Naruto notes? Notes. What the fuck? Where are my notes? Actually, you know what? I think I know where it is. I think I found it the other day. It's got to be in chapter 467, 470, something like that. So the objection, remember, was that Tobirama would have been dead way before. Okay, so it's actually got to be more like 480, 485. Tobirama should have been dead way before Hiruzen was in his squad or something like that. Okay, so this is actually after the Danzo fight, so it's going to be somewhere around here. A little before. Okay, here we go. So this is chapter 481. Again, the claim here is that the data book is incorrect and that it made a mistake because it made a timeline error, and the timeline error is that Hiruzen couldn't have been around with Danzo as part of Tobirama's squad because Tobirama would have had to been long dead by then. So here's chapter 481. Okay, here's Tobirama. we've been surrounded. There are 20 enemy shinobi, blah, 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 blah. There's this dude, that person, whoever these people are. And then there's this motherfucker over here who's Danzo. And then there's this motherfucker over here, and this is Hiruzen. Literally calls him Hiruzen. This guy says Sarutobi, blah, 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 blah. This is Danzo, etc., etc. Here's Tobirama. So I don't know what the fuck that was about. I don't know why Tobirama has to be dead. The other thing about Itachi, yeah, there's an error, but I'm not even convinced that the error is coming from the data book. So the idea, the goal here, I'll tell you what's going on here. The goal here is to say, like, look, if anybody comes at you and says the data books are unreliable, yeah, they're probably just talking about the timeline, but the timeline's messy anyway. So what's the big idea? What's the big deal? It's not that big of a deal, right? The timeline can be messy, but the other things can be fine. So if I want to say that, like, Kaguya is universal because she's, like, pushing the universe around, she's weaving dimensions as she pleases, she's spinning them together, whatever else you want to say, or Itachi or Pain or whoever else is universal, we can just trust that because that's not a timeline issue. The data books are only wrong about timeline things, and we know this because we looked at two whole examples, two entire pieces of data from, like, a pool of thousands. And these are the only issues that we happen to find, except they weren't actually issues. So the data books are only wrong about these things. Fucking bullshit. I'm sorry to be mean. I really am. I don't like being sarcastic. I don't like being this worked up. Okay, maybe a little bit. But, like, like, what the fuck is happening? Like, I don't understand, like, what the point of any of this is. And, like, let's see. I should label my notes, like, for things that are objectively wrong. But, like, the thing about Hanzo is probably Roshi's probably wrong. The thing about the Light Fang is probably wrong. The Water Fang bullet. Oh yeah, like, you know what? Let's end on that, right? First of all, like, Kirin isn't undodgeable. We saw that already. And then I'm actually going to leave because I'm, like, fucking losing my mind here. Fourth data book, mini jutsu files, Light Fang. Light Fang? Okay. This is Madara's little spitty thing that he does at Naruto with the Light Fang. Okay. A ninjutsu used by those who gain the sixth pass power. They emit a beam of light to bisect the enemy like a sharp and pointed fang. It cuts all things with the speed of light, making it impossible for the enemy to evade even one swing. Naruto evaded it, so this is just false. Okay, so I've just proven that what Sage said is wrong. There are other things that are false in the data books. And actually, these things aren't even wrong.
Timeline can be slightly jumbled in areas without us tossing out the data books altogether, because things like character chakra natures or Kakashi cutting a lightning bolt with a Chidori aren't compromised by this in the slightest. So in conclusion...
Wait. What? I fucking fell asleep.
Jumbled in areas without us tossing out the data books altogether.
Well, that's also, like, a false dichotomy. You don't have to toss them out altogether to acknowledge that they have problems.
Because things like character chakra natures or Kakashi cutting a lightning bolt with a Chidori aren't compromised by this in the slightest.
Well, that's also a little not dishonest, but, like, yeah, maybe Kakashi cutting a lightning bolt isn't compromised by that, but here's the thing. Kakashi cut a lightning bolt, like, that is already stated explicitly by Guy in the series. So that's not something that the data books are volunteering as a new piece of information. But what people will do is they'll say that the data books, or that feat is like a speed of lightning feat because they assume that Kakashi, like, perceived and then reacted to the lightning bolt, when in the anime it's more implied that he sort of dashed forward, got hit with lightning, and happened to push through it. It's funny because the databook entry actually makes it sound more like he just, like, happened to bisect it. It doesn't say anything about him reacting to it or being as fast as it. So that's also kind of a weird thing.
In conclusion, the Naruto databooks are trustworthy and valid for use for scale,
if you use them right,
or otherwise, due to the type of text they are, their authorship being done by Kishimoto, and the consistency in the formatting of information. So next time somebody tries to tell you otherwise, direct them here and show them why the databooks are in fact reliable.
Next time somebody tries to come at you with any of that bullshit, you now have 5.5 hours of information to the contrary that will hopefully tide you over until I actually release my full edited video, which will contain a list of every single piece of misinformation and hyperbole and colorful language and open to interpretation things, as well as an extended section that just contains interesting, cool shit, because it's true, I don't want to throw that baby out with the bathwater. The baby gets to stay. Poor little baby. We're going to have a whole section that celebrates the data books and the things that they do right, but this ain't it. Okay, I don't know what the fuck you guys are still doing here. I really appreciate it, but go back to your lives. Go get some rest. Go hydrate. I need water. I need to sleep. Thank you so much for your time and hanging out. Like knowing that my crazy ramblings are reaching at least one person, let alone all you wonderful fine people, makes it all worth it. Um, and I think honestly, like given that this is my 100th stream, the fact that it was a very long one, and that we're still going, this is like the record longest stream that I've ever done. I think that that's kind of a cool way to round out 100. So with that all being said, thank you so much. Let me just respond to chat real quick, and then I'm gonna go fucking pass out. Um, Got the recorder, the IQ. You want to pull all the text from the databooks in a quick fashion, as you don't want to manually pull over 1,000 pages, so you can find out the Lightspeed statements. I don't want to put you through that gauntlet, man. Like, I mean, if I can help out, let me know. But yeah, I'm not. I'm not trying to fucking make you go through that for sure. You didn't read the databooks, says Saria, or I didn't read the databooks because I don't have them, but I read the Astro Boy Encyclopedia. Honestly, that's better. You can. Naruto fuck me. Naruto also has art books that just have illustrations and interviews and stuff that are also useful, not just data books. So those are good to watch too. You know who else keeps a comprehensive list of all Lightspeed statements? Your mom. Yeah. It's funny. Danzo manifesting himself into the story just to die immediately. Yep. Yeah. Tobirama got manhandled. Yeah, his death was kind of, what's the word for it? Ignominious? Is that the right word? How about No says, if I was to try and make the Itachi age thing make sense, it'd be Kakashi's statement that's just incorrect. We know that Itachi was really young and lied about his age in regards to joining the Anbu. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. In regards to Kaguya's weaving or whatever, the manga itself does call it rewriting the world. Zetsu calls it transforming the world space. IG point being whatever argument someone false actually. Japanese only says it's unblockable, says nothing about it being undodgeable. Oh, the fucking light thing. Yeah, with regards to Kaguya stuff, we did a couple streams talking about Universal Naruto, and we talked about Kaguya during those streams. And what I found is that in both the data books and the manga, there's a lot of different terms. Well, not a lot. There's like 3 different terms that are used to refer to what she's doing. I think there's a bit of ambiguity to it. I'm totally fine with the idea that she can create her own dimensions, and also that she can shift the world around her into a different dimension, but I'm not convinced that the mechanics of that function equivalently to pushing the entire mass of the Naruto universe combined out of the way. And therefore that we can assume that she has physical universe level scaling. That's when I'm like, again, like the problem is not with the manga, the problem is not with the data books, the problem is with how power scalers try to pigeonhole and force this particular interpretation to win arguments, right? So that's more what I'm objecting to. The Japanese only says unblockable. And thank you again. How about no? I don't think I've said thank you enough for like the clarification and the actual like context that you're providing. It is genuinely really super fucking helpful. So thank you. Yeah, I'm still here. Thank you, man. I really appreciate the kind words. I am. This is probably irresponsible. You can probably hear my voice starting to flag. So thank you for the happy 100th. It's great. I got that banner art that came in today, like perfect timing for the 100th stream. I got a chance to talk about something I'm really passionate about. I got a long stream, a lot of great people in the chat. It's a really great way to celebrate. So I really appreciate you guys being here with me. Yeah, now you guys gotta do your homework, clean your room, or just hydrate. There's an apologetic phantom that either something is 100% reliable or 0% reliable. If you can show some of a thing it's reliable, then it's 100% reliable. Oh yeah, phenomenon. Yeah, I don't subscribe to that. I agree with what you're saying, but obviously, like at the end of the day, I want to be clear here about what my intentions were with this video. Hopefully it's obvious, but just to be clear, I was very frustrated. I made some accusations. I was a little bit rude. Sometimes I was a little bit mean, and I am sorry. I never want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't really like calling people out. I'm extremely conflict averse. I don't like fighting with people. And despite the fact that I obviously love the sound of my own voice, I would much prefer that go towards helping people understand things rather than putting anybody down. I am just personally sad and disappointed and frustrated with the fact that this series that I genuinely love, and I think a lot of other people, including Sage, probably genuinely love, gets misrepresented and pigeonholed, and like people are pushed away from genuinely understanding things at the expense of like a deeper understanding of the series that we all purport to love. I feel like we should be able to challenge each other in a constructive way, to do better about this, so that we ourselves can understand things better while helping other people as well. I don't think it's too much to ask to cite your sources and to give credit for the work of others that you are building your own work off of. I also think that in general, we could all do with a little bit more nuanced understanding and open mindedness. I do apologize gently for the fact that perhaps, maybe I'll listen back to this and be like, I was too mean. And if that's the case, I'll apologize in advance. I do hope that, whoever happens to listen to this that might be on the fence about the data books takes what I'm saying as an encouragement to just go read them and understand them better for yourself. Like, you have to take it from any content creator, especially me. Like, I'm not the authority. I'm just an angry old man who fucking is tired of my favorite anime or manga getting like poo-pooed on. And I think you guys deserve better. I think you ought to have access to the correct information. That's what I'm trying to do. And hold me accountable too. If I've made mistakes, if I've been dishonest, you think, if I like unintentionally or otherwise, if you think I just like didn't do a good job or wasn't fair, call me out, because I want to learn. I don't want to make the same mistakes. With that being said, I'm going to go. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful night. I will see you on Thursday for more Claire Obscure. Goodbye.